Day one of the 2022 eChampions League is upon us. We're live inside our fantastic virtual set in which 32 players from Western Europe will be battling to secure their place in the knockout stages of the competition. But only 16 will make it, so stay with us throughout the day. The matches will come thick and fast, and there's plenty to look forward to. Yes, what's up everybody, and welcome to the 2022 eChampions League Just Eat pre-show. My name is Liv Cook and I'm going to be your host this weekend for this incredible competition. And I am not alone. I'm joined by Rachel Stringer, Kyle Walker and Mike LaBelle. And I can confirm that the players right now are getting ready to compete. They're excited, I'm excited. Mike, how are you feeling?
Oh, my energy's in the right place. I don't know if I have the same emotion these guys have just yet, but the prestige, we got that iconic ambiance. In fact, I want to play the anthem again. Cue it on the backside. Please, production, please help me out. Thank you. I put it in the group chat. I didn't get a reply, so I knew it was a bit of a 50-50, but I wanted that opportunity, so here it is. That's the type of energy that we're on today, okay? Bring that back.
Big
Champions League, welcome.
Big energy, big competition. I'm sure the players are feeling nervous right now. Rachel, what do you think's going through their minds?
I mean, I know what's going through my mind, Liv. I'm so excited for this one. This is my favourite event on the FIFA calendar. The eChampions League is the big one. Everyone really brings their level up a notch when they play in this competition. It's my favourite, like I said. I was very lucky to be a part of it from the beginning back in 2019 now, when we were very privileged to go to Madrid and be in person at this iconic event. And all the players, let me tell you, absolutely loved it. They were suited and booted, they were treated, we were treated, we loved it. I hope we're back in person to see them in all their glory very soon. But yeah, this is what everyone wants to win. I mean, it's the eChampions League. What's not to love, right?
It is indeed one of the most prestigious in the year. Kyle, talk to me. What do you think the players are feeling right now? What does this competition mean to them?
Oh, it means the world to them. Talking of suited and booted, sorry, I've got to say, come on, we're all suited and booted as well. Everyone's looking great. This is what it's about. Just like Rachel, I was fortunate enough to be there 2019, and then at the Invitational last year, I just made some content from home. So this year, I said, no, I want to be back on the broadcast, and here we are. These players that will be going head-to-head over this weekend, it will mean the world to them to get through to the next stage. It's super, super exciting. There's going to be pressure, there's going to be excitement, there's going to be nerves, and all of these players know that this tournament could change their entire season. If you can go on to win this, if you can go on to do well, not only is it going to bring in the cash money, it's also going to give you the prestige of being an eChampions League winner. That is what it's all about. They're playing for pride, they're playing for money. What's not to love?
It is indeed huge, and we have some incredible games lined up with the top players all over Europe taking part this weekend. Mike, talk to me. Are there any players that stand out for you?
Oh, there's a lot of players that stand out. For me, we've got top 8, perhaps, that you want to take a look at. on screen. Fnatic Text is going to jump off the page, and if you've been watching his social media, whether it's Twitter, it's Instagram, he said that he's back, he's ready, he's hungry, he's active. You do not want to go up against the motivated Text. You got Levy, you've got the world champ, or the current world champ still, Mo Alba, and then Nicholas, and so forth and so on. We've got everybody that you want to see in action. They're going to be in action today and tomorrow.
And Tex is looking confident. We've seen some of his tweets recently. He's feeling himself for this competition. Rachel, who's standing out for you this weekend?
I mean, there's so many names, aren't there, guys? Mike just listed a few of them there. 8 household names, like he said, but there's 32, of course, in action today. And I don't really know who to pick there because they're all such high quality, but let's just pick 2 because I'm going to be nice. Let's go for Feldman there as well. 2-time Israeli Cup winner. And he actually recently competed against Levy, who's above him on that graphic there, and he beat him. So is he in form at the moment? Possibly. Let's go to Maestro as well, who's also on that list. He's the French king. I'm going to call him that because he's 2 times French champion. He's also a World Cup champion as well. Back in 2019, the Club World Cup that was, with his teammate Dax. And they actually defeated the Argentinian pairing of Nicholas, who's also on that screen. So I mean, these guys, they've been around the block for so many years. They've got such great quality on that 8 list there, and such great quality we're going to see over these 2 days as well. But yeah, that list, whoever came up with that, I mean, yeah, you've done your homework there. 8 quality players there.
I'm going to go ahead and take credit for that list, guys.
Okay, we're going to say that list.
Yeah, we'll pretend. Kyle, who are you feeling for this day?
I mean, if you're looking at some of those competitors, obviously some of them are tomorrow as well. One of them that I do just want to pick out though, Sihan. We've seen what he's been able to do over the last few seasons. He's a long-term competitor. He's got the experience. I think he would even say himself that he's not lived up to his own standards over the last couple of seasons. So it's exciting that he is here in the eChampions League. Another one, Mike mentioned him before. I want to put the spotlight on him. Mo Alba, the man, the myth, the legend, the current FEWC world champion. Yes, he won that FIFA World Cup a few years ago, and because the tournament was cancelled last year, of course, the season with everything that's happening, it means that actually he still has his hands on that trophy. So could he be the FEWC champion and an eChampions League winner this season? Wow, he would cement himself as a GOAT. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Well, that would be incredible. And we'll come back to predictions a little bit later on. But for now, let's find out about the competition format.
The eChampions League is down to 64 players, and the field indicates non-stop action heading our way. Day 1 will feature the most exceptional players in Western Europe, and Day 2 will showcase the best from the central and eastern regions of the continent. Each day, a group of 32 players will participate in 5 rounds of Swiss competition, 2 legs per match. Each successive round will pit pros with the same record versus each other, and a player will progress to the knockouts with 3 victories. Similarly, 3 defeats and you're eliminated, meaning 16 players per day will qualify for the knockout stages of the eChampions League.
Now, this is an individual competition, but some of these players are in fact in esports teams, meaning this weekend we could see some potential team matchups. Kyle, talk to me. What do you think the extra pressure is on players if they're facing somebody from their own team?
Well, they know each other, simple as that. They know their ins, the outs, they know their strengths, they know the weaknesses. I've been filming with lots of teammates over the last few months for the FIFA main event show, and you see how they like to have fun, they like to have a joke, but also they're very competitive. And I'm sure if we do see some of these potential team matchups, as you can see, Atlantide Wave, Pain FIFA and Deshe, also Fnatic Tex and Fnatic Diogo, imagine those two going head to head. I'm sure, well, Rachel, if these guys were to go head-to-head against each other, they're going to be feeling the pressure against their teammates.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, isn't it? Especially when you know each other so well, like these guys do. A lot of these teams, will have headquarters somewhere around the world, like Fnatic, they're based in London. So we could even see the 2 players in the same room. I mean, that would add another layer of pressure. The coach being, which one do I coach in this situation? I don't know what happens there. Maybe Mike can shed some light on that, but obviously it does make things a little bit tricky. Of course, we've got an Israeli pairing there as well. That is Feldman and Yovel, and the Israeli community, they're actually like super supportive with each other. So I'm going to say that's more of a friendly rivalry really than they're trying to get one over on each other. But I remember when I used to compete back in the day, you used to relish the chance to go up against someone you trained with day in, day out. You had to put that friendship to the side and say, yeah, we'll be friends afterwards, but right now it is about who's going to get the better of each other, and obviously that competitive side obviously comes out. These guys are pros, so I can't wait to see what happens.
Definitely, I think friendship goes to the side when you're competing in the eChampions League, and one player that we cannot ignore is Tex. Like I said earlier, he's bringing the confidence, he's bringing the heat. Mike, talk to me about Tex. Where does this attitude come from?
Well, if you're brand new to the FIFA community, and if you're a FIFA enthusiast, and you already know, for many, Tex is in that conversation of, if not the greatest FIFA player of all time, he's going to make a run for that claim by the time his career comes to an end, whenever that may be. You see him winning multiple FCCs, the E-Prem, ECL, you name it, he's been there, he's always in the conversation, and it's kind of terrifying when I see Tex being real confident on social media, because he's one of those guys that likes to downplay himself. I just wouldn't want to go up against him. In fact, this morning I did some arts and crafts. I've got a little emote on deck. Look at this, huh? You guys said I couldn't do it? We got creativity. What's up? Huh? Didn't know it was coming. Huh? Yeah, you didn't get provided with that. What's up? Sorry.
Where do you even get this stuff from, Mike? The music cue, the props, I feel left out. But no, seriously though, Tex is incredible and he's clearly one of the favourites. But I want to put you all on the spot right now. I want to know who your player of the day will be. This is the Just Eat Player Spotlight. Rachel, I'll come to you first. Who do you think is going to be the person to watch today?
Well, I hope you'd put me on the spot actually, Liv, and ask me that, because I've been thinking about it. Obviously, there's a lot of players to go through, and I literally went through everybody and looked at all their stats. Obviously, I'm joking, but I did go through all the players. So I'm going to go with this man. I believe he's going to come up on screen. Matthias Bonanno. Okay, Argentinian player, but that's okay because he used to play for Crew Esports. That was Aguero's team, but he's actually now moved to Heretics, which is a Spanish team, so he can now play, of course, in Europe, in Spain. So he's playing the E-Superliga to get a bit of experience. But last year, he was so dominant in his region in South America. He pretty much won it all. He's South American champion, E Libertadores champion, 3-time FGS champion. This guy was on fire. So now he's moved across and wants to say, hi Europe, look at what I can do. So I think everyone will be really watching him and seeing just how good he is across the pond, and he's been in great form as well recently. Only last week he came up against Tex. Okay, he lost, but on penalties, which, you know, isn't a true representative of anyone's, I guess, skill at that moment in time. So I'm excited to see what that loss has done to him. How much fire has that given him coming into this tournament? And I'm gonna say he's guaranteed to go through. Okay, I'm leaving.
She's guaranteeing it, guys. Confident from Rachel.
Confident. Matthias, you're watching this. Don't let me down, okay? Come on. We're going through. We're going all the way.
I like it a lot. Kyle, Rachel's guaranteeing her spotlight player. Who are you going for? And are you guaranteeing them?
Wow, that's a lot of pressure, isn't it? Because if it doesn't come in, or if I don't guarantee them, it looks like I'm being negative about them. But there's only one man that I want to talk about right now. He's a veteran. I've spoke to him plenty of times. Win or lose, he's happy to give an interview. It's this man on your screens right now. It is Maestro Squad. Yes, this guy, he's been there, he's done it. E-Nations Cup winner with Dax in France. He's been there, he's done that. 2 times French champion, he's been there, he's done that. FCC 6 PS4 winner in FIFA 2019, he's been there, he's done it. He was top 2 in FIFA 19, top 4 in FIFA 20. This guy has been around. It's not his first rodeo, and I'm sure that he will be coming into this competition hot. Obviously, he's competing in the Ila Liga as well with Levante. I've been working across that. I've seen that he is ready to go. It's the eChampions League. I'm guaranteeing, just like Rachel has, that he will be making it through to the next stage. Don't hold me to
Wow.
that one though, Liv. Don't hold me to it,
Guaranteed
okay?
them. Pressure's on.
Kyle, of course I'm going to hold you to it. Two very confident, very passionate predictions. Mike, who are you feeling?
I don't know if I'm gonna give a guarantee, but I am prepared for what Rachel was doing. I have more arts and crafts. We're not done.
Oh,
the
wow.
Vamos is on deck. The Vamos is on deck. You didn't know that was happening. So my heart says I want to see Nicholas make a run. I want the Iceman back in his home, you know, making moves, seeing him in finals of tournaments. We've had a lot of success stories with Nicholas. However, I can't not talk about Levy. I really think it's Levy's time. I've been talking to a lot of the pro players, when diving deep. This is the next young hitter. We've seen his success. He's only really had that success throughout this online era of FIFA, and he's been dominant. I don't want to go up against him. You don't want to go up against him. And I just feel that he's peaking at the right time, and I can't stress that enough. When you're looking at competitive FIFA, or any competition in general, you want to be moving in this upward trajectory, and I just feel that he's there, and he's pushing a new agenda, his own narrative. He's got the calendar invites and IRSVP'd, and they're playing against each other in the first round. So I don't want to get too far ahead, but come on.
You sound very confident, Mike. You're not guaranteeing it, though.
I got the guaranteed arts and crafts. I would happily hear. Why not? I guarantee that Levy's going through. I guarantee Nicholas
There we
going
go.
through. We're getting all the results. All the big
That's-
names are going through.
That's all I wanted. Right, well, great stuff, guys, but I think that's enough from us for now. We're ready, the players are ready, and I hope you at home are ready too. We're going to head to a break, but don't go anywhere, because when we get back, we're going straight into our first game. This is the 2022 eChampions League. What's up and welcome back to the 2022 eChampions League. And as promised, we're going to get straight into some gameplay. Mike, let's take a look at the round 1 matchups.
There's some pretty spectacular matchups. I don't even have to build it. I don't have to do any additional storytelling. I talked about it earlier. We got the Iceman when you're looking at Nicholas facing off against Levy. I think that's got to be the game to watch right off the rip. I also like what we have going on with just Stefano Pina kind of making a resurgence, a player that we always expect to see in the running, but the last couple years maybe been a little more quiet for his own personal expectation. Of course, Tex, you can't not see what's happening there. Same with Maestro. We built up a lot of these players because they've earned that type of build, that backstory. I love this Nick's Neb and Diogo. That should be a very attacking matchup. Both guys that I'm always interested to see what's going to happen. Also, Tuga versus Matthias is a huge opening matchup. And even with #Stokes, I've been using a lot of his tactics lately, so let's see if they work at the competitive level as well, because they're definitely working throughout the weekend league.
Absolutely. Incredible. Well, fantastic. And without further ado, let's get straight into the game. Brandon and Gravson, take it away.
Thank you very much, Liv and Mike. And yes, welcome to the eChampions League. It's back again for a 4th consecutive year in the FIFA esports landscape. And I'm very grateful to be joined by that man next to me in Jaime Alvarez. Many will know him as Gravison, someone that's played in this tournament back in FIFA 19, and someone had the opportunity of basically commentating over the tournament last year. Gravison, welcome to the eChampions League for this year as part of the FIFA 22 Global Series. How are you, and are you looking forward to this weekend?
Thank you, Brandon. I'm good, doing good. Looking forward to many games. Even the start of this game, Levy against Nicolas, that's amazing. But as Michael said before, we have another crazy matches. Tuga against Matthias, Andoni against Michael Fisher. So that's amazing, man. Like, it's gonna be really good matches. But let's focus on Nicolas against Levy because, man, it's gonna be a tough match.
Well, it is indeed. This is the Champions League. This is sort of part 2 of 4 of what will be a lengthy process over the next couple of months for a handful of players. I mean, Gravison, you were involved back in, was it December? Early December, the 4th and 5th, I believe it was, when the online qualification took place for this tournament, split across all of Europe in general. And just to the outside viewer, how difficult is it to even get to this stage? We're looking at the top 64 players here. Of course, Nicholas against Levy de Weed will be our opening matchup here. Will bring you the action across the 2 legs. But how difficult is it to even get to the group stage that we are today?
It is really difficult because you have to win 5 matches in the Swiss format, and then you have to win another 3 matches in the bracket system. So it's obviously hard. You're not playing against regular guys. You're playing against professional guys. So it's obviously tough. And then the thing is, you make it to the eChampions League, and in the first, imagine you get to the Champions League, and it's fun, but in the first match, you match up against Nicolas or Levy. That's even tougher. So it's obviously hard, man, obviously hard.
I'm loving these camera angles as well. I mean, this is your typical FIFA esports starts in the nicest possible way. Every FIFA player has their own way of sort of getting into the zone, but these two look no further than 2 players that are full in the mode here. There's a massive prize put on the line of this. Here comes Levy de Weed with his first chance and sniff in the game. It's defended well by Gravenberchu. We'll unfold that, Gravison, because there's a bit of a story to this one. Obviously, Champions League tournament will follow Champions League rule sets, which do include some of the team of the group stage. Of course, a team of the knockouts we've seen, or the road to knockouts, I should say, promo players, mixed in with a couple of icons there. Maybe explain to those at home how these FIFA Ultimate teams have been built.
Yeah, it's basically 3 icons, and then 7 UCL cards, items, and then you can pick any keeper you like. And I like this kind of squad restrictions because you can see Gravenberch, he's I think 20k on the market right now, and you're gonna see Nicolas using him, and probably as well Matthias. So that's the good thing about ECL. Like, you can have many different picks, and I want to see about that Gravenberch because I think it's gonna be about crosses. Like, Levy's really good with wide formations, crossing from the wings, and I think that's the main reason why Nicolas is using him.
We're going to see the first chance from the Iceman now. Great to see him back in action. Nicholas 99, who needs no real introduction. I mean, either of these 2 players need no introduction. They have been absolutely dominating the FIFA esports scene. Levy de Weed coming out of the woodwork last year in a online and different season, but nevertheless, he won tournament after tournament, and he was the probably the biggest name to come out of Europe last year. Someone that you know very well, Gravison. You matched up against him, I think in the FGS qualifier 4 last year. He gave you a 4-3 game across 2 legs, and yes, we might be on a different game, but what is it about this young Dutch player that is just so good?
He's really. The thing is, many people talk about Anders, and obviously Anders is going to be such a huge player in the future. But Levy, when he was 15, was absolutely crashing the FUT Champions leaderboard starts. So it's not just like from many years ago. Oh, he will have a chance. No.
Well, in the end.
Yeah, many years ago, even when he wasn't competing, he was on the spotlight. So the thing is, he's a really good possession player. He kind of analyzes the game so much, and he's just so well rounded up. Like when you play against him, he doesn't make any mistakes. He always green time finesse the shots. He's always creating runs and everything with them strikers. So he's just a complete player, man.
Goes to the box now. Nicholas headed away. Interesting to look at his icons of choice in this one. He's gone for Cruyff, Hullet, and R9. I mean, R9's pretty much going to be a pick for everybody. He's not even a player to question in that. I think Hullet will be number 2 in that selection process. On the flip side, let's see a couple of players lean into Pele. Here comes Levy still, Ronaldo. A couple of ball rolls, Vinicius Jr. He's going to be a player to watch out for. A little inject pace and that little bit of trickery into the final third. Here comes Vinicius! Hullet. He's on a bit of a half volley there, isn't it? An odd angle to go from, but that's the first and probably the best chance that we've seen so far in this opening game.
Yeah, that's amazing, man. Like the double tap into the shot. You can't control the ball there with a double tap because the attacking player is gonna mess it up. So he did well. He shot it, first time shot, and it was a good chance from Hullet.
Nicholas looking to bite back, could be a chance. It wasn't even timed. It was a chance, to be honest, that didn't really even need to be timed. It was R9 Ronaldo in the right place. Just could not get the right conviction on the shot. But that's just how open this game is going to be. It might be slow in periods and it might be very well thought out, every single attacking move, but we know how FIFA 22 can move and play attack after attack, counter-attack FIFA. And very nearly there. Nicholas was able to find the backline there. It was R9 in no man's land. Had so much space. A lifeline for Levy as he looks to bring us into half-time with the last 4 minutes. Maybe the last roll of the dice within the opening game here. You join us for the eChampions League. We haven't just got going. This is Swiss round 1. We'll be providing you 5 rounds of action today. And by the end of play, 16 players will book their spot in the knockouts, which will take place later in April, and 16 players will leave the tournament and go back to the drawing board for next year's eChampions League. Show the B1. Here's on. Off the woodwork. And this similar from Nicholas again, Gravison. He's looking to come in off the byline, get down that really dangerous area where you can't dive in as a defender. And Nicholas so close to breaking the deadlock, literally the last kick of the game.
That was amazing. I'm sure Mike is going to analyze it later, because in slow-mo, if you just see what Nicholas did there, he faked the player lock. The thing is, when you player lock, you obviously expect to be changing for many players like in an instant. And the thing is, Nicholas is so smart. He player locked, but he didn't change with the stick. So in the last moment, when Cristiano Ronaldo didn't have any more space, he switched up to Nazario. He passed the ball to him, and he first time shot it to the post. So yeah, man, Nicholas is so smart.
And just a word of Nicholas to the outside viewer that might not know. You know, born in Argentina, lived in Argentina his whole life, but made a huge commitment this summer to actually move over to England. He's in London. I say back in London. He's competed there quite a lot, but he's actually living in London now. Put pen to paper in the summer for Guild Esports. I mean, we'll talk about his teammate Nicholas Razak, I'm sure, at a different occasion later this year in the FGS Masters. But as a FIFA player, that's a huge commitment to make, but also goes to show how serious he is about his competitive career.
Yeah, I think he's dominated the South American scene for 3 or 4 years now, and I don't know because I haven't spoken with him, but I'm pretty sure he wanted to step it up a bit. The thing is, in Europe you have so many competitions, you have so many good players to be training with every single day, So I think he's won pretty much everything but the World Cup. So I think his focus this year was going for the World Cup, and I think that's the reason he moved to Europe, to reach his next level and win the World Cup this year.
And I think even more than that, Gravison, to play in tournaments like the eChampions League, as here comes Levy with Pele. That's one of 3 icons in his team. He's gone for Bullet, Pele and R9. That's the 3 icons. Do keep in mind that the goalkeeper does not count towards the restriction, so you can go for a goalkeeper or a UCL player. But just leading back onto that point from Nicholas. Massive commitment to make, coming over from Argentina. And one that's allowed him to play in the Champions League like he is today. And I'm sure there'll be a few people asking how are Argentine players in this one, like Matthias Bonanno. He's based now in Spain. He also moved over. There's a lot of players that are making that decision and commitment to their FIFA esports career to make the move across to the other side of the world. 60 minutes nearly played here in our opening game. Remember, every game is over 2 legs with an aggregate scoreline that will determine the winner. Levy from distance says, why not, with Cristiano Ronaldo, and that is not going to be on target. But 0-0 here, Gravison. Is this what you expected from the game?
Yeah, to be honest, I did expect it. Like it was going to be a mirror match, 4-3-1 against 4-3-1, because Levy used it in the FGS tournament last weekend. And I think when you play against this formation, you have to mirror it. Like, there's no other chance. You can't put 5 defenders in the back. You can't use a 4-4-2, because there's just so many players in the center of the pitch. So I think it was going to be like this, like short chances, like this, trying to attack from the wings, because you have 3 midfielders. And yeah, it's going to be about who takes his chances best, because Nicolas has missed twice now with R9, and I don't think Levy is going to miss when he reaches the target.
Well, you said about a game lacking chances, Gravison. There was probably the best example of that with that chance that Levy had about 5 minutes ago, taking a finesse shot. There wasn't time, there was nothing fancy about it. It was just, there was no space. But he thought, why not? I'll have it from 35 yards. Also goes to show how defensively compact both players are being. You can just keep an eye on the player movement there of Hullet and Frankie de Jong on that occasion. Do not want to pull a player out of position, want to ensure that as much as they can, they're winning the ball back in those sort of areas. You see with Frankie de Jong. Chance to play out now for Vinicius Junior. Will whip that one into the box. Goalkeeper should get 2 hands on it, and he will.
Ah man, like I'm enjoying this match so much, because I think the key to defense is the right stick switching, and they don't miss. Like if you played in slow mo, you can see neither one of them misses when they're right stick switching. And it's just amazing, because it's really hard to switch with this formation. And they're doing an amazing job.
Just to say as well, whilst this game is taking place, 15 other matches are taking place here in round 1 in the Swiss rounds. Again, we are bringing you Western Europe action today, and then tomorrow will be Central and Eastern Europe. So if you're looking out for a certain German player, there'll be an action tomorrow. Got 15 of them in total coming into the Champions League this time. They always come in their numbers, do the Germans, in terms of competitions within the FIFA landscape. And tomorrow won't be any different. Another matchup I will be keeping a close eye on is Fnatic Tech's been teasing that he's back to his best near enough. He wants to get back to LAN and showcase what he can do. He's up against a good friend of yours, Gravison, in that show.
Yeah.
Abella, a player that's very experienced in the Spanish scene, had a brilliant year in La Liga last year. I'm sure he's got his hands full in that game.
Yeah. If you talk about Tex, if you just look at his PSN ID, I think it's Tex is back or something like that. So he's obviously focused to going big this year. Like, I think in FIFA 19 was the biggest season a player has ever had in the history of FIFA, winning so many FUT Champions Cup, winning the E-Club World Cup, winning the E-Premier League. It was just amazing. So he's not as been as dominant in the online scene as he was in FIFA 19, and I think the thing is Tex doesn't like to lose, so I think it's just bumped it up to to reach his highest level again.
Well, he's going to be the last chance of the first leg here. It's going to fall to Nicholas. João Cancelo looking to come down that byline again, where he's been causing problems already. The icons linking up of Cruyff into Hullet. The two Dutchmen still just hustling away. Hullet still gets the ball, fakes the shot, brilliant cancel, turns his man, can't get past Marquinhos. And those are the small intricacies that you're going to be seeing a lot of today. Little skill moves, combinations, skill moves cancelled, and it's just honestly a guessing game at the back. There is Vinicius Junior on side. He is for Levy. Maybe the final chance he'll get. Went for a clever little touch round the corner. And that will do us for leg one. That is how tightly contested, I should say, this matchup is. We're only in round one. It's drained both of those two players. 0-0, Gravison. What have you made for that so far?
I think the last play of the game just sums up everything. Like it's all about defense. It's 0-0, but I find so beautiful the right stick switch to Marquinhos from Levy. I gotta tell you, that's hard. That's a hard thing to do, because if you miss, that's a straight goal. So yeah, it's all about defense. They are both great defenders, and I think they're probably gonna change something up for the second leg, because I think Nico likes to switch formation up a bit. So we might see a 4-5-1 or something like that.
Yeah, well, the bigger picture as well, Gravison, for those at home, you need 3 wins. You get 3 wins, you're guaranteed $1,000, and you'll be in the knockout rounds of the Champions League. We're going to go to a quick break now. When we get back, we'll have the second leg of this incredible matchup coming your way. Live from the Champions League. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. Well, welcome back to the eChampions League. We're bringing you day one here of the group stages as 64 players will battle out over the next 2 days to try and find the top 16 from day one and day two to go to the eChampions League knockout stages. You join myself, Brandon Smith and Gravison for what has been quite a quiet and slow first game here, Gravison, but you expect this from two juggernauts in the European scene. 0-0 in leg one. Who is going to really kick off their tournament and go 1-0 here in the Swiss rounds?
I think Levy is the favorite in this match, but obviously you can't underestimate Nicolas. I'm just gonna try and concentrate to see if I see any change on their formations. But yeah, to be honest, the big chance in this game, it was that player luck from Nicolas from R9, and we didn't see much apart from that. So let's see what the second leg awaits us.
Yeah, well, it was a game that didn't provide too much, but as we have been explaining, if you haven't been following FIFA eSports or the FGS for the last few years, you might not have heard just how good these two have been. Nicolas 99, a player that has been to an E-World Cup. He's won so many titles around the world. Here he comes now, potentially with his first chance and his first goal. He opens up his account in the eChampions League, and it's Vinicius Jr. on the 7th minute. We speak about what he's achieved. The next thing you know, he goes and scores his first goal in the tournament.
Whoa. The cancel shot from Cruyff, it just opened up all the space to pass the ball to Vinicius. And the thing is, we were talking about time finishing, and they are not time finishing the chances, and it went in nevertheless. So yeah, really good chance from Nicolas. And I expect something now from Levy, because he's just not going to like this result at the moment.
Well, it's certainly going to be a wake-up call, isn't it, in terms of this matchup. 1-0 down, 7 minutes on the clock. Currently, as we said, there are 15 other matches taking place here in the Swiss round one. We're bringing you Western Europe today. 32 players currently battling out. By the end of play today, we'll find 16 players that will get 3 wins next to their name. Which doesn't sound like a lot, 3 wins, Gravison, but in hindsight, when you look how stacked this tournament is and how long it potentially can be. Levy, this is nice, R9, oh wow, went for the cancel, nearly worked out for him. And if it wasn't for Marquinhos and Van der Sar, that would have been 1-1.
The build-up, that build-up from Levy. In my opinion, he's the best player building up the space just on the outside of the box.
Maybe so, Vinicius now. Looks for a cutback. R9 will be waiting there. Got to be patient though. Vinicius back inside. Pele times it green. It's acrobatics from Edwin van der Sar. Otherwise it would have been 1-1, but that's just a little spell of pressure from the Dutchman.
He's turning it up. He's starting to turn it up, and it's obviously what he needs to do. He's just being more clinical right now. I think if the pass went to Nazario, to R9 instead of Vinicius, we could be talking about 1-1 right now, but it went to Vinicius, and obviously he's not a great finisher as R9. So yeah, he's basically turning it up.
As you can see, these teams are built very. In particular, there will be no team of the year items that do feature in this. Obviously, a Champions League tournament requires UCL promo players. I think the biggest one that many people at home will be thinking about, Gravison, is why is Gravenberch in a left back?
Yeah, the first time I saw it, him and Matias Bonanno, it was weird. But if you kind of analyze it, he's a 4 skills, 4-star skills, 4 stars weak foot. So you can pass the ball with him as a left back, and he's a really good defensive player. So it's 86 rated. You have Davies, who is not as tall as him, so it makes sense from Nicolas, and he's always trying different things. So it just makes sense for an analytical player as he is.
And what makes it even more special with this tournament and how Ultimate Team works, Gravison, it links into the real life of the Champions League so far. That's why Gravenberch is involved. Obviously, his club, Ajax, are in the round of 16 at the moment in the real football competition, which just adds the extra element into what teams we might be seeing come April, late April, May time, when the Champions League final does take place. Depending on, who goes the extra few steps in the tournament, we might see some even more interesting teams as Levy comes forward. A third of this game gone. He currently trails by a 1-0 against Nicholas 99. It was a goal after just 7 minutes from Vinicius Jr. However, he's been on the front foot since. He's just trying to find a way to break down all of these white shirts you can see, and there's no way through Frankie de Jong that time. Nicholas does such a good job of just making his defensive and midfield lines just so compact and narrow.
Yeah, those offside traps from Nicholas are so well timed, and I think Levy is starting to lose his patience for a bit. Like, he played well in the 10 minutes after the goal, but now he's starting to lose his patience, and I think this is right where Nicholas might score the second goal. But yeah, I was just thinking when you were talking about USL items, could you imagine in April Kimpembe Marquinhos centre back pair? That would be awesome, man. I would love it.
I mean, you say it's awesome. I'm sure the casual community out there would disagree on FUT Champions, Gravison, if they have to face against them. It'll be the funniest of times going forward. Here comes a corner from Nicholas. He looks for Hullet in the box, defended well by Levy. Interesting you say, though, you look at how Levy might be getting a bit frustrated now. Nicholas is a player that doesn't give you any emotion, let alone when he's winning tournaments. He's a very cool and calm, collected character. That certainly comes across in his play style. I don't think I've ever seen Nicholas rage. I don't think you ever will.
Yeah. Was it you who called him the Iceman?
Unfortunately, I can't take the claim of that. Otherwise, my stock price, I think, would be through the roof. Here's João Cancelo coming on from fullback. Last 2 minutes here of the second leg. It's 1-0 for Nicholas in this two-legged game. Happy just to keep the ball, and I think happy to move into half-time here. Probably what we're going to see. Half-time between the two players. It's only a goal between them. And I mean, to the outside world and to viewers tuning into FIFA eSports for the first time, they were thinking, where are the goals? Why are the goals not going in? But this is maybe an opportunity to give a bit of context, Gravison, for why is this such a tight and narrowly contested matchup?
Yeah, the thing is the main key to Levy's style, I think, his second man press. His second man press in his opponent's half pretty much the whole game, and it just gets you in an uncomfortable place. But obviously Nico doesn't get uncomfortable because, as you said, he has no emotions. He just knows how to keep his cool. So I don't think Nico is worried about getting pressed in his half, and Levy, when he doesn't see his opponent getting frustrated, he gets frustrated, and when he's not in control of the game, he gets frustrated. So I think that's the key why Levy is missing those chances as in his opponent's half. It's because he's a little bit frustrated at the moment.
He's had a ridiculous start. To FIFA eSports has Levy. Chance does come forward now for the young Dutchman. Brilliant touch, Frankie de Jong! Well, that was something that wasn't out of the textbook. Created from the midfielder. And it was the Dutch central midfielder looking to bring the Dutch competitor back to a 1-1 scoreline. This is brilliant feed from R9. That would have been one for the archives if that came off. Moving and grooving in the box was R9. And it's 1-2, maybe a third chance in quick succession here from Levy. Marquinhos, heavily involved, tries to punch into the feet, and maybe a chance to just have a breather for Nicholas. But how has he survived that one?
That was some good mechanical offense with the McGiddy cancel first, and then with the shot cancel. That was amazing from Levy. And the thing is, you don't expect Frankie de Jong to just run straight at you. So Nicolas trying to cover the pass, both the pass to both of the strikers. He didn't expect to.
He's R9. Does well. Does so well. R9, he matched it up though. Van der Sar. Could be a second chance. Vinicius is going to not want to see that one again. Pressure just got a bit too much for him. He timed it red, went out into, I believe, row D. But how has Nicholas once again just survived that level of unpredictability there. It was skill moves that were cancelled. It was R9 of all people. A time green finish. Levy did everything right, Gravison.
Yeah, he did, but the goalkeeper's movement is just so strong in the game. So you have to guess which side do you want to shoot the ball at, and he gets it wrong. So that's just basically it, but he's bringing it on right now, Levy.
Vinicius does well. Pele, another bite of the cherry, maybe. Nicholas again, very strong defensively. And Levy must be sitting there thinking, what more have I got to do? I'm getting into the right area. I'm getting the right players on the ball. You know, forget Frankie de Jong for a second. We've got R9 on the ball, Pele on the ball. Skill moves are near enough on point. And as he's maybe gone a bit attacking, there will be gaps that could appear. Levy able to pick it back up. Another pause comes in. Levy looking to make another change. This is a chance to go 1-0 in the Swiss rounds, to put yourself just 2 wins away from the next stage of this tournament, which we must add, you are guaranteed prize money with 3 wins. It will be $1,000 out of the $280,000 prize pot. But certainly a start to what could be a very long and enjoyable prize pot ladder if you can keep working your way up there. If you end the tournament as a winner overall, come mate. $75,000 to the winner. Will Levy even get this pause? I'll be honest, we've seen pauses in our time, Gravison, that last, I'm sure you've been on the back of them, that can last 45 minutes when the ball doesn't go out of play.
They definitely can. We saw Nicolas pressing the D-pad for the offensive tactics, in-game tactics, and he pressed the hug the
Could be a
sideline.
chance to conclude it. I'm surprised he didn't look for a cup out there.
He, as I was saying, he pressed the hugged sideline tactics, sorry, to see if he could get out of Levy's pressure, and I think it worked out fine for him because he got 2 chances back to back. So we're seeing a lot of good tactic things we could use in our Foot Champions squads and players.
Another big win there. João Cancelo's coming all the way from full, but that just shows how much of an overload Levy is. Trying to add into his attack, wins it back now. R9 punch it back to de Jong. Nicely done to CR7. Is there another man in the line? Pele runs into João Cancelo, just could not get the ball down in his feet. And there are gaps appearing. That would have been potentially a 3-on-3 there if that ball just about got past João Cancelo. Levy probably going to get to the stage now where he's going to have to steamroll forward, get extra bodies forward. There's only 10 minutes left of this game. He does not want to go 0-1. Four players, 5 of them running forward. Rush wins it back again. Nicholas, it's in his hands really now, Gravison. He's got 8 minutes to just weather these storms that are going to be coming at him from Levy. Attack after attack. Here's another one. Falls kindly. Vinicius back to R9. Defended well again.
I think it's time for Nicolas to put 5 defenders on the back because I don't think he's going to be able to weather the storm right now. Levy obviously going with all bodies forward. Probably going to be using 4-2-4 with 4 strikers, even that, or 3 defenders at the back. And Nicolas, I know he loves that 5-3-2 formation with 3 midfielders. And it's just 10 minutes. You just gotta put it all on the field. If you're Nicolas, obviously he's gonna be composed. But the thing is, I think Levy's gonna have at least 1 or 2 chances to equalize the game. So just let's go for it.
Well, 6 minutes to send us into extra time potentially. And that is what will happen if Levy was to get a goal. Numbers are forward. You can see how many blue shirts. We're in the final third now. Team Hullet / Ninjas in Pyjamas coming together. Here's R9. Nicely done, Pele! He's been waiting a long time for that one. But finally, his patience has paid off. In the 88th minute, Pele will strike him back into this game.
That's the issue when you have so many bodies forward. He didn't do anything extra particularly hard. He just passed the ball with simple X passes. And obviously when you have so many bodies forward, you're gonna have to, you can't cover all those passes. So Pelé was in front of the goal. He just shot it with his left foot and it's 1-1. So I think Nicolas is gonna be playing his last attack now, and hopefully he doesn't send the match to the extra time.
Well, I looked into your crystal ball, Gravison. You said 1 or 2 chances coming up for Levy in the last 6 minutes. There's a goal on top of that. And it was only a matter of time, in all honesty. The pressure that was being implied by Levy in the last 25 minutes or so. It only looked like it was going to be a matter of time. I'll tell you what, Nicolas was to go and smash and grab a late goal here. This will be an unbelievable start for the Argentine. I don't think he's going to get the time to do so, though. Any time of a minute. I mean, you want an encore, you get one, because we're going for 30 more minutes of extra time in this one. 180 minutes is not enough to separate them. Both goals did come in the second leg, Gravison, but still, only 1-1.
Yeah, Nico just subbed in Anthony, the Ajax winger, for the win. Rodrigo, the player who won the EU West FGS qualifier last weekend, he was using it in his starting 11, so I think we're gonna see big things from Anthony. I'm probably sure Levy's gonna sub him on as well. Let's go for this extra time. I think we're gonna see at least 2 chances from both players in this extra time.
Well done. Chance to go 1-0. 2 wins away from qualifying for the eChampions League knockout stages. They take place later in April. Only 32 players will be there. 16 of them will be found today, and 16 of them tomorrow. Nicolas. Maybe just to keep possession and try and find his groove, because to be completely honest, in that second half of action, Gravison, he didn't really have a sniff. He was just having to defend, and every time he tried to play out, the press from Levy was so fierce that he's not giving the possession back to him.
Yeah, he didn't have any chances apart from that Vinicius right time shot. Nicolas must be fuming right now because he can't defend Levy's attack.
Chance again, Pelé. He's the goal scorer for Levy. What's the bigger picture here, Gravison? To go 1-0, how big is that as a FIFA competitor in any Swiss tournament?
You want to make a statement when you're playing against one of the favorites. You want to make a statement and you want to just go 1-0, because if you lose your first match, it's a nightmare.
Nicolas doing well, takes to bullets. Timed it green, Van der Sar to the rescue once again. Corner taken quickly into Cristiano Ronaldo, and easy to handle for Edwin van der Sar. But no, just to back on that point, I think, let alone who you're playing in your first round, you want to win, but a game like this, massive statement to make. This is our first sort of live broadcast of a 1v1 tournament this year too, so no one's really been able to see how good some players are in a 1v1 environment. And this is their opportunity to do so. First time we've seen Levy sort of, and Nicolas, back in broadcasting a 1v1 setup since last year in the Global Series. Andy Robertson into the book. The first card of the game. Cristiano Ronaldo would have been completely off. A tactical foul with no time left in this first 15. Is he going to even play it? He will. What can we see from Nicolas from this far out? What's that little yellow cursor on your screen, the manual player switch? You can see Levy trying to read it with Cristiano Ronaldo. Where's he going? Who's he playing to? Whips it in and took a deflection. I was going to say that would have been one of the worst deliveries into the box I've ever seen.
The worst.
Same again. Just watch the battle here. Cristiano Ronaldo and Hullet. It's been manually managed in the box. Then changed it to the back post where Cristiano Ronaldo's waiting. Sort of mind games in those moments, isn't it, Gravison, of what player you're aiming it for in the box, and as a defender, who do you gamble on to try and to try and save you there. It looks like Cristiano Ronaldo is a makeshift defender in those moments.
Yeah, definitely. We just saw on our screen before, Nico had 0.4 expected goals in this second leg, and Levy had 3.7. That's a massive difference, and I think that's the reason why Levy is 1-1 right now against Nicolas. But in my opinion, he deserves to be winning this game right now because he got so many chances in the second half or the second leg. But the thing is, they're 1-1 now, and just last 15 minutes, either penalty kicks and winner takes all.
Moments like that are very Nicolas like there. Just runs the ball out of possession. As you said, the stats say that defensively Levy has been better. He brings on more fresh legs with Bruno Fernandes also long added into the mix of things. Mohamed Salah, his Champions League in-game item, makes the 11-man squad now with just 10 minutes left. Well, they make the all-important difference. The two subs linking up there. Bruno back to Mohamed Salah. João Cancelo from full-back, trying to just break down this puzzle. Wins it back again. He's been really good at that, Levy.
The pressure, man. It's on.
Every single white shirt, near enough, back behind the ball. Trying to do their best to conclude every pass and angle finesse from distance. Mohamed Salah. Nicolas taking not too much care of that. It flies over the bar. How good is it, and why do pro players do that in terms of they're just mixing up that shot type, Gravison?
You just gotta mix up every single shot you can get. I think it's the second time Levy has shot it from outside the box, and if you saw Nicolas' D-pad tactics, he was using overload. He activated for the last 10 minutes. So obviously, if you try to attack from the center, you're not gonna have any chances because all the players, because of the overload tactic, are gonna be on the box. So you just gotta hope for the best, aim and shoot from outside, and pray it goes in.
Here we go. We might be on our way to penalties, Gravison. How about this for an introduction to the Champions League? Well, well, well. Let's see how this one goes. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gents. We're off to a penalty shootout. And up steps Levy first. With Pele. Which way will he go? It's saved from Nicolas. And up next will be Cruyff to try and get Nicolas underway in the shootout. He will. Bruno Fernandes was fresh off the bench for Levy. Will he be able to? No, he can't. It's missed too. What an opportunity this is for Nicolas to keep his calm. From the spot, he will. It's ice in the veins from the Iceman. 2 from 2. Simply needs to score with Salah. And this is the chance to win it. Nicolas with Hullet. Is it perfect pens? Yes, it is. It's 3 from 3. And that man really does have ice in his veins, as he will take the first win here in the Champions League. Wow.
Wow, that was brilliant penalty kick from Nicolas. I thought the third one was going to be either in the middle or into the right, but he switched it up to the left, and Nicolas guessed it right. We call him the Iceman for a reason, right, Brandon? That was amazing, man. That was amazing. What a penalty kick shootout from Nicolas.
What a game. What a game it was. I mean, speak to me about the highlights for this, Gravison. So much happened in that game across the 180 minutes. And then we had, of course, another 30 minutes on top of that. And a penalty shootout in the end. You can't prepare for a penalty shootout, can you? It's just a flip of the coin. And whoever can keep their calm. Nicolas, as you saw there, penalty shootout, won the game. Off he goes for a drink. He'll be back for round 2.
Basically, yeah, that's it. That's how could you define Nicolas? He just beats probably the best player in Europe right now. He just hits in penalty kicks and he goes for a drink. But yeah, in the second leg we saw Nicolas with a really good chance, a great shot cancel from Cruyff and a great Vinicius finish. And the key for the second leg, obviously this was a great chance and a great way to equalize the game from Levy. And I don't know what you think, Brandon, but in my opinion, the key to this leg, it was the goalkeeper movement from Nicolas, because Levy had two great chances. He even green timed it with R9, but Nicolas had really great keeper movement, and that's the main reason why probably he's 1-0 right now in this Swiss format.
I love that from Nicolas. Gets the job done. Controller out. Right, we'll go again for round 2. This man is ready for it. But on the flip side for Levy, you got a feel for him there. He was no doubt dominating that second leg, Gravison. A really, really impressive performance from both of those two players. I'm going to say it right now, those two will qualify for the Champions League knockouts. All right, even though one of them is going to be 0-1. That is the final score. It was a 1-1 across 210 in-game minutes, but it will be Nicolas 99 that takes the result 3-0 via a penalty shootout. That is it from round 1. We're going to pass it back down to the desk with Rachel to talk more about that incredible matchup.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. I mean, Carl, that was a way to kick off the Champions League, of course. And I guess it just shows, doesn't it, the depth that we have here. That it went 1-1 and then we had to go extra times and penalty in Swiss round 1. And what it also says, Kyle, is that a player like Levy, who Mike had as one of his players to watch, has to really step up now. Obviously, Nicolas from Argentina coming over to Europe to try and, I guess, get in amongst these European players. And, you know, when they are doing that, we're talking about Matías Bonanno coming over from South America as well. These Europeans have to sit up now and bring something extra to each round.
They definitely do. And I mean, that first roundup, it is randomly selected, and for Levy, yes, you could argue that he is one of, if not the best player currently in Europe, and for him to come up against Nicolas, it's just the luck of the draw, or the unluck of the draw, some would say. So now for Levy, he is 0-1. He did manage to pull it back in that 87th minute. You thought, could he cause an upset? It went to penalties, but the Iceman, as we've nicknamed him, as everyone's nicknamed him, ice in his veins, he manages to do it on penalties, and that is why he's one of the best in the world. There's always this conversation around the GOATs. We've seen that Nicolas, and he's managed to do it on the big stage. The reason why we call him the Iceman, at one of the events a few years ago, they all had heart rate monitors on, and it tracked their heart rates throughout the tournament, and his hardly moved at all. He can do it in those high pressure situations. He can go on to do it, as we've just seen in the penalty shootouts. Now he's 1-0, he moves forward, it is the Swiss round, he'll meet somebody else who is 1-0, and let's see if he can double that into the next round.
Yeah, plays for Guild as well, doesn't he, Carl? Maybe David Beckham is watching somewhere on the planet. Let's hope so. Let's pretend that he is, all right? They got to get the viewers up there. Okay, well, yeah, Nicolas going 1-0, the perfect way to start his campaign. But Ryan Pessoa is sitting, waiting in the wings, because he's been keeping his eyes across some of the other matchups in this Swiss round 1, and one in particular, Tex and Nacho Abella. Ryan, what happened in that one?
Yep, my pleasure, Rachel. Of course, we had another fantastic matchup in Fanatics Tex versus Nacho Abella, and it didn't cease to amaze. Of course, round 1, both players starting off at 0-0. We're going to go straight into the game here, and it was, of course, Fanatics Tex building up the attacks here with R9 Ronaldo, plays it into Vinicius Jr., and it was a slice of luck here. Of course, this is the second leg to give Tex the lead, and he's leading 3-2 now. Builds up again with Diogo into Pele, a fantastic shot across goal to give him a 2-goal advantage. As you can see on the clock though, there are still 25 minutes left to play, and it was Nacho to give him some slice of fortune there. Maybe the defender could have jumped to intercept it, but it was R9 Ronaldo, 4-3, 82nd minute, another highlight, and it's build up again from Nacho. Plays it in with CR7 into De Jong, across to R9, and it's 4-4. You can see how much that meant to Tex on the player cam. But 4-4 means we will be going into extra time. Very similar to the first matchup we saw. It did in fact go to penalties, and it's a shock here. Tex did lose 4-1 on penalties, 5-5 overall against Nacho Abella. And again, we're going to see a very, very, very tough 0-1 potential matchup where there are many top players there. But as you can see, Nacho Bea advances 1-0 Swiss record after round 1. Back to you, Rachel.
Wow, thanks, Ryan. What an upset we had there then between Tex and Nacho Abea. And Nacho Abea actually tweeted prior to going up against Tex. He said to his community, guys, I need all your support in this matchup. And it seems like he had it. It completely went his way. 1-0 to start off his campaign in absolutely awesome fashion. So congratulations to KC Sports' Nacho Abea. We'll see him in round 2, as we will all our other 32 players, because Swiss round 2 of the eChampions League is coming your way right after this short break.
Welcome back to the eChampions League. We have had loads taking place so far with an upset for Tex in his first loss. But Mike, I'll stop talking and let you talk us through the results, the losses, the wins, and the next round.
It's getting kind of crazy. That's what I'm here for. I like drama. I like the unexpected. And if we're talking about round 2 matchups as well, oh my goodness. You can see the records, of course, next to all these players. Maestro and Diogo, I'm just itching for that game. This is going to be brilliant. It pops out right off the page. Same with Stefano Pina and Peixoto. two household names. And again, we kind of been building a little bit with that Pina narrative again, that he's coming back into the scene. Hasn't been as successful during the online era, so to speak. He's really been an in-person player. And then Nicholas and hashtag Stokes, are you kidding me? And Danny Visser, are you kidding me? These are the types of matches you're used to seeing in the semifinals, or even going into a grand final, and we're getting them early on. People are gonna have to prove their worth. So I can't wait to get into a lot of the round two. You see some of the games that are coming up as well. You got Nick's Neb, 0-1 versus Diogo, the second Diogo, we could say. We've seen a lot of Portuguese players really making a push. Tex needs a result. It has to happen for him here. Same with Levy. You don't want to go down early here, but the way it works, of course, if you're new to the Swiss format, you just play people at the same record as you. So even if you were to start off really well or to struggle, it's still anyone's game. It can always be turned around.
It's still up for grabs. And before we jump into the next games, let's learn a little bit more about the FIFA Fan Cup.
Are you ready?
The eChampions League Fan Cup is here. Build your best FUT squad, battle in tournaments against other players, and become an eChampions League Fan Cup winner. You could win an all-expenses pay trip to the eChampions League finals, as well as many more amazing prizes. Sign up now on PS4.
PlayStation.
And without further ado, I will throw straight up to
again, it's
Richard
like
and Ryan, the casters, ready for the next game.
Thank you very much, Liv. Absolutely ecstatic to be here back at the eChampions League group stages. Myself, Richard Buckley. You've already seen him breaking down Texas' shock defeat in the opening round, joined by Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, quick verdict. Round one started absolutely on fire.
As you said, of course, it's great to be alongside you again, Richard, but some interesting matchups just to start off the day. Some champions versus other champions, and we've seen some great matchups right now at 0-1 and at 1-0. So hopefully we're going to see just as many goals as we did see in the first round.
Yeah, and our featured matchup for round number 2 of Swiss, it's going to be an absolute firecracker. Maestro FIFA up against Fnatic Diogo. Both players sort of had different results in round. They got over the line with a victory. Maestro a lot more comprehensively, a 7-4 win against Manu Bashaw from the Netherlands. Whereas on the other side, Ryan, it was Diogo facing off against Nixneb, and he only just squeaked out a victory. Do you think coming into this round, maybe confidence slightly favouring the Frenchman in Maestro?
I'd say slightly, but of course the key is just to win by any means in the first round. You want to get that first win on the board to start off at 1-0. And of course Diogo, Fnatic Diogo, has been fantastic throughout the years. The same with Maestro. Both have been extremely consistent, and it's a very, very interesting matchup. I think this will be... I want to see goals. Of course, Diogo didn't win by that many goals as Maestro did, but usually he scores a lot of goals.
And we saw Maestro in action at the FGS Open. That was in a 2v2 tournament where he did win the Paris regional qualifier alongside Papsity. Do you think that being focused on 2v2 and then coming back to 1v1 and having that versatility to play both game modes, because they play very differently, will that help him? Does he have a better understanding of FIFA because he's played 2s and 1s?
I find it slightly different. However, of course, it goes to show how well, as you said, how well he is at adapting to different scenarios. Because 1-on-1 and 2v2, I find it to be slightly different in the way you have to prepare for it. But again, they performed fantastically well in the Open for the first one. As you say, they ran out champions, and we've seen the way that he can play in a 1v1 situation as well. So if he can carry that over, you could give him a good chance to progress into the next stage.
I just want to pick up from where Brandon and Gravison were talking about earlier as well, Ryan, while we've got you before this game sort of gets ready and the players get finalised to go into it. The squad restrictions and the squads that we were seeing, one thing that we picked up on straight away was the inclusion of Johan Cruyff instead of Pele, but then we sort of had the opportunity to look at a number of different matches, and Pele was featuring heavily in those games. That third icon, because 2 icons are guaranteed R9 Hullet, that third icon, we were even talking, Ryan, maybe Maldini at the back with the Champions League items available, being a little bit weaker in the centre of defence. Where would you go with that third icon?
I think it's a tough one. I probably would lean slightly towards an attacker. I don't think it would have been Cruyff, like Nicholas did. Of course, it ended up working for him, but I would have gone with Pele, as we saw him score many, many important goals. I think Pele, for me, is the best dribbler on the game. in terms of the icons that you can choose. R9, of course, offers the 5-star, 5-star, 5-star weak foot, 5-star skill moves, whereas Pele does have the 5-star skill moves, but the 4-star weak foot. So it sort of depends. Do you trust Pele's left foot enough if it's in a crunch situation where he's on his left foot? Can he shoot across goal and get it on target to score? Whereas R9, you might think to yourself, you have a little bit more confidence and more rest assured that you think you'll find the back of the net with that chance on his left.
Coming into this tournament, there's been a lot of hype about it. It's one of the biggest events that we do all season. I want to talk about pressure, because this year we've not had numerous different FUT Cups, we've not had loads of opportunities. For a number of these players, Ryan, this is their one opportunity. They may be missed out on the FGS Open, there might not be a FGS Masters team, so they're not playing in the Team of the Year Cup, Club World Cup, E-Nations Cup. They might not have picked up a team, or they might not have been selected for their national squad. This is pressure right now, because this is potentially your one opportunity to have a successful FIFA 22 season.
Yep, it is, and no better event, of course, the eChampions League, the stature that it brings alongside it as well, to be known as the champion. We saw Didi Kuzlito win the first one, so be hoping now that there is a new champion from Europe who can win and go out victorious. And of course, as you say, there is pressure coming into it, because it is, well, it definitely, in my opinion, is the biggest event we've had so far this year. So you just want to perform, especially in a 1v1 situation. You want to get later into the tournament where, of course, the prize money increases, you get that stature to progress, well, as far as you can. And yeah, hopefully we see one of the deserving champions reign victorious.
I just want to talk 0-1 for a little bit, because there was so many sort of shock results. There was narrow wins, there was big losses. In that 0-1 category, like straight off the rip, Tex, Levy, huge names. But then also Michael Fisher, he's had a really good season this year. Nixneb from the United Kingdom as well, from Footwiz, a great player. And then you've got a lot of sort of outside players who maybe aren't known to the more mainstream audience when it comes to competitive FIFA, but Jafonso, outstanding talent from Portugal. There's a couple of different French players as well. Risaf, I believe it is, was outstanding in his qualifying. He beat Tom, Tex, and Diogo on his road to a 9-1 qualifying stage back when the Open qualifying was for this eChampions League. So if you're coming in at 0-1, it might sound cliche, but no game is easy. How do you bounce back after losing your first game and now knowing that if I go down to 0-2, it's pretty much curtains? Very rarely do you see a 0-2 to 3-2.
Yeah, I'd say what sort of helps these competitors is that they know that every game is going to be challenging. So it's sort of, there's no shame if you lose round one or if you lose the second round, because everyone who's reached this stage has reached there on merit. They're very, very good players. But as you said, the matchups could prove to be difficult as the tournament progresses. Maybe you reach 0-2 and there could be a further upset at 0-1. So you might even see Tex or Levy potentially even lose another round and end up at 0-2. But of course, you've got so many top players that are there at that stage. You've got Jacob, Footwiz Nixleb, who was my player to watch actually. He did lose slightly to Fnatic Diogo, who we'll be watching in this matchup against Maestro. But yeah, anything can happen when you have top players playing against each other.
Yeah, it certainly can. The mechanics everybody knows, but maybe it's that extra edge, that extra competitive mental side of the game that can take you into the next stage of the ECL qualifying campaign. We spoke to a number of our players before the tournament started to get their thoughts on how to prepare mentally.
Tournaments like this, I usually go to bed early, eat healthy and drink a lot of water, because it keeps my energy level high, and that is so important.
Stay hydrated with a lot of water.
I just try to stay calm and not to rage, and talk to my coach.
I'm just trying to not get angry during the matches if something bad happened.
Ja, ich versuche einfach in jedem Game mein Bestes zu geben und immer ruhig zu bleiben, auch bei Rückstand.
Mentalmente para una competición como esta a gran nivel, yo lo que preparo principalmente es el tema de la paciencia. Yo creo que es lo principal en un jugador profesional.
To play FIFA at a world-class level, you have to mentally prepare yourself for the worst, but you do so by putting yourself in bad situations in practice, so that when it comes to the real thing, if it does happen, if you're in a bad situation, you are ready for it.
I watched a UFC interview one time, and it says be confident in preparation. So if you believe in your preparation, you'll be confident when performing.
So the way I train myself mentally is before every game I try to remain calm, composed, and try to focus on every scenario during the game.
Well, it's all about being confident in preparation right there. They're the best players in Europe right now. Ryan, interesting, because you said something earlier to me when we were sort of just chatting, watching the first round, talking about preparing and getting ready for games. You don't really play a lot of warm-up matches before the start of a tournament now. Talk to me through that. Like, why do you not play those, like, loads of warm-up games, and what forced the change?
Yeah, well, I used to play a lot of warm-up games. I used to wake up several hours before the first Swiss round would start. And in all honesty, playing at the top level against top players is draining. It's not as easy as it looks. Of course, you have to perform for several hours, several rounds in a row. And I noticed that I'd get tired as the latter stages reach. We reach halfway and I'm falling asleep. So in all honesty, I just thought I'd probably value just a bit more hours of sleep. Of course, still have time to prepare because after you check in, you still have maybe an hour or so before the first round. So there's still enough time to practice, but I wouldn't give myself maybe 2 or 3 hours as I did beforehand.
So what you're saying is sleep in, don't miss check-in qualifying, and then just rock up 15 minutes before you've got to play your first game.
You can see the top players for Tex as well, for example. You can see he doesn't play too many warm-ups and he always performs well.
Yeah, I think we were watching before the tournament started. I don't think Nicholas played one game. Like, he was just looking at his squad. He was maybe just relaxing. He's been here so often as well. You tend to see that it's typically the players who are more sort of, this might be their first event or the first couple of events, or even not played on LAN, because players like Levy and even Matthias Bonanno, we've never really seen them on a LAN event because it's been in this sort of pandemic era where everything's been remote. Where do you see potentially those, does it help having played on LAN when it is an online tournament? Because that's a conversation that typically comes up.
I'll be honest, I think it's completely different, if I'm being completely honest. But that doesn't necessarily mean the players performing well online won't perform well, in person. It's sort of a thing where how can you adapt to being in a different scenario, being used to playing maybe in your team's headquarters, or you're at the comfort in your own bedroom at home, playing in a situation where you're literally opposite your opponent and there's cameras around you, there's potentially a crowd, you've got camera crews. It's tough to keep that level of focus and concentration and calmness as you would if you're at home. But again, it's yet to be seen, and hopefully we'll be able to have some more LAN events in the future to see how these players fare.
Well, you were speaking there, sort of the mental preparation, performing, getting ready for tournaments. We caught up with Tex sort of a couple of days beforehand, and he gave us a few quotes, Ryan. I just want you to have a look through this and tell me, are we reading into these, or what do you take from some of his quotes beforehand? He says he lives for it. When he's good, when I am scared. What do you read into the word scared? Because that for me, like, he's not coming in thinking, I hope I'm good enough, or I hope I'm lose. Is that more pressure? Is that more preparation? What we reading into him?
I say some people perform better when it's like backs against the wall, or they know that they have to perform in order to advance it to the next stages. So they know that, I don't know how to describe it the best way. When you're scared or when you're nervous, or some people anyway, are less likely to make those errors because they are concentrated 100% of the time. They don't drop any level of concentration throughout the game. They're always focused. The adrenaline's pumping through constantly. So they're just aware throughout the whole game and throughout the whole tournament. Whereas some people, where the pressure gets a bit overwhelming and they start to make more mistakes. So again, it kind of depends on the person you are.
And I want to speak to another player who we've seen sort of blowing up recently in the content creation side of it, and that's #Stokes. He won his first game, 3-2, Ryan. Do you think when you have that content and you are sort of more than just a FIFA esports player, does that help you, or does that bring more pressure on yourself? Because you've got people that you're not only wanting not to disappoint yourself or your team, but also all your fans out there who are backing you. Does that help you, or does that hinder you?
I think initially, when you're first breaking through trying to stream those qualifiers and tournaments, it might be a little bit of added pressure, but once you get used to it, I feel like it's something that becomes normal. You can see, as you say, Stokes always streams. He has his fans behind him when he plays constantly. I think it's a great thing as well, and it's something that I think a lot more pro players should start to do, just to sort of bed into the fact that a lot of qualifiers and tournaments we do have are online. So it kind of makes sense to do that, just so the fans are aware of what's going on at that current time in the tournament.
Yeah, content is king at the end of the day. A lot of social media influencers say that phrase. Well, don't go anywhere, because round 2 of the eChampions League group stages will be cut very shortly indeed. We've got Maestro against Diogo right after this. Welcome back to the eChampions League group stages, where we'll find 16 players from West Europe and 16 players from East and Central to go through to the next round of the eChampions League, the knockouts. You're joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa for round 2 of Swiss action here. Ryan, we've got a great game coming up. Apologies for the delay at home. It's going to be Maestro against Diogo. Before we jump into it, Ryan, quick prediction. Where do you see this game going and what's going to be the decisive elements of it?
Oh, this is a tough one. I'm going to say Diogo. I know Maestro scored a lot of goals, but Diogo, the fact he managed to keep Jacob to only 1 goal, I'm going to stick with Diogo as the winner.
Well, here we are. Underway. It's going to be Maestro from left to right, representing his club Levante in that black strip, and from right to left, Diogo in the Liverpool kit and Fnatic badge. Just having a quick look straight away, Ryan, at the squads. Don't think there's too many surprises. Cancelo, Dejalo, Marquinhos and Lodi across the back for Maestro. Hullet, ever present in midfield, and it looks like he's gone with the 2 icons up top, R9 and Pele. Early one hoisted over the top for R9. Schmeichel comes and collects.
Yeah, I think, as you said it, we're going to be seeing a common theme amongst the squads, unless we have maybe a Nicholas, who did use Gravenberch, in fact, but in at left back at some stages of the 2 legs. But Gravenberch, I think, is a card sort of gets overlooked. Now he has a newer card, but of course this Champions League version still does the job. The 4-star. He's 6'3". He's got a good frame. He's good on the ball. He's sort of similar to a Hullet with the way he's built in game, but of course I say slightly better on the ball in terms of turning. But again, very, very even squad.
Well, you see he's in the midfield there alongside Ruud Hullet. He approaches the box, finds his way to R9 Ronaldo, tackles lunging in, a little bit risky around the back there. Could have ended up giving away a foul, Maestro, but he does thwart the danger on this occasion. 10 minutes in, ball turns back over to Diogo. He's winning it high up the pitch, and that could be potentially a route to victory if he can keep winning the ball high up the pitch and turning over possession. Scrappy first 10 minutes, though.
Yeah, very scrappy. It looks as if both of these players are setting up in, I think this is a 4-4-2 or a 4-2-2, potentially even a narrow formation that defends as a 4-4-2, which is, again, a very, very common thing we're seeing amongst the community. We've also seen 4-3-2-1 become a formation that's been utilized. We saw Nacho Abeo use it against Tex and come out victorious in one of the high-scoring games of the rounds. But I didn't get to ask you, Richard, actually, what's your prediction for this game, as we could see?
Oh, beautiful. Absolutely outstanding. Delicate little dink from R9, just as you throw the question to me. Diogo saves my blushes. I don't have to give a prediction. That's all forgotten as Diogo goes 1-0 up. Beautiful little chip, though. That was intended.
Oh, it's fantastic. The ball across there. The keeper brought out. The defensive line was quite high up. He sort of gave him the opportunity. As we see the replay there, it's a fantastic choice to chip Van der Sar there from Diogo.
But again, it was possession turned over high up the pitch. He won the ball in the midfield. One pass out wide and then a simple just knock across the goal. It was all about the skill of the finish, that lovely little chip, but the actual creation of the goal itself, quite simple. 3 passes.
No, it was. And again, Diogo's very, very good going forward. That's not to say Maestro isn't, so I think Maestro will bounce back, but Diogo is very, very lethal. He's very good with the skill moves and building up. He knows when to use the right skill moves at the right angles, at the right time. Even though he didn't have to do anything there, as you mentioned, very simple passes. And Maestro's giving it away as well. You could commend Diogo for pressing high, but there's one thing that you don't want to do at this level, is giving away possession very, very needlessly in your own half.
Chance here for Vinicius Jr. Cross into the box. Ronaldo was approaching at the back post. I was just about to say that. He's given the ball away, even in this first 23 minutes, 3 or 4 different times, just needlessly in the middle of the park. This is a chance to build up a nice attack here. Plays through to Ruud Hullet. 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. Hullet slots it in the bottom left corner. We've got a game on our hands here in round 2.
Oh, it's a quick reply, and of course, who else? Ruud Hullet on his right foot arrows it into the corner as we see the replay. The Burrow scoop from CR7. R9 into Hullet. You'd expect it to be the reverse, but it did end up in a goal. And I just wanted to mention quickly, it's tough to say because of the way how the speed this game's going and the transition from Diogo's plays. It might be a narrow formation. I could be wrong, but I saw either that or he has his fullbacks on balance, because when Lodi was out of position there initially, which gave Maestro the chance to break up the field quickly.
I do feel like this year in FIFA we've seen a lot more variety in formations. Typically it's 4-2-3-1 or 4-4-2 for the entire year, and that's what you play. Whereas we've gone narrow, we've gone wide. 4-3-2-1 is a staple, really. It's probably the second or third most used formation behind the narrow and maybe a 4-2-2 at the moment. When I was looking over all the formations in that first round for the games that we could see, there was about 8 different matches. Maestro, who's in on goal here with R9, was one of the only players using a 4-4-2.
And it seems to be working as the L1R1 ball over the top there into R9 from Pele on his weaker foot. Time to perfection. Jallo out of position. I thought he maybe messed up the chance here, but he does enough with just the turn round the goalkeeper, around Schmeichel, and to give him the 2-1 lead. He's turned it around already, Richard.
Yeah, he's going to... I'm not a big fan of that Jallo myself. I think he's just a bit weak. Like when you think about the centre back alongside Marquinhos, there's a target when you look at that back four on Jallo, and that's where I think a lot of goals are going to come from, because in the pool of players available, who you're going to go with? Maybe Christiansen, but again, he's not ticking all the boxes. Or you risk it with an icon over the top. Gravenberch was the player making the run. We're going to see that a lot. It's come to fruition. It's that out wide and then whipped around the defence. For people at home what have just seen right there, how has Gravenberch got that much room? Ryan, talk me through that particular move right there and let everyone know it at home.
Do I really want it to reach the public? But it's too late now. But you saw just a triggered run there. You play it out wide and it's just a whip ball across. And Gravenberch, if he could have got a better touch there onto it, could have led to the equaliser for Diogo. As we see Maestro still building up, but of course Gravenberch steps in with his long legs. The interception, and you can see a pass over the top here. Pele
could be in. Gets past Marquinhos. He's strong, he's quick. He's done well though, has the Brazilian centre-half to get back and just get a thigh on the ball, send it out for a corner. Those type of passes, because the attackers that we've got available, R9, Pele, CR7, are much better than the defenders. Minus that first game that we saw on the featured match between Levy and Nicholas, which ended in a very low-scoring affair. I think that's an anomaly. I think a lot of the games that we're going to see throughout the course of today and tomorrow are going to be high-scoring affairs because the attacks are better than a lot of the defenders. However, to counteract that, Ryan, defensively, the AI is very strong at the moment. So it's sort of that 50-50.
Yeah, there is. I kind of like it though. I like the fact that, well, hopefully, if it all goes to plan, we'll be seeing a lot more goals. But 3 goals in this first half between these two players. We can't complain. And it is Maestro with the 2-1 lead. But again, still a long way to go between these two players.
Diogo getting us back underway here. Hullet firing the ball into R9 Ronaldo. Jallo steps out, and I'll keep a little tally chart for his mistakes and his positives. And I'll let you know by the end of today which side comes out on top. This could be a good chance here. Pele with a awful touch to get away from his defender, just knocked it right into his path. It looked like a 2 against 3 at the back if he could have played his cards right, Maestro.
Yeah, I thought he was in there, especially with the player in the left. I think it was Vinicius Jr. breaking free there. If he managed to see him and just sort of threw ball him in, it would have been a chance at goal. But there is another chance. I think that's onside.
R9, simple pass across. Pele will slot it in. How on earth has he got that much room at the back?
Oh, it's a shocking offside trap. I'll be honest, it's a shocking offside trap from Diogo. We want to watch that back again. It's very easy. It's a tough one to concede, but again, you have to make use of those chances when they come your way. You don't want to make a mistake, and Maestro didn't make a mistake. It's a simple pass across, and he's never going to miss an open goal. 3-1 lead, turn it around from being 1-0 down, Maestro. So he'll be hoping he can just be a bit more disciplined, keep possession, force Diogo into mistakes, and try and pick him apart.
When you look at Diogo's first game, he only conceded 1 goal, and that was against Nixneb. 2-1 victory for himself. Maestro had a much more end-to-end affair in his opening game. He won 7 goals to 4, so this is typically, and you would say, playing into Maestro's hands, these high-scoring affairs where he can come out on top as Pele slots it in the back of the net, and the Frenchman is firing here at the eChampions League.
Did I say for that Diogo prediction? I think I meant Maestro. I might have to change that. It seems like an open buffet at the back there, I'll be honest. I don't know what's going on with Diogo. It feels like Maestro has so many options, whether it's to play it down the line, to play it over the top, The pass across the goal is there. The chip to the back post is also there, which he hasn't made use of yet. But again, it's a simple goal there. It's a pass across, and it's Pele again on the end of it to make it 4-1. And Diogo will have a lot to do now. Still a lot of time, but a lot to do just to turn it around.
Especially when Maestro doesn't look like stopping. He's got his foot very much on the accelerator in 5th gear, and he's thinking, if I can get 6 or 7 in this first leg, it's game over. It's job done. 2-0 and 1 win away from being at the ECL knockouts.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the key thing. He doesn't want to be in a position where he gives it away. That's the thing about Maestro over the years.
CR7.
CR7. Ooh, shallow. There we go. You've got to give him one tick there.
It's just talk to me, Ryan. Maybe go into a bit more detail maybe when a pause comes in from one of these two players. How and why is there so much room for Maestro to attack into it? I don't know if it's maybe a formations, how they're matching up against each other, maybe a tactical thing, but he's got so much room, does Maestro. Diogo looking to turn inside the box. Ronaldo turns into 3 or 4 black shirts and won't be able to swivel out of that one.
Yeah, I think Diogo's using a 4-3-2-1. And the way you use that, well, a lot of players tend to have their fullbacks unbalanced. It's definitely a narrow formation the way it looks as if. It's either a 4-3-2-1 or a 4-3-1-2 or a 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, but he's having the fullbacks contribute, and I think he's caught in a trap where you're 4-1 down and you kind of feel like you want to get something from one of the attacks. You're trying to build up, trying to get a goal back just to give you that slither of hope, but he's breaking forward way too soon as we saw the green time finish and the pause. Maestro, you can see, is using the 4-4-2, but we've yet to see many crosses though. CR7 on the wing, maybe that could be something that Maestro could use, not even just to attack, but use as an outball. If you're getting pressured in, you're getting pressed in, you can trust him to win the header.
Well, I would say as well, talking about the crosses, Ryan, he's not needed to. All 4 goals that he scored, maybe minus the first one, but even then there was a lot of space for Hullet to get in behind and shoot. They've all sort of been relatively rudimental 3-4 passes and then a goal. Back post was player looked. It's going to fall to R9 on the edge. There's one man you don't want to turn and shoot. It's R9 Ronaldo. Elastico onto that 5-star weak foot and rifles it into the top of the net.
It's lovely. It's an Elastico, as you said. Maybe a slice of fortune. Diogo didn't look like he could select the right player. There was a little bit of a bump there with his defenders, but nonetheless, you got to create the chance there with the Elastico to finish it as well on R9's left foot. That's what I spoke about with R9. You sort of would favour Pele in the initial situation when dribbling, but when it comes to the shot on the weaker foot, you have to trust R9 with the 5-star weak foot. And it's 5-1, Richard. I'll be honest, I think this is game over. As we see another needless pass there, it's going to be hard for Diogo to get back into this.
I'll tell you what, Maestro has come to play here at the Champions League group stages. He's probably in the mindset right now. He can get this job done. He can be off by clock off mentally, 7 p.m. his time. 3 wins. Get a nice little steak dinner tonight, and you're laughing all the way to the ECL knockouts. Yeah. I mean, he won his first game 7-4. He's 5-1 up currently. Diogo is struggling to break Maestro down, and every time Maestro comes forward, it looks like he's going to add another one to the tally.
It reminds me of the Maestro from years back. That's not to say last year and the years before he wasn't great, but the Maestro when I came onto the scene, sort of similar timings, FIFA 17, FIFA 18, FIFA 19, scored tons of goals. And the one thing that let him down was his defense. It wasn't necessarily a weak point, but it was just something it was clearly weaker than his attack, because his attack was that good. But if he can show just an extra level of discipline and defensive structure to just see out this win, it will be a fantastic way to go 2-0.
It's going to come forward again here with Ronaldo. Just playing that ball into Pele. There's not a lot of pressure. Like when Pele got that ball then, he had the time to turn again. Cancelo, like a flash, into the middle of the pitch to win back the ball for Maestro. And a 6th could be on the cards here. Ruud Hullet. 4-goal turnaround in the second leg if you're a Fnatic fan, if you're a Diogo fan. It is doable. We've seen it before. It's not out of the realms of possibility, but if Maestro was to go on and get a 6th, and we're talking a 5-goal swing, in the second leg. I think Diogo could score 5 goals, but I also think Maestro probably put another 3 in.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to push players forward. You have to.
Yeah.
So then there's gonna be gaps. Maestro could pick it apart. But as I mentioned, discipline. This is what I was talking about. It might not be pretty to watch, but it's something you have to do. You just have to keep the ball, wait for the last attack. You don't want to leave any gaps and it's gone out there. I thought there maybe could have been another chance to get a 6th, but I think that will spell the end of the game, Richard. 5-1, it looks as if will be the end result.
Comfortable, comprehensive for Maestro in leg number 1 here. Doesn't win the knockdown, does Diogo, and that will do us 5-1 to that man on your screen right there, the Frenchman. Maestro for Levante. Incredible performance in leg number 1. Ryan, it's a mountain to climb for Diogo coming into leg number 2. What went wrong for Diogo? Because he went 1-0 up in that first leg.
Yeah, when he went 1-0 up, I thought it could have been the reverse of what we just saw. We saw Maestro giving away possession very easily and needlessly in the middle of the field in his own half. But then the tides changed very, very quickly. I felt as if there were easy goals for Maestro to score. Diogo with offside traps that maybe weren't the best timed, or definitely weren't the best time, as you saw that it led to goals for Maestro. But as we said, Richard, it just felt as if it was easy. Like he was getting goals and there was so much space in behind, so many options to pass to. And to be fair to Maestro, you have to make the most of those chances when they come, and he did that.
Well, we spoke about those early goals. Let's have a look at them, and let's have a look at the best moments from leg number 1. Ryan, talk me through how Maestro, did he make these goals look easy, or was it the defensive mistakes from Diogo? That right there is a defensive mistake, because the offside trap, wrong timing, it's a risk versus reward move, and unfortunately, it didn't work out for him.
It's a tough one to concede that when you do the offside trap wrong. This one here, again, it was a pass back. It was a good choice. I think I'll be honest, it's unlucky when you look at it back there. He sort of changed to Cancelo, I believe it was, to try and read the pass. And then the Elastico here, he stuck onto Jallo to try and defend it. Didn't change cursor. And R9 puts it into the top corner. You could argue that there are there's a slice of an element of luck, but there always is. But then, as I said, you have to take the chances when they come your way.
Yeah, and Maestro did exactly that. 5-1 up currently at the halfway point in this Swiss round 2 fixture. Can Diogo pull something out of the bag? We'll find out on the other side of this break. Welcome back to the eChampions League group stages. Joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, a fantastic first leg performance from Maestro. We're actually going to switch courses because we don't want to see that game, second leg, really play out. We already know that Maestro is in a dominant position. So let's go to a more competitive match. And I know that Nicholas and Stokes, they do play quite a lot. They've got a lot of reps against each other and they're matching up here in the second round of fixtures. We're joining you in the second leg, in fact, and it's going to be Stokes kicking from left to right in that orange strip, and Nicholas from right to left in the white. First time seeing hashtag Stokes on the broadcast. For anyone who's not seen him, Ryan, I know you're, I'll say, good friend of his, but obviously unbiased as always. What can we expect from Stokes' FIFA performance?
I think, in a weird way, Stokes and Nicholas, they're sort of polar opposites with the way they play. Now, Nicholas, I say, is very, very calm and assured when he attacks. He's happy to keep the ball. He's very, very methodical when he builds up. That's not to say Stokes isn't, but with Stokes' games, they're usually very frantic. There's usually it's very, very end-to-end, a lot of goals. But it sort of depends here as we see a cross in there from Nicholas, which maybe we might see quite frequently, that just aiming in there to CR7. But Stokes, he loves the passes over the top. He loves the 1-2 passes, the elasticals, the L1, R1 balls over the top as well. So, again, this will be a tight matchup.
When we talk about experience, this is no dig to his age whatsoever, but he's one of the more mature players in the FIFA competitive scene. For me, that's a massive bonus that a lot of people can't have on him. Not only FIFA experience, but life experience as well. And maybe that, you rarely see him rage, you rarely see him get angry. He's very cool under pressure, he's very calm. You got to think as well, only, 2 years ago when in FIFA 19, he was a playoffs champion, Stokes. So he's been there, he's gone to the dance, he's got the t-shirt, and I fully expect him, me personally, to go through here in this group stage format, and I expect to see him in the knockouts.
Same here, bias aside, of course. I do expect Stokes to advance. Whether it's potentially winning or losing this game, that remains to be seen. But, I think that pass there was aimed to R9. I think R9 was on, but it's locked on to the other player. I think R9 would have been in there for maybe a pass across goal. But, yeah, as we were saying, Stokes has been around in the scene, same as Nicholas, from the beginning of FGS. They've been playing a lot of games, thousands of games across the years, competing in many different tournaments. Both of these players are champions on different FIFAs, albeit, but they are champions. And, yeah, they have a lot of reps against each other this year.
So far in this second leg, it's been mostly Nicholas. A couple of balls lofted over the top, and we see Gravenberch. It's been spoke about widely already, deployed at left back for this squad. Main reason for that, Ryan, just to mark the back post cross, really, on CR7?
Yeah, exactly, and it's something that it worked for him in the game against Levy to stop that and to nullify that option that Levy had going forward. But again, just want to correct myself as well. It was in fact Nicholas that did win playoffs on FIFA 19, similar to Stokes, but of course Nicholas representing on the PlayStation side, Stokes on the Xbox side, and yeah, two champions from the same year, the same tournament on different consoles up against each other's right now in this round.
Hamburg and Berlin back in FIFA 19. Chance for Nicholas, down this left-hand side. Vinicius Jr. Good step across from Dejalo. I'm seeing Anthony in this team for Stokes. He's a big fan of the narrow. Is that as maybe a centre mid?
I think it is. I think it is going to be as a centre mid. You see Bruno Fernandes, you see Hullet. R9. Yes, I believe it is. I think it is going to be R9. And is this is hard to say. It might be a 4-3-2-1 or an arrow. It's really hard to tell with the way the players are very high up the pitch. To see a slight mistake there. Is he going to be able to keep it on? He's not. So Stokes does have a corner. I mean, no corners, they can lead to goals, of course. Maybe I can work a chance here with Anthony.
Does well into Marquinhos. Now across to Vinicius Jr. Not the player that you want on it there is the centre half. He pops it off to Ruud Hullet. Approaching the box. Hullet runs into the opposing dominant midfielder. And a chance for Nicholas to play out here. It's quite poignant, really, that Hullet's in the team so much. Last time that we had the eChampions League in person in Madrid, Ruud Hullet was on the broadcast. He was there. Maybe he's presence will be enough to guide one of these two players to a 2-0 Swiss format result. Not a lot at all so far to separate these two.
No, nothing. I think both of these players are defending well. They're sort of nullifying each opponent or each other from creating clear-cut opportunities. But it is Stokes here. It does give it away there. Back to Nicholas, the interception from Frankie de Jong. But we're approaching a stage now. Maybe I think it's too early to keep possession for a last attack. So maybe Nicholas will try and see if Stokes pulls out a defender, if there's a clear-cut opportunity for him to break through.
Vinicius Jr. here for Nicholas. Plays into Gravenberch, bombing on from left back. Maybe not the most agile of players you want inside the box. But a goalkeeper movement there for Stokes. He's just marking that near post with his GK, but it is played short to Johan Cruyff. He floats into the box. Green timed header from R9. It would have been a miraculous goal if R9 was able to get the power generated. He's on it again here. Now Johan Cruyff. Looking for that Lacroqueta pass straight away, and that's another skill move pass combination that's come more and more into the meta, so to say. I'll get your thoughts on that at half-time, Ryan, as Stokes comes forward with Vinicius Jr. down the middle of the pitch. He's got a barrage of white shirts in front of him. Does offload it to Anthony. Now Bruno Fernandes just runs into João Cancelo, and there's been a lot of moves like that from both of these two, where it's one too many defenders in the way.
Feels as if they're cancelling each other out. And I notice here with Nicholas, albeit this attack is going to be different, but he seems to be building up attacks on the left side of the pitch. He's running low and he manages to intercept that player lock pass to potentially try and lead to the last attack. But 1-1 between these two players, it seems like they're just cancelling each other out. As we say, they played before in qualifiers this year, and yeah, nothing to split the two.
Yeah, you said they've played a lot. You said they've been sort of in the ringer with each other, whether that's in qualifiers or even online cups and tournaments. And they're both coming off the back of a win, which does give them more confidence. And bear that in mind, they were both very narrow wins. Stokes, I think, by 1 goal, and Nicholas, we saw it. It was a penalty shootout victory against Levy de Weed. So that mental aspect will not be phased whatsoever as we go into the final 45 minutes here.
Yep, exactly. And say Nicholas is prepared to go the distance, as we saw in the first game. He's not somebody that's gonna rush and attack like as we see in years that have gone by. He's known as the Iceman for a reason. He's very calm, he's composed, he knows he usually makes the right choices at the right moments, the right skill moves, the right shot choices. He's very good at keeping possession. But again, that's the same or similar level to Stokes in terms of both of these players can beat the best, and they are seen as one of the best players in the region. So again, it's a tough matchup at 1-0, and it'd be interesting to see who can take the lead in this game.
Chance here, Johan Cruyff, even looking for a little dink into the box there was Nicholas. It looked like a shot could have been the go-to pass. Mo Salah hosts that over the top. Pele will run all the way back. Doesn't manage to find his way onto the ball. Nicholas there, good chance, and decided to dink it into the area from about 3 yards away from goal.
Yeah, it was a weird one there. I felt like he had a little bit more time than he thought with Cruyff. Could have maybe opted to play the ball on the floor, but he opted for the little chip, the little dink into R9. But you'd expect the defender to beat R9 in the air. If it was CR7, though, that could be a different story.
Speaking of CR7, he's there out wide for Nicholas. Frankie de Jong now. He'll be looking to offload it to Vinicius Jr., and he does. Johan Cruyff, he can go on left or right. Great work. Ronaldo out wide, time green for Cruyff. Nicholas carved him open there. Early corner into the box. Van der Sar's come a long way for that. And he's actually stuck behind Hullet, but manages just to get his hands on it. It's very nervy, Ryan.
Yeah, took the words out of my mouth. Nervy moment there for Stokes. I thought that play from Nicholas to create the initial chance was very, very well played. He timed it green, as I say, to the near post. And of course, the corner there. Stokes stuck to his guns, brought the keeper the full distance to try and stop the cross or stop a potential header at goal. And fortunately, for his sake anyway, managed to get the ball with his goalkeeper.
Stokes will come forward here. 2/3 of this game already concluded. Renard Lodi a long way into midfield, and he turns possession over. Chance for Nicholas to potentially break the deadlock here in leg number 2. Long searching ball down the line for Ronaldo. Player lock into Johan Cruyff. Offloads it to Hullet. Green times. Bounces back to Vinicius Jr. A little bit fortunate how the ball was bobbling around the box, but he stuck it away with Vinny Jr.
Oh, he makes the slice of fortune. Can't even see from the highlight. Another green time finish. It falls to Vinny. Cuts in on his left foot. Puts it into the corner, and it gives him the lead. As we say, making the right choices there to turn in on the weak foot rather than potentially turning on his right foot, which could have been blocked. But he does well there, as we see initially. Anyway, the player lock pass into Cruyff just to pull him back, play it back to Hullet. But we're going to see a pause here and potentially a change. But it's a great time to get a goal for Nicholas. If you can defend as well the potential onslaught of attacks from Stokes, there could be more gaps in this game for Nicholas to take advantage of.
It's a great watch as well between these two. Very much looking forward to seeing how Stokes could potentially bounce back here with not that long on the clock either, Ryan.
Yeah, there's not long at all, and that's the thing against someone like Nicholas, who you don't want to be in a position where you're losing against him. He's not necessarily renowned as like a possession player. Like, I wouldn't class him as one of those type of players. Like, we have players in the scene where their whole game revolves around possession, but it's just someone who is very, very disciplined. He's drilled. He knows when to keep the ball. He trusts himself in possession as well, so it's hard to get possession off of him. Albeit though, he did concede late against Levy to go into extra time and eventually penalties. So for Stokes, he'll be hoping that potentially he could create 1 or 2 clear-cut chances to try and get an equaliser.
Chance here for Stokes. Vinicius Jr. was looking for a whipped ball into the box there. And we saw this from Nicholas against Levy in his opening matchup. He's more than happy just to keep it cool, keep it calm, move the ball around, wait for that opportunity to come and then strike. Player pulled out of position there for Stokes. Nicholas will capitalise. R9, what a save from Edwin van der Sar.
Oh, that's incredible goalkeeper movement from Stokes there. In those situations, you have to make a choice. You don't want to leave it down to the goalkeeper because it's going to be a goal. You have to choose whether you're going to go towards the far post or the near post. He chose the near post with the goalkeeper movement, and he stopped a guaranteed goal there from R9. But that's what I was speaking about. The gaps will start to open up as Stokes pushes forward more and more players.
Chance for Stokes, dipped into the back post. Vinicius Jr. is up for it. João Cancelo does well. Speaking about that goalkeeper movement, absolutely incredible. They're the risks that you've got to take to keep yourself in the game. But it's opened up and Nicholas has a chance to go 3-1 up. Johan Cruyff, Van der Sar again.
Oh my God, what a save. What a save from Van der Sar. I thought, again, Stokes got a bit unfortunate there with one of the attackers sort of bundled into one of the defenders at the halfway line and gave the attacker an easy run in on goal. Maybe, I always got Nicholas making the right choices. Maybe you opt for a chip there. Cruyff's left foot, 5-star weak foot.
Well, maybe it will come back to pay dividends as well as Pele. Reverse to Elastico inside the box. Stokes, a big gasp of breath from Ryan Pessoa. Maybe the wrong decision right there was made. Renard Lodi wins it high up the pitch, but it will fall to Ronaldo. He's in on goal. R9, simple pass across. That's 3 chances. That is 3 huge chances for Nicholas to kill this game off, and he's squandered.
They usually come back to bite you. I'll be honest, that's one of those things where it feels as if you can't score. And it's going to be a thing of Stokes doesn't score with this possession here.
R9, chance, twisting, turning. It's going to fall to Vinicius Jr.
Oh, what a block from Jallo. That's an incredible block there. And I was going to say, if he doesn't score from that attack, I think Nicholas might be a bit more disciplined. I've jinxed it, maybe not.
R9, Cruyff is in if he wants to try and play him. He decides to slow it down.
Yeah, this is what I think is the play here, just to slow it down to guarantee possession. This has to be it. Oh, it's fantastic as well.
Yeah, he's done well, has Nicholas. And look, it's no less than he deserved. He was creating 3 or 4 different chances to kill this game off. And that is the replay from it. I think Stokes were expecting him to go wide, so he sort of preemptively moved out wide with his left back.
Yeah.
Simple little back heel from Nicholas as we jump back to the live action here. The ball back in the hands of the Argentine as he goes to the corner flag. Nicholas will be 2-0 in the Swiss round stages. 1 win away from the eChampions League knockouts for Stokes. It will be a 1-1 record, which, look, isn't a bad record at all. You've got 5 games to get to 3 wins. Just going to have to be a little bit more of a process, a little bit more of a drawn-out process rather than the sprint to the finish, which Nicholas is showing us how to do right now.
Yep, exactly. I think he'll be disappointed with that chance he had with Pele there in the box. It's a tough one. It's a tough one because you can't say that he's made the wrong choice, because on another day, it could have been the right choice. He's done everything he needed to do skill-wise in the box to create the chance, but you can say it was great defending as well, that last ditch block from Jallo for Nicholas there. And yeah, the counter-attack leading to the goal. The right choice that time with R9. Green time, top corner. You can't really complain in that sense because Nicholas could have scored and should have scored multiple of those chances he had before that one eventually led to the 2-goal lead in this leg of FIFA. 3-1 up overall.
I'm just having a quick look as well where we started this round 2 of Swiss, Ryan. It was with Maestro and Diogo. Maestro has just run out victorious 8-1 against Diogo, so he kept it up in the second leg. Chance for Stokes here. Pele just looking to cut it back. Too many white shirts in the way as Nicholas will head that out of play. And it looks like a 2-0 perfect start for the Iceman here in the eChampions League. Great performance in a very, very competitive game. I don't think Stokes has got anything to be really too upset about. Look, he'll be disappointed that he lost, but Nicholas missed opportunities to go 4 or 5 up, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. I feel as if it was inevitable. When he went 2-1 up, the amount of chances that there were available for Nicholas, it was bound for him to take one of them, which he did. And yeah, pushes him at a 2-0 or 2-0 Swiss record. Of course, Stokes 1-1. Still a lot to play for. Still 3 more rounds to see who advances.
Incredible performance from Nicholas. We can see some of the best moments from that match right there. It was a good victory in the end for the Argentine. He ran out 3-1 in the end. Ryan, talk to me about some of the best moments from this matchup. We can actually see the first leg, which we did miss because we jumped into the game late.
Yep, and it was a player lock which he utilises again. I remember speaking to you about this, Rich. I told you about the Ruud Gullit player lock, and it came to fruition there to give Nicholas the 1-goal lead, but it was Stokes to bounce back straight away. Pass across the goal from Bruno Fernandes into R9, and this is where we took over this game. We go into the second leg, 1-1 of course. Gullit with the block there from Marquinhos. Cruyff into Vinny on his left foot to give Nicholas the 2-1 lead. And as we saw, barrage of attacks, it was sooner or later going to be a chance which would hit the back of the net. And hit the back of the net, it did do there. R9 Ronaldo to seal the win for Nicholas against Stokes.
Incredible performance from Nicholas. The Argentine, the Iceman, will go through to a 2-0 record. Let's head down to Mike Labelle to break down the MasterCard moment of the match.
Thank you so much, fellas. And we're going to be looking at the Maestro matchup where he had a completely dominant performance. Very impressive goal scoring. You wouldn't know these guys were even matched up against each other. And we're going to take a glance at freezing the defense and how to have some of those additional breakdowns. Here we go. Work with me here. That's why you didn't see the second leg, because Maestro's on fire. We should call him Maestro the Magician. It's Ronaldo from the top of the box, and he's able to utilize this Elastico. And what you want to do is you want to square yourself up in this position, and you can go left, you can go right. And that's why everybody wants to have 5-star skill moves, 5-star attackers on the weak foot as well, because it makes it where you're more dynamic, you're more creative, and it puts you in a position where you can have this competitive expression. And at the highest levels, it's one of those things that all these players are going to be focused on. And Maestro is a fluid player, completely fluid in fact. And it was just so impressive, and it really was a moment that told you he was confident, he was ready, and he sent a message to the rest of the competition. And that wrapped up that game against Diogo. Once again, you wouldn't have known he was even going up against Fnatic Diogo. Those guys were both on an upward trajectory, so I'm looking forward to his next matchup. But we're going to send it back to Rachel and Kyle at the desk.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, Maestro the Magician for sure. Another 8 goals added to his name there. That adds on top of the 7 that he scored in his first round matchup. 15 now in total, which is something special, Kyle, considering he's only played 2 rounds of Swiss, 3 still more to go. It's just a case of how many more goals he can score. And Kyle, I'm going to ask you, do you think we're now seeing the Maestro of old? The aura that he usually used to bring around, I guess, any of the FUT Champions Cups when we used to be there in person. He had this swagger, and I feel like that's back. He tweeted, Kyle, are we going to bring Prime Maestro back? I'm saying he's back. After those 2 rounds, he's back.
All I'm going to say, Rachel, I said it was a guarantee, didn't I? And he's 1 game away from doing it. That's all I'm going to say for now. But on that point that you did mention, when I was talking about him, I talked about all the interviews that I've done with Maestro. I feel like he is one of the most confident, one of the most open competitors. He's so relaxed, and you can see that this is obviously coming into play. He's got into his rhythm, he's got into the swing of things, and he's free-flowing, he's scoring. He looks like he's so confident coming into this tournament right here. And as you said, the Maestro of old, we've seen what he can do, we've seen all his achievements, we can wax lyrical about those, we've done that, and he's still managing to do it right here on the big stage. I remember all the way back in 2019, let's say Bucharest. How many times did we go to Bucharest? How many times did we see Maestro squad? And we always used to see him walking around, talking, smiling, laughing, and when it was time to step up, he also managed to do that. That's what I'm guessing he's doing here right now. He's managed to transfer everything we saw at the LAN events, everything we saw in person. He managed to transfer that across to all of these online events as well, and we are seeing that time and time again with Maestro's squad. Yes, at times it's not gone his way. Yes, at times he probably has been very frustrated, but he's gone back to the drawing board. He's put the work in, and like you said, 8 goals, 7 goals. We're seeing the results of that hard work right now. I think that he will ease through this 2-0. Going into that next one, it's going to be very difficult. Obviously, the way the Swiss rounds work is you match up with someone with the same score as you. So he's going to match up with someone who's got the exact same 2-0 record that he has. So somebody's O has got to go, to steal that phrase right there. But if he can get that win, it means that, as Richard Buckley said, to quote him, he can put his feet up, he can relax, he can kind of not switch off because he wants to continue and make sure that he is staying focused, but he knows that the job he came here to do is done and dusted. I'm not sure if he will get the steak dinner that Richard Buckley said he'll be doing, but I'm sure he'll be celebrating in some way if he can get it done.
Yeah, I mean, it's a much smaller mountain to climb now, isn't it? Just one more win opposed to the 3 that he obviously had to come here and get at the beginning of the day. But I'm pretty sure he's probably up there in terms of goals scored now. Conceded only 1 in that matchup. But let's have a look then at a couple of the goals that he did score in that second Swiss round there. 8 in total. And remember, he actually went 1 goal down. Diogo got first blood, didn't he? And then it was all the way of Maestro squad. This is his 7th going in there. And then it was a tap in. Was it an R9 in the end? No, just went to Ronaldo in the end to make it 8. And yeah, like Mike was saying, 5-star is exactly what you need, and Ronaldo gives you all the skills, and that's what you get when you have a player like him on your virtual pitch, and that's what Maestro managed to do there. But you talk about, or tell us a little bit. I know you're not a pro, Kyle, but you get to speak to a lot of the pros all the time. He did go, didn't he, a goal down, and we thought, oh wow, Diogo is going to bring out something special here. Obviously, we know he's a great player, recently signed to Fnatic alongside Tex. And I kind of think when you're signed to a team where you have such a high quality player as Tex, your level's just going to go up a notch as well. You're going to be playing day in, day out, aren't you, alongside each other and learning all the tricks of the trade. But I don't know, maybe that just shows the level that Maestro's operating at now, just a level above everyone else.
Well, like I mentioned before, with Maestro squad, he is obviously playing for Levante right now, so he's competing in that La Liga. We've seen what he's managed to do in that competition over the last season, and he's a player that is combining improving on the meta and knowing exactly what to do when it's needed, and that experience that he's got. Yes, he did come up against Fnatic, Diogo, and again we can talk about him. His level has definitely raised. He's joined Fnatic, a team that we know, and we know that they can do some incredible things. The resource that they've got is amazing, and he's going to step up if he's teammates with Tex as well. So coming into that matchup against Maestro squad, I'm sure both of those were full of confidence and both of those thought they could go into that matchup actually looking to get the W, looking to get the win. But we just saw the dominance there from Maestro squad, and actually on his day, I do think that he is one of the best players in Europe, if not one of the best players in the world. We've not seen that from him recently, but I think if he can get back to it, like he tweeted, like he put on social media, then maybe, just maybe, I think he could have such an incredible season. Over the last few years, we've seen with Maestro squad that he's managed to always make it to these huge events. He's been successful in some of them when teaming up. He's been successful actually when he's been with his national team. Can he do it in an individual tournament once again? Maybe we'll see.
Well, Kyle, I'm glad you asked because I believe you're about to interview him. So I want you to ask that question and see how confident he is feeling heading into this. And is Prime Maestro back? That's what I want to know.
Well, let's find out. Thank you, Rachel. Maestro squad, it is great to speak to you. I'm hoping that we'll get a smile from you because you have been electrifying so far. How are you feeling? You must be full of confidence.
Yeah, I'm very happy for this win. I work a lot for playing like this today. This past week, it was not my best gameplay. So, like I said, I work a lot for being back to this stage, and I'm very happy today.
How did you prepare to come into this competition? Did you change anything thinking of this weekend?
I play a lot with the team I used today, training against the best player. And yeah, today is payoff because I won 2 games now, but the job is not done yet because I have to win 1 more game for go to the next stage. But I'm very happy because I know I'm playing good now.
You definitely are playing good. We've been talking about some of your social media posts, talking about the old Maestro that we've all seen in person. Are we seeing the old Maestro coming back? Is this you back to your best?
Yeah, I hope. I made many events before with a good level. I win many good title with French national team, like you said before. But now I want to win alone, and I want to play good, just to play good and to be at my level because you need to be if you want to win big title like eChampions League.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Maestro. Good luck for your next game, and hopefully I'll get to speak to you soon.
Thank you, Kyle. Bye.
Well, yeah, thanks to Kyle and thanks to Maestro there for taking the time out to speak to us. He said this week hasn't quite gone to plan, but he seems that he's turned it around now and the hard work is starting to pay off. Guys in the chat, is Prime Maestro back? Let us know. We'd love to hear from you guys as well. But right now, we're going to take a quick break and come and join us after this because we're going 3rd round of Swiss and someone is going to be going home. We'll have to wait and see who's it going to be. Right, we'll see you shortly, guys. Well, hello guys, and welcome back to the eChampions League 2022. Hey, I mean, if you're just joining us, what a start to the competition we have had on day one. 2 rounds of Swiss already been played, 3 still to come. We're now into the 3rd round of Swiss, and that means players are going home. 8 players at the moment already have 2 losses next to their names. They'll obviously be going head to head with each other, so we have 4 vital matches coming your way right now. If you don't believe me, let's have a quick look at the competition format and see exactly how these 2 days are playing out. The eChampions League is down to 64 players, and the field indicates non-stop action heading our way. Day 1 will feature the most exceptional players in Western Europe, and Day 2 will showcase the best from the central and eastern regions of the continent. Each day a group of 32 players will participate in 5 rounds of Swiss competition, 2 legs per match. Each successive round will pit pros with the same record versus each other, and a player will progress to the knockouts with 3 victories. Similarly, 3 defeats and you're eliminated, meaning 16 players per day will qualify for the knockout stages of the eChampions League. Yeah, that's how these 2 days look, of course, and then we'll progress to the knockouts in April, and then the finals a couple of weeks after that as well. I just mentioned it. Some players are about to be eliminated, and I cannot believe I'm saying this. One of them could be Fnatic Tex. He's about to take on 22 esport Diogo. I mean, Brandon and Gravison, I can't believe what we're about to see, especially because Tex reckons he is back to business. Guys, take this away. This is going to be super exciting.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And yeah, I mean, this is a predicament that I don't think many of us expected to be in. You join myself, Brandon Smith, and Jaime Alvarez for the call of this game, known as, of course, Gravison. Gravison, we've got to come to it first. I mean, no one expected Tex to be in this situation right now, but this is what will happen. We're playing from home. It's an online environment. It's not the same as on at LAN, and there are going to be these storylines, and there are going to be these potential upsets down the line that could happen. Tex will be our featured game, and he's on the verge of maybe leaving the tournament.
Yeah, obviously, I think we all expect it to be 2-0 at this point. We were talking obviously about Fnatic Tex. But yeah, this is what happens when you're playing an online tournament. You get matched against Case Nacho, a player from Casemiro Esports, the Spanish lad, and obviously he's one of the best players there is in Spain right now. He's obviously a good friend of mine, and I know he gets pumped up when he's playing against these big names. Last year he eliminated #Tom, and this year he bet Tex in the first round. So this is the thing, like, FIFA has grown up a lot. Like, obviously, Tex against Nacho in FIFA 19, Tex would have completely destroyed Nacho. But right now, with the level there is on the pitch, you can see almost anything. So yeah, Tex is obviously against the ropes right now, and we're hopefully gonna see a good match against Diogo Silva.
Yeah, so there was lots of storylines coming into this tournament, Gravison, for the western side of Europe today. And one of those storylines, there was actually 6 Portuguese players, the 5 Spaniard players that did qualify for this tournament in the Champions League. I mean, I'll come to you first. What has it been about Portugal in the last few years that has really brought that on? Because 6 players is a lot of players. Of course, one of them we're going to be looking at in a second in Diogo Silva. But in a few words, as a pro player that's been in the scene, you've been able to see all these different nations popping up and bringing through quality players. It could be a knock-on effect of, a Tuga, for example. Why do you think it is, and why are we seeing so many more of these stars come through?
I think there are 3 reasons behind that. The first reason is the Portuguese Federation is a really good federation. I went there for a friendly with the Spain's national team, and you could see the kind of professional guys that were there. So that's the main first reason, in my opinion. The second one, they have a really good regular league there with the La Liga Portuguese. So that's they get their level going really onto another steps, because they kind of practice against each other so much, and they're reaching new heights. And the third reason, I think it's because of Tuga. Tuga is such a great standard for them. You can see many top players from other nations who don't represent their nation as well as Tuga does. He really feels like he has to take Portugal to another level. So I think Tuga is one of the main reasons why Portuguese players are doing such a good results here in these tournaments.
Yeah, you can't obviously forget the legends as well. Quinas back in the day, former FIWC world champion, if you cast your mind back all those years ago. Just to give the audience a bit of clarity at home as well, this is a massive round because at the end of it, we're going to say goodbye to 4 players. 4 players will crash out the eChampions League. That is all they'll write in this competition. Of course, getting to the group stage, but not getting to the knockouts. And more importantly, Gravison, after this, 4 players will guarantee themselves into the next stage of the competition late in April in the knockout rounds, guaranteeing themselves some prize money. That's going to be a massive relief for those guys, and they'll just be playing, I believe, for maybe seeding purposes off the back of that into round 4 or round 5.
Yeah, I think you have to give your all if you're 2-0 at this point, because if there was a proper tournament, like it was a normal tournament with Swiss format on Saturday and then KO format on Sunday, you could rest for your last games if you are 3-0. But at this stage, like only you play on Saturday, you gotta give your all in those 3 last matches because you gotta have the best seeding you can. So obviously I would go for the 5-0 if I could with all my life, because you could get a proper seeding for the last match. And if you are 0-2, you just gotta play 3 finals. Like it doesn't matter if you get eliminated with 0-3 or 2-3, it means the same. So every last match is a final.
I mean, let's be honest as well, if there's one player that could turn a 0-2 back to a 3-2, it's probably going to be Tex, in all honesty. We've had the ability to catch up with a lot of players. Although everyone's remote and from home, we've been able to have a lot of interviews and content to the Champions League. And I want to just get your thoughts on this quote here, Gravison, from Tex. Coming into the Champions League, this was his quote: winning the Champions League 2020 trophy would be a massive relief because it will be one of the first tournaments back I'd like to show I'm still who I am. I mean, the Champions League, to take words out of your mouth, Gravison, you said it's the best ever tournament you've played in. That is a massive statement that Tex has made there coming into this.
Yeah, in a couple of years ago, he obviously won the Invitational, and it was obviously nice for him, but I think his defeat against Nightwatch back in FIFA 19, it still hurts him to this day. So obviously, winning the eChampions League this year, it will be a massive message to the rest of the community, saying like Tex is obviously back. So I think these big tournaments like ECL mean so much to Tex, and that's why I think even though he's 0-2, he's gonna go 3-2 in the final of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I shouldn't say this, but round 3 is probably my favourite round in any Swiss round, because it's the round where either people go home or people clutch up or people send themselves into the knockout rounds. This is the matchup coming your way here in Swiss round 3 of the Champions League day 1. It's Fnatic Tex against 22 Esports Diogo in an elimination game of FIFA. You are playing to keep yourself in the tournament. Loser crashes out, and that would be a serious headline to come out of day 1 here in the tournament. I'm just looking across the board, Gravison, briefly as well. There's some other big names down here in 0 and 2 situations at the moment. Manu Batchor of Team Hullet, a very good Dutch player, 0 and 2 at the moment. He's literally playing next door to Levy right now. Mark Marley, Scottish pro player, just qualified for the Premier League the other day. And then Ment, brother of Rafsu, somebody who's had a great run in this tournament previously, back in previous years. He's also 0 and 2. So it's not just Tex in terms of experienced FIFA Pro players that are in this predicament right now. There is quite a few players that are playing to save their tournament status.
Yeah, what is it about those French brothers? Like, because we have Leandro Peixoto and Diogo Peixoto, we have as well Mens and Rafsu. There is some good brotherhood there in France, right? But yeah, obviously there's a lot of good names.
Oh wow, brilliant start, and that's the wake-up call that he needed. 4 minutes for Fnatic Tex to get things moving. He knows more than anyone. There's a big crowd watching him, and he knows what he's got to do. Game per game, it's the long road now. The only way he gets through to the Champions League knockouts is 3 wins back to back to back, and that's a brilliant start, Gravison.
Obviously, that's such a nice skill from him, the heel to heel. And the thing is, we could see the heel-to-heel so frequently back in the days, FIFA 19, FIFA 20. But right now, it was pretty much nerfed. But if you use it at the right spot, it's going to be helpful for you. And obviously, in that 50-50 situation, he used it perfectly. So yeah, 1-0, really good start for Tex. And obviously, if you are Diogo, that's gotta be tough. You're 0-2, you're not confident in your game, and in the first minutes of the first leg, you start up losing against Tex. So that's gonna be tough for him. Let's see if he can pick up his composure and go for the 1-1.
Just a quick look at the results. Here comes Diogo now, looking for the equaliser. Referee, well, that was a bit naughty, but he says play on. I nearly went to ground there. Looking across the results that Diogo's had so far in the Champions League, he lost his opening game, a very narrow defeat to the previous E-World Cup finalist, runner-up at the E-World Cup, Stefano Pina, the only Belgian in this tournament bracket, 3-2. Then played against a fellow UK FIFA player. Lost to foot with Nixneb, 4-1 to find himself in this position. On the flip side for Tex, we'll speak more about the first game in a second. Gravesons, I know you've got a bit more insight on that one. It was a 5-5 and then a penalty shootout defeat! Tex! Pick that one out! Pele! With a finish to remember. And a finesse from a very, very far range that, I mean, I didn't even think that was going in for a split second. It caught me off guard.
Whoa, that was such a really good green time finesse shot from Pele, just from outside the box. And I think, I don't know what you think about this, Brandon, but I think Tex is looking to make a statement in this first leg. I don't think he's just happy to be winning the game. I think he wanna crush Diogo, and I think he's looking to make a bloody statement right now. So yeah. Earlier you asked me about Nacho's matchup against Tex, and I think that was a tough match for Tex because Nacho is a really good offensive player. He's a player who has a lot of commitment for the game, so he was obviously gonna be analyzing Tex PKs. So it's not easy for Tex to play that match. And obviously, if we talk about Diogo, man, if you play those first two Swiss rounds and you get matched against Stefano Pina and Nixneb with Nixneb, that's some hard luck. So imagine if Diogo gets kicked out of the tournament 0-3, but yeah, he played against Pina, Nixneb and Tex. Those are some really big names, and maybe he didn't even play that bad, but the level of competition is so high till this day at the moment.
So well, that's the beauty of having you on the broadcast, Gravis, and obviously fellow Spaniard yourself. You've played in the La Liga, you've won the La Liga. Last year you did compete in the tournament where Nacho had an unbelievable run. He obviously was near enough a runner-up, representing Sevilla at the time, went by the name of Pepe Botelho. Some will know him more as that. A very emotional FIFA player, but an unbelievable FIFA year. I mean, I know you had a few messages when he saw that Tex matchup, but you said he was going to be up for it, whatever happened, and then he went and won on a penalty shootout after a 5-5 draw. So that was a perfect start for him, and I know he's currently on his way to maybe sending himself into knockout rounds. So off the training ground now, maybe from Tex. Does well, Elastico dancing, Pele says hello, let's see what we can do from here. Cristiano Ronaldo tries to La Croqueta his way back into the box, but nothing able to happen there.
It's amazing what Tex can do, even though there is not as much skills as there was in FIFA 19. It's amazing what Tex can do, even with 3-4 skill moves. It's just amazing. Yeah, obviously, I think Diogo is playing a good game at the moment. Even though he's losing 2-0, he's still attacking. I'm pretty sure he's using the for the win Rodrigo's tactics, the 4-3-2-1, because I'm pretty much sure all the Portuguese guys are using them. And he's still in the game. Like, maybe I think he's way in the stone.
Pele, maybe for 3 here, Gravison. He's literally dancing his way to the box. Oh, stop it. One more, maybe a rebound. It doesn't matter how they all go in. That move deserved the goal. As he was moving and grooving in the box, Pele was trying to find the feet of Vinicius Jr. He'll be one to forget about in a hurry. For 22 Esports is Diogo. But he has to make more than a statement here, Gravison. He has to go and win the game, obviously, across 2 legs first and foremost. This is, no doubt, the best leg of FIFA we've seen, and he saved it to a live broadcast to show it.
Yeah, definitely. The thing is, when Tex is on the box, you are in trouble. Like, your main focus, if you are a defender against Tex, should be to just keep his build up outside of the box, because if he reaches the box, you're going to be in trouble, because you're going to be defending those 50-50 situations, and he's going to be creating a load of chances. So right now, obviously, Tex was a bit lucky with the rebound, but the build up was so good. So I think even though the rebound was lucky, he deserved the goal. So Diogo has to step it up a little bit, because if not, I think Tex is just going to be still looking to go forward and scoring as many goals as he can.
So close there. Brilliant save from Schmeichel. Goes out for a corner. This is the last chance of the first 45 for Diogo. It's a time green into Schmeichel's hands. But I mean, just looking across the board here, it's 3-0 half-time for Fnatic Tex. An unbelievable first 45 minutes here. Again, if you haven't been following the storyline here at the Champions League, this is Elimination FIFA here in round 3 right now. One of these two will be leaving the tournament at the end of this two-legged game. But the point I wanted to make, looking at the wider spectrum here of FIFA esports, the last time we would have seen a handful of these players in a 1v1 live broadcasted event, Gravison, would have been the playoffs. You know, that was in summer last year. It's been a long time since then. And I think there is an extra element of pressure on the shoulder of a lot of these players that we're going to be seeing across this weekend. The first time to show themselves in a 1v1 environment. There's been, of course, a massive influx of 2v2 FIFA esports. And as a pro, is it difficult to adjust to playing with someone else and then playing 1v1 esports and trying to mix in all these different competitions? How do you adjust and how do you balance that as a FIFA player?
It's hard. You are spot on, because last week we played a 2v2 competition, the E-Club, on Thursday and Friday, and then we played the FGS, the second stop of the circuit, and we played a 1v1 competition. So yeah, it was really, really hard. And the thing is, the mechanics are so different, the formations are so different. You're probably going to be using your teammates' squad, so you'll be using 2 different squads in a day or 2 times. So I think it's better for FIFA, because I think it gives like so much variation into the game, having 2 different metas, one in 1v1 and another one in 2v2. But obviously it's hard. So I think this year, if you don't grind the game, either both in 1v1 and in 2v2, you're gonna be choking in one of them, because especially 2v2, if you don't train enough, there's gonna be a lot of people who are just gonna run over you.
Also, for the wider audience, they might be watching, following a certain player in the tournament. Here's a few names for you that are currently 2-0, so they're 1 win away from sending themselves to the next stage of this eChampions League. Chance now for Diogo Silva. Massive save. Schmeichel is the best he's had so far. With 58 minutes on the clock, we'll talk more about those names that are 1 win away from knockout action in the eChampions League, as this corner does get recycled back into the box nicely as the onside hullet. Nicely well done by Tex, who defends it well. But some of those names, Maestro squad, 2-0 at the moment. Diogo Pacheco up by 2 wins to his name. Matthias Bonanno doing extremely well, moving to Europe. Nicholas, the 2 Argentines, both 2-0. Danny Visser, another member of Team Hullet, is 2-0. And the one I'm finding more interesting here, if you follow Twitter, you follow social media in general, you would have heard about a certain FIFA Pro player called Cosmin, the Romanian FIFA player who's been calling people out and saying he's one of the best in the world. Well, I'll tell you what, at the moment, he's walking the walk and talking the talk, because he's 2-0 and he's 1 away from a knockout round.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of character we need on the FIFA scene. Like, you may agree with him or not. In my opinion, him calling Tex out was a bit cheeky, because Tex is obviously one of the GOATs, and Cosmin never did really play or compete at the highest level on a LAN event. So, but yeah, I like his attitude and I like his character. So obviously, as you said, he's backing it up. He is 2-0 right now, so that's good for him. But man, if he goes 2-3, I wouldn't like to be on his Twitter account for sure.
And just to paint the picture for anyone else that's watched, you've been a pro player in this position so many times. Is the attitude now at 3-0, let's go and get 4 or 5 and let's get this game done and dusted before we even kick a ball in the second leg? Or is it for Tex. Now, I'm very happy with this performance. I'm up by 3-0. The bigger picture for me, just keep a clean sheet.
I don't think there is a right answer to that, because you could have Nicolas' attitude, which I think is let's go for more possession. Let's try to maintain the ball, and let's try to not concede a goal. And if I score, that's good, but I'm happy with the game. Or you could have, I don't know, #Stokes attitude. He would obviously go for 2 or 3 more goals if he could. So I think it's all about having, it's all about knowing what's the right style for you. If you can keep the ball, and if you don't make mistakes, 3-0 could be a good result for you. But if you know you are an offensive player and you could create more chances, why not go for a couple of goals more?
Well, here could be goal number 4, Gravison. Pele, moving, grooving into R9, it's 4. We said about scoring more goals, and that's exactly what he's able to do. The 2 Brazilians linking up perfectly. Pele into Ronaldo Nazario. The rest is history. It's a 4-0 lead for Tex in a game he must win. And at the moment, it's all going to plan.
It definitely is 4-0, and I think I'm not going to say this is over, because it's FIFA and anything can happen at any moment, but I think if Diogo wants to be in this game, he at least have to score 1 goal before the end of the first leg, because if you finish 1 leg against an opponent as big as Tex and you don't earn your respect with at least 1 goal, he's going to be so comfortable in the second leg. So I think at least if I was in Diogo's place, I would be at least looking for a goal to earn some respect for the second leg.
Just a 4 for you, Gravison. I wouldn't say really an excuse as such, but these guys have been used to probably adjusting to Team of the Year items in the last couple of weeks, and the best players in the game. Obviously, there are so many good players, including these 3 icons that are being seen, and Champions League players that have had upgrades, but not all of them are going to be in the 95+ range. Is there a time needed to adjust to these different squads, that some players might just be doing better than others?
Yeah, definitely. There is some players who adjust better in short amount of space. So obviously it's a big difference between using Team of the Year CR7 or USL CR7. So it's all about adjust at the right time. And obviously if you don't adjust in time, you're going to be living in the Swiss. So you don't want that. So yeah, that's a big point, and there is some players who never adjust to the right items on game.
Well, that will do us for half-time. In this round 3 of Swiss, 4-0. Yes, you're hearing that right. 4-0. Fnatic Tex leads in a game that he simply must win if he wants to stay in the eChampions League. He's left it late, just for the wider context here. He's currently 0-2 in the Swiss round. So is Diogo Silva. But at the moment, Gravison, Diogo does not look to be like he'll be staying in the competition, because he's 4-0 down. He needs more than a miracle if there's any way for him to claw this back in the second game.
Yeah, I don't know what he's gonna do, because I don't know if he's gonna be able to change up some formation, maybe go into constant pressure or anything, but you gotta play the stamina game as well. Like, it's important to reach the second half of the second leg and still be able to pressure your opponent. So obviously Diogo is in a tough spot, but he has to do something. Like, if he keeps playing like this, he's gonna get completely destroyed. So he gotta change something up.
I think what's more impressive, Gravison, as well, is that a lot of people would have come into this game thinking, you know, in the nicest way, Tex is 0-2. He's going to be looking a little bit nervy. He's going to be looking a bit frustrated. I think, if anything, he's had a 5-minute break. He's come back into this game, and you can see from these highlights we're going to show you in a second how good, and maybe the mindset that he's had going into this, Gravison, of he knows what he's got to do. Because what a start he had to this game.
Yeah, the first game is obviously, if you're not composed, you are not going to be able to do that heel to heel. So yeah, I think you are spot on. He was composed when he entered the first leg of the game. I mean, heel to heel, green time finesse in 15 minutes of the game.
Third goal.
Man. that cancel was something else, was it? Obviously, he was a bit lucky, but I think he deserved this goal just because of that cancel shot on the chance with Pelé. So obviously, Tex is stepping it up, and he is doing what's necessary to be alive on the competition. So I think this is a fair result for Tex, going 4-0 to the second leg, and I think Diogo's gotta change something up.
Yeah, he's going to have to change something up. He needs more than a miracle. This is an event that Tex has said before that he would love to win the eChampions League. Will he be able to continue his tournament streak, though? He's left it pretty late here. We're off to a quick break. When we return, we'll have that second leg for you. As Tex is up by 4-0 in an elimination match up here in the eChampions League. Welcome back to the eChampions League. We're here for day one in our group stages, and also we are currently in round 3 of the Swiss rounds. Today we'll play 5 rounds of Swiss, and at the end of play today we will say goodbye to 16 players and we will keep 16 players in this tournament that will go through to the knockout stages. Join myself, Brandon Smith and Gravison for the call of a player that we didn't expect to be in this situation, Gravison. It's Fnatic Tex, who went 0-2 in the tournament, but he's up by 4-0 at the end of leg 1, which was a very impressive performance from Tex.
Yeah, Mike's just said that the beast might be unleashed, and that could be a good statement right now for Tex. And I don't think that's a good thing for either one of his opponents, because I wouldn't like to be in a position where I'm 1-2 or 2-2 and I play against Stokes. So yeah, definitely a tough spot for Diogo right now. And as you said before, there's another good match with O2, and I think that's Marley against Manuel Bachore, the Team Hulit guy. So yeah, definitely really good matches with O2, and so big names may drop out of the competition at this stage of the tournament.
Well, this is the round where it does get exciting in this tournament. 4 players leave after round 3. 4 players will hit 3 wins. 3 is the magic number. It could be the horrid number if you do go 0-3. But currently, it's all to do for Diogo. I mean, as a pro player in this situation, Gravison, do you just throw plan A out the window? We're too late for plan B. We need a plan D of what on earth we're going to do to try and turn this game around.
Yeah, definitely. No plan A, no plan B. You just gotta switch it up, try something. If you lose, I don't know, 0-10, it doesn't matter. You're gonna be out of the competition. So I think that's just the right attitude to have. If I could be in the game with all my strikers going forward, that's good. And if I lose by 8, 9, 10 goals, I don't care, because I'm gonna be out of the competition either way. So I have that attitude in this kind of tournaments. Just go for it, and whatever happens, have a clean mind, you know, a clean state of mind.
I think the biggest goal will be the next one. Tex gets it, he's up by 5. I don't see any way back for the Portuguese player. Obviously it is Diogo in the white strip from left to right in this game. He had a good early chance, whips that one all the way back to centre back. I doubt that meant to go that far. It missed Diogo on the way through. The first goal he needs. Referee pulls that one back for a free kick. This is in a dangerous area from 20 yards out. Pulit's over it, so's R9. Something off the training ground maybe. Pele, ball roll. Where's he going to go? Looks for the shot, takes a deflection. And in the end, Schmeichel just has to kick his right boot and say, get that away from our goal. It's still, though, not fully dealt with. Now it is.
Yeah, that was a big chance. I think it was near enough to shoot it directly, either with Hulit or Cristiano Ronaldo, so I wouldn't have passed it to the second player. But nevertheless, I think Diogo is having the right attitude, and I love Tex. Like, he's 0-4 he's winning 4-0 at the moment, and he's still second man pressing, like he would be losing by 2 or 3 goals. So Tex is having the right attitude in defense and in offense.
Very nearly, he made it 5 goals to 0 in aggregate. Wins a corner, brilliant save there from Schmeichel. Obviously Tex does represent Fnatic, but also represents his home country in England. He is part of sort of the FIFA landscape. We've been able to sort of commentate over his gameplay a little bit this year, myself and Richard. And in a sort of couple of interviews we've had, we said, what's the best, you know, what's got better about you this year? And he said, you know, I've always been a great attacking player, but defensively this year I've just become more sound. And I think you've been able to see that across this game so far. All the questions that have been asked him defensively, he's had an answer.
Yeah, if you look at the Texas squad right now, if you can look at the green kind of arrow, it's happening and some of his players, he's just second man pressing every single time. It doesn't matter if it is as his opponent's half, at his half. He doesn't care. He's just second man pressing in all parts of the pitch, and I think that's the good attitude you gotta have if you wanna just not win the game but destroy your opponent. And I think that's what Tex is looking to do at the moment.
No doubt, this is a very, very difficult situation for Diogo Silva to be in. One of 6 Portuguese players that did qualify for the Champions League. Believe it or not, one of the most represented nations here.
Yeah, it's
Western side of the bracket. Sorry, Gravison.
Yeah, sorry, Brandon. It's amazing what, like Portugal, if you talk about Portugal 3 years ago, maybe Rasta Artur and Tuga were on top, but there weren't many other players. And right now we're watching 6 different Portuguese players playing at the highest level. So if I would be a Portuguese fan, I would be really happy with my team, with my players' performance, because they're currently one of the top countries right now at the moment.
There's another great chance there, and it's another brilliant save from Schmeichel. Trying to pile on the pressure is Diogo. He needs a goal before half-time. He needs the first goal. That's literally the first part of this action plan if he is to turn the game around. But just back to your point, the top 3 represented nations on this western side of Europe. It is France. They've got 8 players in the bracket. Then it's Portugal with 6. And then it's your own country with Spain and 5 players. A few of those have had an interesting run in the bracket, Gravison. There's a few that are on their potential way out of the tournament. But on the flip side, there's been some really impressive performances from the top side of the bracket.
Yeah, vamos España. I think Nacho is 1-1 at the moment. David is 2-0 at the moment. And we have... Ooh!
And there's a goal back. It's been coming, certainly has. And it was R9 eventually. It comes down the byline. Little double tap pass from CR7 into R9. And there's just the seed of doubt. We've all been there as FIFA players, professional or very casual like me, maybe even lower than that. You just have that seed of doubt that's planted in your mind. And the best thing you can do, I'm sure you'll, back me up on this, Gravison, is go and score again if you text. Go and get that 4-goal cushion back as soon as possible.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think if you're the player who is 1-4 at the moment, if you just score a goal and your opponent scores right in the kickoff, it just crushes what little hope you had. So obviously Tex knows this. He's been at this spot so many times, so obviously he's going to be looking to score 1 goal before the half-time.
Let's see if he's going to be able to get it. Pele. Running rampant for Tex forward, being direct in his move. Defended well again by João Cancelo. And that'll do us for half-time. 45 minutes away from, at the moment, Diogo crashing out of the Champions League. But I would say, in terms of a good 45 minutes, Gravison, I mean, he could have maybe had a second goal in that first 45 period that he showed us. But definitely he's made changes. He's having to attack. He knows he has to attack. No one needs to tell you that. He's 4-0 down. I'm going to be excited to see how he approaches this second half.
Yeah, I think he team pressed with the T-pad tactics a couple of times. And he's doing the right thing. And I'm telling you, it doesn't matter if you're a silver player in Foot Champs, if you are Tex, if you are MS Tosari. When you are in this situation, you have that kind of doubt, like, man, am I gonna choke it? So it obviously happened to you many times in Foot Champs, Brandon, I'm sure. And I'm telling you, as in Foot Champ, in competitive FIFA, it happens as well. Too many times, really.
Well, I hate to say that as a commentator, Gravison, I love it. So keep them coming. But as a player, I can assure you it's probably one of the worst things ever. Anyway, this is round 3. And at the end of this round, we will give you 4 names that have qualified for the Champions League knockouts. There'll be 4 players that picked up 3 wins and a brilliant start to the run here. And unfortunately, we'll be saying 4 names that have left the tournament. Can Tex find a 5th and find a 4-goal cushion again? Of course he can!
That's an amazing goal. First time pass with Hullet to Pele. He couldn't do anything, Diogo, in this defense. When you open up that bit to pressure and you just have a couple of first time touches, you can't do anything. So yeah, this might be GG at the moment. And that was a great attack by Tex. And I was gonna ask you, Brandon, because we have South American region, Matias Bonanno and Nicolas flying over to Europe this season, and they're both 2-0 right now. So I think historically South America has been a really strong region, and we're seeing in these tournaments even though they're playing in Europe, man.
It says a lot, and I think the whole FIFA community can add to this. It says a lot when someone has got, I'd say, one, the talent, and more importantly, the confidence to fly over, to relocate themselves in a different region, which no doubt they know is even more competitive. Nothing against South America as a whole. Yeah, there's more players in Europe that are going to be playing. There's so many more opportunities, hence why these players have come over. But they haven't just come over and floated, Gravison. They've come over and continue to dominate, as they have at LAN events. You know, we don't get to see them in online qualifiers against other European players in the past. I think Matthias Bonanno's first qualifier for the FGS 1v1 season, he got like a top 8 finish, I believe, or maybe even better than that. You know, these guys hit the ground running. And they're not any FIFA player. They come over, they're regimented in how they train, they're regimented in how they play. And as you can see from what we're seeing so far, potentially both of them could be on their way to be going 3-0 and into the knockout of the Champions League. So just to add on to your point, absolutely, here's a chance for Ronaldo. Is he going to bounce back down off the bar? That would have been a chance for Diogo. Fortunately, the woodwork will stand in his way and stop him. 27 minutes left to play here. Tex has a 4-goal cushion, maybe a 3-goal cushion if R9 can find his feet. Referee, that's naughty.
Which side is he gonna go? Because I think he knows this is his last chance to be on the game. So down the middle, maybe.
Steps Pele, and he's saved. That's his chance gone.
And I think that's GG, Brandon. I think that's GG. Oh, he's lost his composure there. Down the middle penalty, red time finesse shot. And I think he knows 20 minutes left, 4 goals down. He's going to be out of the competition, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, we're going to leave that game now as it is. I mean, that was the chance. If Diogo scored that penalty, we may have stayed with it because there could have been a chance. But 4-goal cushion, we said that Tex had to respond after going 0-2 in the Champions League. And Gravison, he has turned it around. Brilliant first leg. Even better second leg. He weathered the storm that was thrown at him from Diogo, the very offensive play style that the Portuguese player had to implement. And now he does remain in the tournament, but it's not done yet, Gravison, because he needs to win 2 more rounds of fixtures if he wants to get to the next stage of the Champions League.
And obviously he could be able to do it because his Tex is one of the GOATs of the scene, and I think nobody doubts him at this point. So I think there's a big thing we could talk about here, and it's Xbox playoffs last year. As you said, it was Tech's last broadcast event he played in, 1v1 situation, and him losing in the last Swiss round. Do you think it could mess up with his mind, with his composure, if he's again in that 2-2 situation for 5th round of the Swiss format?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could. And again, only time will tell for the rest of those rounds, Gravison. But we are going to be watching some more gameplay from round 3. Before we do that, we caught up with all the players from home about their favourite eChampions League moments. So check this out.
The best ECL moment I can remember was in FIFA 19 Grand Final between NYC Chris and Nightwatch. It was one hell of a game.
En su primera edición pude vivir lo que es estar ahí en la primera fase en Manchester, y yo creo que esa fue lo mejor para mí por el hecho de estar ahí, de vivir y de participar dentro de lo que es la eChampions League.
It would have to be my last game to qualify for this tournament against Michael Fisher, a player who was on form, and it was a crazy game. I equalised 120th minute, won on penalties, but yeah, it was a very good viewing experience.
I think the best moment in the eChampions League is when Oliver, who is a professional footballer, won the eChampions League last year.
Oliver PN als professioneller Fußballer internationales FIFA-Turnier gewonnen hat, was halt einfach geisteskrank ist.
The fact that he's also a professional football player and has won a trophy in FIFA esports just shows how talented that he is.
Probably me winning FIFA 20 eChampions League because, yeah, I won.
You heard it there from Tech's favourite eChampions League moment, winning the eChampions League back in 2020. However, as you said, he's got a very long run if he wants to do it again here. You joined us for round 3. I'm happy to say we've got more round 3 action. And Gravison, you might be happy to know that we're going to be staying with the 0 and 2 games. My favourite. I'd rather be down here in the trenches with the 0 and 2s and up there with the 2 and 0s.
Yeah, definitely. If you are 1-1 or even 2-0 at the Swiss format, you kind of play each game as if it was a final. But the thing is, you always have this voice in your mind that tells you you have a couple of bullets more. You know, if you lose this game, nothing's gonna happen. But if you're 0-2, if you are 1-2, you know that's your last chance, that's your last bullet. So obviously you don't want to have that attitude if you go to this stage, but you have it. So that's why I think 0-2 matches are the best one we can watch right now.
Yeah, well, we've got an absolute cracker on its way. It's another 0-2 matchup, this one. We're going to join it from the start of the second leg as we bring it to you live now. There's been 5 goals in it. Manu Batchor of Team Hullet, the Dutchman, up against 11's Marley, one of 2 Scottish players that are in the Champions League Western Europe side of the bracket. And I mean, we missed the first leg, Ravison, but looking at the score, it was certainly a bit of a thriller.
Yeah, I've known these guys for many years right now, and maybe they are not as oh, that was a nice player lock. Maybe they're not as known as they should be, but I gotta tell you, I've met Marley in FIFA Club World Cup 2 years ago, FIFA 20. He played against my teammate Diogo, and he completely destroyed him for 4 weeks in a row. So I hope Diego forgives me for saying this, but he was an amazing Xbox player. And then Manu Batchor, he's a Team Hullet guy. I think it's his first year competing because last year he was 15 years old. And he's one of the top talents we have here in Europe. I've been training with him for a year now, and I gotta tell you, Team Hullet has a good eye to catch those young talents because he's a really, really good offensive player. So it's gonna be an awesome match, and I think we're gonna see not just one more goal, but many, many more goals to come because both their offense are really, really good.
I mean, I'll ask you that now. I mean, about Team Hullet, they are sort of a talent factory. The players that they produce, the stars they produce, they're currently on the books. They've got Danny Visser, Levy David, and Manu Batchor who are playing in this tournament as of yet. You are right, they find these players that are unbelievably talented, and they've just got the right infrastructure around them. They've got good coaches, good facilities. I believe they're all currently playing in the Netherlands right now, all literally in a HQ, not far away from each other. Here's a chance now for 11's Marley to maybe make it 4-3, defended well, but it's just the infrastructure. It's something that I can relate to Team Ducks. You guys are obviously part of. Ball comes into the box, 2 hands on it from Czech. It just seems the teams that are putting the infrastructure in, the investment in it, could be simple things like a HQ, nutritionists, coaches. They're really reaping the rewards.
Definitely, it could take you to the next level. Like, obviously, the thing that matters the most is how you train, what your talents are, what your attitude is. But if you have mental coaches, if you have headquarters where you can train, it obviously matters a lot. So maybe if you are at the right club, it could be the right chance for you to, I don't know, being a good player internationally, to maybe qualify for World Cups, to reach the next level. So obviously Team Hullet is doing an amazing job with their players, and we are watching it with Manuel Batchor and Levy the Bird and Danny Visser. They are all amazing, and I think they're gonna be one of the teams to look at when we're talking about Team of the Season Cup in a couple of months.
Here comes that man right now. What a lovely finish that is! Nkunku, of all players, has just sent the goalkeeper packing. Petacek's fallen on the ground, and the French midfielder, Christopher Nkunku, goes right and left. See you later. We've got a game on our hands because it's 3-3.
That was, I'm not sure because the animation was kind of weird, but I think that was a croqueta cancel into a shot, and the precision you gotta have to score that, I tell you, it's amazing. I'm an old guy, I can't do that anymore. That was a really, really good goal.
Well, I sort of had to laugh to myself for a split second. I've just seen the bracket run and rounds that Manu has played. He lost to Maestro in round 1, 7-4. That's not a nice match. He could be on his way for another goal with Vinicius. Looks for the cut out, finds Pele. Great save from Czech. And then he played Tuga in round 2. Lost 5-2 to him. And now he's playing Mark Marley in round 3. These aren't easy games, but I know this is the eChampions League. You don't get an easy game. But the first 2 games he's had, but, you know, forget this one because it's even more difficult now. They're not easy matches at all, are they?
No, it's the same with Diogo. We said it before. you play right now. Diogo is out of the competition, 0-3, and obviously you gotta be feeling bad about yourself. Whoa, that was amazing.
Well, Mark Marley with an instant reply.
That was a good elastico, reverse elastico into the left shot of Pele. That was amazing. Sorry for interrupting you, Brandon, but as I was saying, you are Diogo, you're 03, you're obviously disappointed with yourself, but you've played against Stefano Pina, Footbith Nixnev, and Tex, Narek Tex. So obviously, let's imagine if Pachore gets kicked out of the tournament. You've played against 3 amazing players. So this is the thing with Swiss format. You could go home, you could be disappointed with yourself, but maybe you did play well, but just your opponents were just better than you.
Here comes Manu again. R9, brilliant feet, wins a corner. Mark Marley. Speak more about him in a second after this attack comes in, because he's had quite a week. He actually qualified for Brighton of Albion again, back-to-back years for the Premier League. It's a tournament that he loves. I'm sure those that might be watching this now, he's got a very loyal fan base as Mark Marley. Scottish scene very much behind him in every single move and tournament he plays in. But he qualified for the 4th year for the Premier League. He also popped up on the European stage last year in a couple of the FGS qualifiers, making some noise, just to show how good of a player he is. Put pen to paper with 11's eSports in the summer, teaming up with Jaden Groden, a fellow Scot, ensuring that their 2v2 roster was still intact. And just in the last 2 years, Gravison, he's just been getting better and better as a FIFA Pro player. We saw just a sprinkle of that with the goal he just scored, having the confidence to pull that out of Pele, a little reverse elastico, see you later. He's really become a good FIFA player.
Yeah, I don't know much about the Scottish team, to be honest, but I do know Jaden and Marley. I've trained with them for the World Cup last year, and they're mental players. They're really, really good. So I really think Marley can go. Obviously, he's gotta win this game against Pachore, who's a great player. But I think he's the kind of player and he has the kind of talent to go from 0-2 to 3-2 and qualify for tomorrow for the next stage.
Christopher Nkunku is loving getting in these positions. Did he need the one more? He didn't. He did not need the one more. Pachore played the brilliant ball into R9. It was a simple, just tap circle. You scored a goal.
No, the thing is, that's frustrating. Maybe he wanted to double tap the pass to R9 and he no, but that frustrated me a lot. Like as a professional player, I know that can happen anytime, and I gotta tell you, maybe Pachore did spill some coffee, some water or anything, because that's gotta be frustrating. And obviously at the minute of the game that it was, it's gonna be even more frustrating. And Marley, I would like to be in his situation right now, because obviously Pachore might be mentally out for a couple of minutes right now when we enter the game, because that was a big chance, really big chance.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to be on the side of Marley for a split second, because he certainly had the favour in his fortunes there. I mean, we're back underway. We had 2 goals in the spell of 8 minutes, 21st and 29th on the clock as we join this one. Just to confirm, this is an elimination game of FIFA. Whoever loses is out of the eChampions League here in round 3. They will not be able to continue their run in the tournament to get any closer to that grand prize of $75,000 that will be distributed to a winner come May. Around the time of the Champions League, sorry, the Champions League itself, the Champions League does follow suit. The UCL players in the game, it will be updated and upgraded. This tournament goes past round per round.
I think
build up now. Chance for him for Pele first. We'll come back to that in a second. Gravison. Pele does well, defended by Marquinhos. Stands strong for 11's Marley. We're just about to see that pressure away.
Yeah, I think Pachore has subbed out Nkunku for Mohamed Salah, and I'm not sure that's a wise choice, because the goal he scored, it was obviously with Nkunku, but the chance he created in the 45th minute, it was as well with Nkunku on the wing. So I'm pretty sure he knows he's going to create more chances with Salah, but I think Nkunku was doing a good job for him, at least in the first half.
We spoke about a sort of nationality breakup in this tournament. One of two players, there are two Scottish players that qualified for this. The other one's Michael Fisher. Brilliant start to the year he's had for London United. Young FIFA Pro player. He's been absolutely dominating the 1v1 scene, in all honesty, this year. I'm sure we'll be watching each other's results and spearing each other on throughout this tournament. That's a big win there for Manu. Needs to come forward. João Cancelo all the way from fullback. Can he get the ball round the corner? Just about keeps it in play, does the Portuguese fullback. Now it looks to bring other players into it. Punch into its feet. Is there one more? Into one. One more! So close, but it was Peche with a brilliant save to send it out for a corner. We're still not done yet. De Jong, thinking of his fellow Brazilian. Marquinhos into Vinicius, didn't last too long. Mark Marley's just got to stand this pressure that's non-stop. R9, times it green, deflecting out for another corner again. And the pressure will not stop because Manu Batshuayi needs a goal. And out for a pause it will go. I mean, woof, what an incredible last 8 minutes or so that was.
Yeah, that was amazing. And Marley is obviously using the 4-2-3-1. I think Batshuayi might be using 4-4-2. I'm not sure because he has a lot of bodies forward. But obviously, if you are Batshuayi, you gotta change things up. You have 20 minutes left. You might go for 3 defenders at the back. You might go for a 4-2-4 with 4 strikers going forward. But Batshuayi is creating these chances, so I think if he stays composed, he might be able to equalize the game. And I wouldn't slip off Marley because he has great counterattacks and he could kill the game in any minute. So I think we're gonna be watching a really good minutes of FIFA, the 20 minutes we have left. And I gotta tell you, this doesn't look as two players who are 0-2 at the competition right now because they are playing an insanely high level of FIFA right now.
And also, we both know where the back of the net is, Gravison. They've scored 7 goals between them in these 2 legs. We've got 25 minutes left. One of these 2 players to save their tournament status. This is only to go 1 and 2, by the way. They both need 2 more wins today. They're in for a long night. That's all I can say. However, it will be worth it all in the end if you can qualify yourself for the next stage of the eChampions League. Because you are guaranteeing yourself some prize money. And another tournament under your belt. That one happening later in April, as we said. 3 stages to this tournament. Back to R9. This is nice. Gravenberg back, happy just to roll up his sleeves and come back to be defensive for his team. Mark Marley just trying to take the pressure out of this now. Keep the ball for a second or 2. If he could have a chance to do that, he can't even have a second to breathe. Manu Batshuayi is pressing relentlessly. 2 players at the back. That's his situation. Now look how high his fullback's up. But he could get picked off.
Yeah, at any moment. Batshuayi is changed up for the narrow formation. And I think Michael Fisher was the one who kind of made it famous this year. So he might be using the Scottish player's formation to kick out the other Scottish player out of the competition.
Yeah, interesting insight there from yourself, Gravison. We saw just one change there. It's Gravenberg into CDM and a 4-2-3-1 for 11's Marley. What potentially could be changing currently as we speak? So we had a pause about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I would maybe change one of the fullbacks because they're going to be tired after those minutes.
Look how open this is. Look at the back post. Cristiano Ronaldo is crying out for it. Cristiano Ronaldo potentially for Mark Marley. Whoa, what a chance again. That could have sealed the deal. That could have been a 2-goal cushion. He went to corner, Pele. In it goes to Hullet. Times it green. Another tip over the bar. We're not done yet. So another wave of pressure. And the man that's currently in the lead. Hullet. Chance again. Off target.
Oh, man, it's going to be tough for for Marley to kind of resist all those bodies going forward. But if he keeps...
Tell you what, watch the back post again, Gravison. Pass.
Yeah, it was the back post. Yeah. But he's doing right stuff. He's pressuring up in his opponent's half. But yes, this is the kind of thing that can happen.
This is end-to-end. This is end-to-end FIFA. Cristiano Ronaldo! It's a smash and grab. Quite literally. One bad pass, one bad decision. He was open at the back. Manu Batshuayi. But he had numbers going forwards. How about that for a counter-attack? Cristiano Ronaldo lurking at the back post. He even had time to take a touch, get it down, and then smash it into the back of the net. 4-4. We're only about 10 minutes away from extra time.
That was some composure right there. And I gotta tell you, if you are Batshuayi right now, what do? Do you keep that narrow formation? Do you change it up a bit to 4-4-2? Maybe you have 3 midfielders on the pitch right now, and you just gotta stick with a 3 midfielder formation. So yeah, I think Marley has an easier decision right now because he was playing well with 4-2-3-1. So I wouldn't change anything up. But if you're Batshuayi, you gotta have a difficult decision right now because I wouldn't know what to do with the formation right now.
Tell you what a game. 8 goals between the two. 4-4. Again, this is elimination FIFA when the pressure is on both of these two. 1 goal can change it, or it can keep you in the tournament or knock you out. It's as simple as that as we jump back into the gameplay. With 10 minutes left to play. Seems like every time we commentate a game, Gravison, we end up in extra time, maybe a penalty shootout.
Yeah, maybe.
Not complaining though.
10
minutes left. What's more interesting is that Cristiano Ronaldo has only just come onto the pitch for Mark Marley. He wasn't considered as a starter for him. But can CR7 beat the danger man now? Great feet from R9. Couple of ball rolls. Still Mark Marley looking just to go on a bit of a solo run with Ronaldo Nazario for a split second there. Chance to make yourself a hero. We'll be saying to one of those forwards. CR7's onside. He's fresh off the bench. Can he break down the walls and the shirts of Brutal players that will stand in the way? Final 5 minutes. Pele. Got to be patient. There's Ronaldo. He's got a leap on him. Oh.
That was close. That was close.
What a chance. You knew what he was looking for. You knew the perfect man for the job. And there's a number 7 on his back. Cristiano Ronaldo. There's a leap that no one else does have on the virtual pitch. Are we going to see another counter-attack? Smash and grab-esque. Manu Batshuayi. Potential finish to this game. It would be an unbelievable ending to proceedings. It added time of 2 minutes.
He has one more chance. Yeah, he has time.
Well, he might. Be on our way to extra time unless there's one more roll of the dice. For Mark Marley. Watch Ronaldo. Running into the box there. Finds R9. No, he can't. Diogo's there to save the day. And strap yourselves in because we need 30 more minutes here in round 3. Again, loser of this game is out of the Champions League. Both these players, Gravison, give us an insight. How are they feeling right now?
They gotta be nervous because nobody wants to go home with an 0-3 result. You're gonna have a nightmare of a Sunday if you go 0-3 right now. So yeah, basically I think, or what I think in these situations, I don't wanna be leaving the tournament without giving my all. So let's imagine we have a 4-2-3-1 narrow formation right now. No, 4-2-3-1 mirror formation, sorry. And nothing happens and you lose on penalty kicks. That would be really harsh because you know you didn't put your all. So maybe you go for that narrow formation, you just change it up a bit, 4-2-1, whatever. But I wouldn't want to go to PKs because anything could happen in PKs.
Well, anything can happen now. 30 minutes to save your tournament status. Right now, a lot of the games have nearly finished. This is one of the only ones that's still going. Here's Mark Marley of Team 11's Esports. Brilliant feat from CR7. He lacked cricket in his way, sold the man, nearly sold the goalkeeper in the process. Well, that's what you've got to be doing in these sort of moments, Gravison. That element of unpredictability, that skill move your opponent doesn't expect, that combination, the cancel of a skill move that's timed to perfection could literally be the difference between you winning the game.
Yeah, definitely, that's a good chance.
Could be a chance for Salah. Defended well.
Yeah, maybe an extra pass there. The thing is, he's done an extra pass in every chance, so I think he did good.
Look how open this is. It's on now for Marley.
Maybe if he green time finessed it this time to far post, I don't know. Whoa. But I like this. That's what I was telling about. These guys don't want to go to penalty kicks. They're going all forward, and that's what I like.
Well, now it's Manu's time. Salah, the double tap pass. He was off balance, Mohamed Salah, and wasn't quite ready for the ball. I do love that, as you've rightly said, though. Neither player wants a penalty shootout. They just want to attack and attack and attack. Look at the scoreline, that says enough. 8 goals we've seen so far. Both players do concede goals. No one's been defensively sound. But going forward, we've just seen how good these players have been in the second leg. That's 15 minutes already gone of extra time here. We've got 15 minutes left. Realistically, both players are going to get, what, 1-2 chances maximum? I'm talking good chances here.
Maybe 3, because they're going all attack. So yeah, maybe 1-2, but I wouldn't count out 3 as well, because they're going attack mode. I gotta say, I might think this is gonna go to penalty kicks, because I don't think they have the right composure at the moment to create a good enough chance to score a goal right now. I don't think they have the right composure at the moment, so I think this is gonna go to penalty kickouts. But I don't know. I gotta tell you, I'm having loads of fun with this match, because those are two really good players in the Europe scene right now.
The quality's that good. Unfortunately, at the end of this round, we have to say goodbye to 4 players. 4 players will leave the Champions League after round 3 of Swiss. R9 plays it into CR7, who's got legs. What a chance! Timed it green. You said about composure, Gravison. Manu Bachore has got everything about that in that finish from CR7. A brilliant goal. Is that enough to save his tournament?
And this speaks about no.
Or maybe not. Or maybe not. He's offside.
Offside, no. Ooh. The thing is, do you know what's going on with these new kids' mentality? Like, they score a goal on the extra time, 10 minutes left, and they skip the replay. Like, they don't care. They just gotta play, and they want to play. In my age, if you score a goal at this stage, you would, pause the game for at least a minute, but they don't care. They just gotta go all forward.
And what does that do, the pause, in your mind?
I don't know. It just kind of sets you in the right.
I'll tell you what. That was a bit naughty, and it's going to be a straight red card. But he had to make it, because R9 was on his way to make that 6-4. It was a brave decision. We'll have a pause to talk about it in the meantime. But what does that pause do, Gravison? Sorry, continue.
Yeah, that's okay. I think it sets you in the right mental state to approach the last 10 minutes of the game. And I think it's necessary, because if you score a goal and you're 5-4 at the moment, you just gotta kind of simulate the plan for the last 10 minutes of the game. If you don't, you're just gonna play the same, and you're not gonna think what to do in the last 10 minutes of the game. So that's why I think players as Nicolas and Maestro always pause the game to just kind of simulate the right mental and game plan they want to do for the last 10 minutes of the game.
Mark Marley pulls this off with 10 players on the pitch, bags an equaliser, goes to penalties, and then wins this game. This would be incredible. Pele. Can't find the cutback inside to R9. But on the flip side, for Manu, this should be a game he sees out. You'd like to think. Maybe not. He's offside. He's R9. He's got 3 minutes, Gravison, to see this one out. Keep the ball. Keep possession in the right areas. Try and pick off your opponent on the high line he's going to be playing against you. And go and win the game. R9 nearly was through there for a split second. I don't think he's going to have any interest in that, to be honest. He's going to go from left back to right back. And he's going to keep himself in the tournament. As unfortunately, it looks like we're going to be saying goodbye to our first player in the eChampions League, which looks to be Mark Marley, who will crash out the tournament with a record of 2-3. But by God, he's delivered an entertaining game of FIFA. Him and Manu Bachore. 5 goals to 4 it will finish. And that'll be a man that saves his tournament status, but he's not there as of yet of Team Hull. At 16 years of age, showing some serious composure in a very nervous situation. Levens Marley, though, unfortunately, crashes out the tournament with a record of 0-3. It's not been a great day for him, and it'll be a chance to go back and reflect, Gravison, on what he can do better moving into the rest of the season.
I think, obviously, he's going to be disappointing in himself, but I think he showed up some great FIFA skills and great FIFA attacking style in this game. So I don't think he should be as disappointing in himself as he's gonna be. But obviously, Manu Bachore, man, that was some composure. I was talking about composure at the halftime of the extra time, and I was talking about the lack of composure. What does he do? Green time shot to the net, and even though Marley moved the keeper to the back post, it didn't mean a thing. So yeah, I think Bachore has the skills to go 3-2, but obviously step by step, 1-2, he just wanna win every match, game by game.
Yeah, well, we have to speak about that. Obviously, Manu Bachore is his first year to compete. He's only just turned 16 years of age. Last year, he couldn't compete. He was another one of those players that was just getting weakening results in and posting about it on social media, bringing hype about himself. But I can tell you right now, he's playing with Danny Visser and Levy David. They're all in the same room in the Netherlands somewhere, coaching each other, pushing each other through the game. Speak to me through the highlights of this, Gravison, because it was a game that gave us loads of goals.
Yeah, definitely. That elastico reverse just created the nice enough angle for him to score that goal. But yeah, obviously, you were talking about crosses to the back post, and obviously Manuel Bachore did it. He scored the 4-4 to send the goal to extra time. But I gotta tell you, Marley could have finished the game if he crossed the ball to the back post a couple of times, and he didn't. And he obviously got punished for it. Green time shot to the back of the net, and it was just it. Obviously he had the red card, and I think the game was over at that moment. But yeah, Bachore, he kept composed. He scored that last goal with Cristiano Ronaldo, and I think he deserved to go through. But anyways, I got a clap for Marley because he did an amazing job. Nevertheless, he just didn't have the right decisions at the right time, and if you don't, you get punished.
Yeah, you do at the highest of levels, especially here in Western Europe. We are providing you still 2 more rounds of Swiss action, but that's round 3 concluded from the commentary desk. For now, it's back down, I believe, to Rachel and the rest of the team.
Thanks, Brandon. Thanks, Gravison. Yeah, well, that went all the way, didn't it, Carl? Extra time in the end to decide that one. Marley, though, let's have a quick word on him. He's had a great week. He's qualified for his 4th EPL finals with Brighton, so we'll see him in a couple of weeks' time there. Couldn't quite step up on the European stage today, Kyle, but yeah, a great outing for him in his European campaign, and I'm sure, again, will give him a lot of confidence going forward, especially taking it all the way there. 4 goals to 5 in the end it finished. Obviously, the athlete from Team Hullet coming out on top, Manu Bachore, this time out. And he's such a youngster, like Brandon and Gravison were saying. We're going to see a lot more of him as the season progresses, hopefully, and as he gets better and better year on year in the FIFA scene.
Yeah, definitely. Just going back to Marley, I think that for him, he's going to be very frustrated. We can see the players that have been knocked out safe. 22 eSports, Diogo, Levens Marley and Mentz as well. But Marley, yeah, he has qualified for the E-Premier League. He will be happy with that. But his performance today, he's not going to be happy with that at all. he succumbs to the Swiss format, as all 4 of these competitors have. However, now it's about, well, what can he do to actually go back to the drawing board, look at his performances, watch them back and say, what do I need to improve on? If I'm coming up against some of the best players in Europe or the world, well, actually, what do I need to do to improve to make sure that I'm one of those players? So there's definitely some positives to take out of it. He's going to be frustrated, he's going to be upset, he's not going to be happy crashing out of the tournament just like this, but there are things to learn, so I'm sure if he implements them in the right way, he'll come back stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Bouchore then, he is still going to have to play 2 more games, and he needs 2 more wins as well, as does another player, Fnatic Tex. He went 2-0, didn't he? He just got that 3rd win there against Diogo. Obviously now we say goodbye to Diogo, but Mike LaBelle is standing by with the MasterCard moment of the match from Fnatic Tex's first leg when he went 4-0 in that one. Mike, what have you got for us?
Well, I've got a breakdown. I'm going to call it the receive and react. It's something that we've seen Fnatic Tex do over multiple years now. He's gifted and talented when it comes to a lot of the skill move work, and he's now got himself back into the tournament. We didn't expect him to be in this position where he was potentially facing elimination, but sometimes it's when you get your best FIFA, and he definitely sent a message that he's still focused, he's still dialed in. I love this example. It's just finishing composure. Most people, myself included, we're looking to shoot. We don't have an extra skill move. There's 3 guys around him. You see the heel to heel. It's just gorgeous. Opens up the space, opens up that small lane. It's that instant explosion, and it's what propels him. And also early on, this is the 5th minute, the first goal, the opener. Also my favorite goal that he scored in that matchup, but it just let him dictate the tone and the tempo and everything all encompassing. And I also heard word on the street with the real Kyle Walker and the real Rachel Stringer, we potentially have the real Fnatic Tex. Tell me it's true.
I hope we have the real Fnatic Tex, because the real Fnatic Tex, we are saying, is back. Maybe, Kyle, I always think he just likes to play around with us a little bit. Oh, let's go 2-0 down, and let's just make everyone think I haven't particularly got the skills, but comes back with a bang, 5-2 over 22 Esports Diogo. He is back in this. Kyle, have you got him standing by? Can we have a word with him and just understand his mindset? I'd love to hear from him.
We can indeed. Yes, thank you so much, Rachel. Fnatic Tex, not the greatest of starts to the tournament, but it's all about what you've just done. You've got that W. It does save you here, the eChampions League. What was your mindset going into that game, knowing that you were 0-2 and you had to win it?
I started awful. Like the first game of the day, I was winning by like 2 goals with 20 minutes left, and I choked it. So I lost in pens on that. Second game, I was tragic, and I was 0-2. I'm not playing well, so I just said to myself, I need to make every game a dogfight. Like just keep it close, and then whoever like does the little things the best side that can win the game. So yeah, my mindset is just to make every game a dogfight and come out on top.
Now, we were looking at some of the quotes from you from before the tournament. You were talking about playing your best FIFA when you are scared. When you're 0-2, there isn't a better position to be scared in and to just turn it up. Do you put it down to the experience, the fact that you've been there on the big stage, the fact that you've done it before, that is the reason why you've stayed in the competition?
Nah, like, I don't know, Carl, man. Nothing's flowing for me right now today. Like, last weekend I came second, I was buzzing, I was whacking everyone. Today, nothing's really clicking, but I've been in this situation, like, a couple times before, so I just gotta clutch up and, just make every game a dogfight and come out on top.
Obviously, the job isn't done just yet. Are you looking at your performance already, changing things? Will you go into this game thinking, all right, what do I need to improve? Thinking, what do I need to do differently than I've already done?
Yeah, like, it's just a few little things I'm doing really bad, and it's quite hard to change on the day, so I've gone back to what I know best. I'm going 4-2-3-1 and just make the game dead, and hopefully I can just come out on top in like the little attacking situations that I need to.
Tex, do you feel the pressure? Do you put pressure on yourself, the pressure from the outside world, the pressure from us? You come in, everyone puts the bar way up here because of what you've achieved. Do you feel that pressure coming into these tournaments?
You know what? Today, I do in the qualifiers, but today I came in and I wasn't like that nervous. It was weird. Like, usually I do a nervous poo before like, every tournament, right? And like today, I barely did one. Nothing was coming. I wasn't nervous at all. But anyway, we managed to make it 1-2. But yeah, am I nervous right now? A little bit. But yeah.
Well, I did not expect that at all. You've got a little bit of time. If you are feeling nervous, we'll give you a few minutes. Fnatic Tex, thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you.
Always love to hear from Tex. Kyle, just compose yourself there. I mean, I don't know what Tex is calling it, but if he's choking, he's feeling the pressure. He's feeling nervous, surely. But he does continue in this competition, which we love to see at the moment. It's always nice to have Fnatic Tex on board to give those kind of insights, to give those interviews, to give us a laugh. Anyway, while we park that bus, let's go over to Ryan Pessoa, because he has some more highlights for us from our feature match B. I believe it's between Footwiz, Nixneb and Pain FIFA. Ryan, is that the match you're going for? Please.
Yes, Rachel, you are correct. It is, of course, Footwiz Jacob or Footwiz Nixneb up against Pain FIFA. And it's an interesting matchup. Both of these players do have a 1-on-1 record going into round 3. So it's an important win or an important loss for either of these players. And we start off with Pain FIFA intercepting it in his own half. And he breaks through L1, R1 ball over the top. R9 Ronaldo. And this is going to be a common theme. A little ball roll around the goalkeeper to give him the 1-goal lead. And we take it again. An offside trap from Jacob. Poorly timed, and it's a simple finish. R9 Ronaldo played across goal, and Pain FIFA takes a 2-goal lead up against Footwiz Nixneb. Now we go into the second leg here, and again, it's going to be a 3rd goal here from Pain FIFA. He builds up with the UCL item off-red into Pele. Eusebio on the finesse shot. Eusebio, a very unique choice there, but you can see he pays dividends with a 3-goal lead there, the finesse shot, and it's Fred, another fantastic through ball. CR7 in on goal, ball roll around the goalkeeper. As I said, 4-0 Pain FIFA, and it ended up being a comfortable win, and he'll advance into round 4. 2-on-1 record. So yeah, back to you, Rachel.
Yeah, great. Thanks so much, Ryan, for talking us through those highlights. Well, Swiss round 3 is completed. There's a little bit of a single elimination going on for a couple of players now, of course, Kyle, but 4 players have confirmed their spot already going through to the knockouts. We'll confirm them for you as well, but I know Maestro is one of them, Peixoto is one of them, Matthias Banana. Again, a couple of these names we were speaking about at the beginning of the broadcast that we kind of were saying are guarantees, and I know my guarantee is going through. So I am absolutely stoked with that. Sorry, I look a bit smug there, don't I, Kyle?
No, it's all right. Mine's going through as well, so it's all right. We can be smug together. It's completely fine. But if you look at it, 3 rounds out, this is crunch time now once again. That first early round is a bit of a free hit. You go in hoping to get the win. If you don't, it's not the end of the world. As the Swiss rounds progress, obviously we've lost 4 competitors already. The next round, we'll lose another set of competitors, and then we go into that 5th and final round where we will lose more competitors once again. This is, the excitement just builds, it gets more and more, the pressure builds as well, and I'm sure all of our competitors, they might be feeling nervous, just like Tex said he was.
Yeah, but Kyle, you and I aren't feeling nervous, and I want to give you a virtual high five. I'm not sure which way you are on my screen, but I'm going to pretend that you're there, because our players are guaranteed. Mike LaBelle has to still wait, doesn't he, and see if Levy makes it. I wonder where he is in the world. New York, wondering if his player can make it through. But come back and join us after this short break. We have 2 more rounds of Swiss. Round 4 coming up in this, the eChampions League 2022. It's all kicking off.
Welcome back to round 4 of the eChampions League. We're well underway with this competition. And Mike, just before I hand to you to talk about the round matchups, I just need to say I'm not over Tex's pre-competition ritual of the nervous poo, but I'm not going to say any more on it. I'll let you take over.
I hope that gets clipped and shared around the internet. All this time, I thought he was on the phone in the bathroom with his mother. That's not the case. Now we know what's really going down. He's informed us. But what's really important right now is round 4 and the matchups that we have. And maybe I'm a little bit biased here. I'm more interested in those elimination games. I like the tension. I like the winner go home versus some of the competitors that have already got their first 3 wins. But I will say those are the big name matchups for the most part. When you're seeing the likes of Maestro and Peixoto and Matthias and all these guys we built up. However, Diogo Nicholas, I see that. Stefano Pina versus Cosmin. Cosmin been talking a lot on the internet. And there's a little bit of something there. I saw that Kyle and Rachel were being a little smug. They were bragging about their players already going through. Well, Levy could do that against Payne. That matchup is on screen. There's so many matches to choose from. Let's be realistic here. These are the best of the best players. You don't need me to build that. It's shown off in front of you, but these are the games that I'm maybe a little bit more dialed in on. I want to see Tex play more. I want to see Stokes play more because Stokes was another favorite. If I was making a list, he was on my way to watch or a player to watch. The same with Nick Sneb, who just came off a loss here. And these guys are facing win, go home. Tuga, you didn't expect him to be in this position. Kind of the leader of Portugal, but is he going to lead by example? He's got to get out of this Swiss group, the Swiss stage.
Yeah, and you are right about Kyle and Rachel bragging, but you might still have bragging rights. But for now, we've been catching up with the players, and here's what they have to say about rivalry.
I think my biggest rival amongst the field of play has to be Jovi. It was the last game to qualify for ECL in the knockouts, and I was down by 3 goals and I managed to turn the game back. I think he will definitely try to seek revenge on me.
It would have to be #Stokes, and I think if we played, it would be a very eventful game with a lot of goals, and I'm going to go with a 6-4 to Fnatic Diogo as a score prediction.
Ce serait Levy de Weird. Après, pour le score, honnêtement, je ne saurais pas combien il pourra avoir, mais j'espère gagner au moins.
Mein größter Gegner ist auf jeden Fall Umut. Ich meine, er ist momentan der beste FIFA-Spieler in Deutschland. Und falls ich gegen ihn spielen müsste, würde ich ein knappes 5-4 schätzen.
I don't have any big rival in the FIFA community, but if I'm gonna play against Yuval Belli, who is my teammate from NOM, it's gonna be a very good game to watch.
Da denke ich an den Umut, da denke ich an den Koray. Nichtsdestotrotz ist gegen beide mein Ergebnistipp Sieg Predator FIFA.
Bueno, pues mi mayor rival yo creo que sería Nicolás, porque es un rival que nunca he ganado presencialmente. Todas las veces que no hemos competido nunca he conseguido ganar.
Mi mayor rival talvez seja o Tex. Yo creo que es el mayor candidato, Fnatic
Tex, and that's because he's the best player in the world.
I don't really have a rival in the Champions League. I think I'll be everyone's rival. I'm the guy to beat, so yeah, I'd say me.
I love those rivalries. I love me some rivalry and confidence, and it is flowing. So let's get straight into the games. Richard and Ryan, take it away.
Thank you very much, Liv and Mike. Great predictions and breakdowns of the games coming up here in the Swiss round 4. Joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa to guide you through some all-important elimination matchups. Who would have thought that we'd been here, Ryan, with Tex, with Tuga, with even Stokes, all in 1 and 2 matches. It's so unpredictable.
Yeah, it really is. There's a lot of top players here, which obviously means there are top matches. As you say, it was unpredictable to predict that Tex, Tuga and Stokes will be in this position. So again, no guarantees on who you play. Everyone's good at this level, and whoever wins it will definitely deserve to be the winner.
I've been doing a bit of digging because we've not had that many tournaments, we've not got that much data to go on coming in to the ECL group stages. I want to get your opinion on this, Ryan, because I find this absolutely fascinating. Okay, yeah. Last weekend we had a qualifier. We had the FGS 1v1 second qualifier to progress into the playoffs, which will be taking place later on in the year. Maestro was in that tournament, okay? We've been saying Maestro's back, it's peak Maestro. He got Swissed last week in that tournament. He went out, he didn't get through the group stages, he got eliminated in Swiss. This week, he scored 20 goals, he's 3-0, he has been the man to beat. How'd you go from 1 week getting Swiss to the next week being top of the pile? Like, what is that all about?
I think it's tough. Of course, maybe a factor is a squad restriction in the ECL, and of course in the qualifiers we have different squads with different players at our disposal. And I guess maybe just looking back at that, when you have maybe a weekend that didn't go in your favour, you have a week to bounce back. You're sort of excited to redeem yourself in the next qualifier, and I think that will be the case for Maestro. He's used to competing at the top level. Again, scoring a lot of goals has been a common theme, and he's shown that this weekend by scoring, as you said, was it 20 goals already so far? He's scoring. It's unbelievable. So for him, it's sort of like a redemption arc. He wants to prove to himself and to everyone else that he's still got the level needed to compete at the top.
Yeah, well, we know Maestro has got the levels to compete at the top, and we've seen in these squads as well, there's been a few interesting players, maybe a few players that have been underrated. We asked our pro players before the tournament who their #1 underrated foot item is.
The most underrated Champions League item has to be Vinicius Jr. I think he's going to be in most people's teams, and yeah, I think he's the most underrated item.
Like Vinicius Jr. is the main guy. He's like a crazy super sub as well. So yeah, definitely Vinicius Jr.
A melhor carta da Champions League no FIFA provavelmente diria o Marquinhos dos melhores centrais do jogo.
Like, you might not think that card is underrated, and he probably isn't, but just in terms of some of the new centre-back cards that have came out recently, I still think that Marquinhos is right up there and can compete in this game.
In my opinion, is in FIFA 22, and it is none other than Frankie de Jong. In my opinion, he's one of the best CMs. He has every stat above 80.
C'est peut-être pas la plus estimée, mais c'est celle que je préfère le plus. C'est De Jong RTTK. Je trouve que c'est un top milieu.
Es un mediocentro muy bueno, con el valor muy top y que además defendiendo también te cumple las mil maravillas. Así que yo creo que Frankie de Jong es uno de los centrocampistas más infravalorados dentro del juego.
I think the Robertson left back card because he is very good and I think no one uses him.
Unterschätzte Champions League Karte ist in meinen Augen Renan Lodi, weil in meinen Augen zu den besten Linksverteidiger gehört in Spielen.
La carta más subestimada de la Champions, yo creo que Cristiano Ronaldo 92 es un jugador que nadie usa por su movilidad, pero bueno, yo lo vengo usando desde ese bastante y sé que es una carta que me puede dar la Champions tranquilamente.
La carta más infravalorada de la Champions League para mí es Thiago Jaló, porque es un central bastante rápido, muy completo.
For me, the most underrated one is Mo Salah, because he got all what a winger needs.
Salah, because he is like exactly like Messi and really good with the ball and good long shots.
Chiesa, because as I see it, most of the players are not gonna use him as a starter 11 player, but I'm gonna use him in my squad as a right midfielder in 4-4-2.
Well, there were some of the most underrated foot items by our FIFA pros, specifically in the Champions League item of sort of rarity. Ryan, what was yours? Do you have one that stands out? Shall I go first? Shall I give it a time?
I'll let you go first. I'll let you go first on this one.
Okay. Mine would be the team of the group stage, Nkunku. I think he came out as like a right forward. You can drop him back to a right mid. He can play centre mid in game. He can play even when we've seen Gravenberch at fullback. Nkunku, I think, could do a job as a fullback as well. He's tall, he's physical, he can do a job. What about you? You're the pro player. I'm the casual. Ryan, underrated foot item?
I think some of the players gave some good shouts. I like the shout of Robertson at left back. I think the Prem sort of lacks there in the UCL department anyway. But I'm actually gonna go for Chiesa as a super sub. He's got the pace, he's got the shooting. You can trust him to get him behind as a sort of a late super sub to impact the game. I'm sort of gonna lean towards him.
Well, without any further ado, let's get into our round 4 matchup here. You're watching the eChampions League group stages. It's a big one. It's an elimination game. It's going to be Team Hullit's Manu Bashar up against Footwiz Nixneb. Unfortunately, one of these two will be exiting the tournament after these 2 legs of FIFA have concluded. It's going to be Manu from left to right in the white strip, and in that Team Footwiz jersey from right to left, it's going to be Nixneb.
2 young prodigies in the scene. Funny enough, I think I mentioned it earlier as well. I put Footwiz Nixab as my underdog, sort of one to watch throughout this tournament. He's a fantastic player. He's a player that sort of burst onto the scene last year. He's extremely skillful. I'd say he's one of the best at shot cancelling in the box. But he hasn't got off to the best of starts for his standards anyway. The same with Manu Bashor. He's seen as a young prodigy as well. They're both fantastic players. It'll be a shame that one of them has to get eliminated. But again, there's just so much attacking quality between both of them.
Unfortunately, when we've got the top 32 players from West Europe, we can only have 16 going through to the knockouts. 16 players have got to fall out. One of these two will be joining the 4 players who have already been eliminated here from the eChampions League group stages. R9 Ronaldo here for Nixneb. Finesse shot from range, just over the bar. It was an unconventional angle, and it nearly tested the goalkeeper.
You always have to panic there, and you're defending someone that's got R9. You don't know what side he's going to turn onto, and he turns onto his right, pops off a finesse shot that's timed green. It's always nerve-wracking, but for Bashor's sake, it goes over the bar. But again, both of these players will be, I'd say, nervous, but I think they'll be full of adrenaline, and they'll be backing themselves to create a lot of chances.
Manu inside the box. Penalty?
Yeah, penalty shout, but it's not, and it's fortunately for Jacob, or Nixneb as he's known as, he can escape with the ball, and another slice of fortune which gets the ball from Cancelo to CR7 as he can build up an attack.
Could be an opportunity here as CR7 moves in field. He pops it into Pele. The ball falls to Ruud Gullit now. Twisting, turning, past De Jong. Lovely Lacroqueta pass into R9. Roulette inside the box, doesn't fall to, unfortunately, the feet of Pele, but a couple of opportunities there. Early doors here for Nixneb. Cancelo wins it high up the pitch. Pele pops it off back to João Cancelo. Now the icons are going to take over. As we see that Lacroqueta, it's the closest thing to Lacroqueta cancel that we've seen. It's sort of the Lacroqueta, and then halfway through the animation, you take a pass or you take a shot, and it's sort of, it just gives you that little bit extra spice. I think that's the best way to say it, Ryan.
Yeah, it's starting to become a common theme now over the last couple of weeks, couple of months, to Lacroqueta cancel into the pass. It's not necessarily a cancel, but as you say, the animation is stopped halfway with the pass. But the Lacroqueta last year with the cancel was one of the go-to skill moves. As you see, he baits in there as if he was going to shoot. Oh, that's fantastic. It's a great bit of defending there from Bashor, but from Nixneb there, just to sort of bait Bashor to move the goalkeeper there. He knew that he was going to after the first attempt with the R9 finesse shot from within the first 10 minutes. He made sure that sort of keeps him on his toes. He doesn't know when he's going to have to move his goalkeeper now.
Pele, outstanding! McGeady cancel into the box, just wide of the near post. Surprised that he actually went for the near post. I thought maybe across the goalkeeper could have been the better option, but we watched that last game where Nixneb was playing against Pain FIFA. We didn't see really any of this creative play in the final third. We've seen about 3 or 4 different cancels. We've seen shot cancels. We've seen skill moves already in the opening 25 minutes. It looks a bit rejuvenated, I'll be honest with you, does Nixneb. However, Manu Bashor does come forward here and he gets a fortunate bounce off Ruud Gullit. and Nkunku stepping into the attack. R9 Ronaldo just closed down, and a really good end-to-end start here.
Yeah, that was a big tackle there from Jallo. As we see, R9, I thought he was going to be in there for the pass over the top. Vinicius Jr. still making the run, but it's Gullit going to be bombing forward, and Pele through the middle.
Straight down the middle of the pitch, cancel onto the left foot, just rattles the side netting. Oof.
Wow, what a start between both of these players. It really is end-to-end. I thought there that Pele would have found the back of the net, but as I said earlier, it's just a 4-star weak foot sometimes lets you down. There's no guarantees R9 would have scored that, but it's sort of the peace of mind having someone with a 5-star weak foot that you can trust a little bit more in those situations.
Chance here for Manu Bashor. You see Nkunku in the squad. Maybe he took my words of wisdom. I doubt it. R9, reverse elastico, looking to fake onto his left and then maybe drag it back onto his right foot. Just see how high those white shirts are. He's really playing on the front foot here, is Manu Bashor. He's looking to win the ball as high up the pitch as possible. Pele, he links into Vinicius Jr. and Nkunku offloads it to Pele. João Cancelo with a desperate interception at the back.
It's needed interception as well. The on-rushing triggered runs sort of overloaded the box there for Manu Bashor, but he just couldn't get the pass off. There's a timely interception there from Jacob, and he's done the little 1-2 with the L1R1 over the top. It's got to be a goal. Hayes tried to shot cancel. Oh my, he's potentially messed up a chance. He's still got it.
Pele still on. Ball roll, scoop turn, near post shot. Great save from Edwin van der Sar. He'll look back on that if it ends in a 1-goal swing. Footwiz Nixneb and exit the competition. That's a huge chance squandered. It really is. Corner whipped into the box. Dejalo, green time header. It's going to bounce out of play.
That's a massive chance. I've seen that throughout the games today. Some players potentially one-on-one with R9 Ronaldo, and they don't take the shot. They try to do an extra bit around the goalkeeper. I think a ball roll would have done enough there just to get around him. I think he tried to shot cancel. I'd be interested to see that. Well, hopefully you can see a replay after that, after the game. But that's a big chance there. I think that's the biggest one we've seen so far this half.
Christopher Nkunku now picking up the ball in the middle of the pitch. As I said, versatile. He can play a range of different positions, and I'm sure this isn't the last we're going to see of Nkunku's special items into the back end of the year. R9 Ronaldo, Elastico, looking to get away from Ronaldo Lodi, does successfully do that. Now R9 faced with Ruud Gullit. De Jong looking to fire it into R9 and doesn't succeed in the end. 0-0 between these two. An absolute frantic first 45 minutes, I have to say. It's been played at 100 miles an hour. Nick Sneb probably feels a little bit hard done by not to be 1-0 up, but that cancel, we know he's known for his cancels, right? And you said you actually think he's the best shot canceller ever that you've seen. On that occasion, it just wasn't necessary.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too much. If you showed me those chances throughout the first half, I'd have been stunned if you said it ended 0-0. There were numerous chances there, but again, you sort of can take solace and take some positives that you're creating chances. You haven't conceded. That's for both of these players, in fact. They've both done enough to well, I guess, see out each other from conceding goals, but there's still tons to play for. As cliche as it is, we've still got this second half and the second leg. So even if someone does concede or lose this leg, there is still another one to go. But as you were saying, I think Jacob, with his Nick said, will be thinking that maybe he should be in the lead, and he'll be hoping next time if he does have a chance, he'll take it.
Great win high up the pitch from Manu Bashar, straight from kickoff. He won the ball on the wing. He progressed 3 passes, little dink over the top for R9, and a very, very simple finish. I'm sure we'll see it on the replay, how quickly he'd got the ball won on the halfway line, Ryan, and then was like almost 2 passes later in on goal.
Yep, it was, and it's sort of it relates back to what you said in the first half, trying to win the ball back as high as possible. He's got his team depth really high, and it's worked out great for him just to get the ball back. A simple pass over the top, the pass into R9, and it's early goalkeeper movement, but again, for Football's Nick, but you have to sort of make a choice there, and he made the wrong choice, and it's very good composure from Manu there to wait for the keeper to move before he decides to what angle, what area of the goal he will shoot at, and it's an easy finish for R9 as it's basically an open net.
Good win from Nick Sneb high up the pitch on this occasion. R9 Ronaldo. He's going to offload it to Pele. Just looking for the run of R9. Doesn't fall to Ronaldo Nazario in the end. And chance for Vinicius Jr. to pace away from Ronaldo Lodi. But he does well, does the Brazilian Atletico Madrid fullback. Really, really sort of interesting game, because I feel as though we've seen performances where defensive capabilities have won in this tournament so far. We've seen unbelievable attacking performances, Maestro being the star of that particular show. On my opinion, I think this game's going to be won by mistakes. It's going to be errors, whether that's attacking errors or defensive errors.
I think that's going to come with the territory of just having a lot of nerves. It's a must-win game. Obviously, the loser does get eliminated, so there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot at stake. So either of these players will maybe, as I said, they're very, very young. They might succumb to the pressure. It might be a little bit too much for them, and it could lead to some mistakes here. But Pele with a little bit of a heavy touch there, so Manu Bashar could get the ball back. And for him, I think he's going to be not content, but he'll be aware that he potentially could have conceded in the first half. So he'll be taking the positive that he's in the lead now. Just needs to keep possession well, wait for Football's Nick to make a mistake so we could capitalise on CR7 at the back post here.
It's always going to be Ronaldo's win. Van der Sar does well just to get down on it and protect it. Well, that's the danger of having Ronaldo at the back post. It's always an option, even if you don't feel like you're in the game. As Cristiano Ronaldo completely out-muscles Frenkie de Jong, and a chance for Nick Sneb out of nothing. R9 inside the box, ball roll just hits a defender. You saw Cristiano Ronaldo at his prime right there, just muscling almost bullying Frenkie de Jong out the way. And just as we talk about end-to-end FIFA, a little dink over the top, and another day Pele could be in to make it too.
Ooh, I thought there if the ball roll would have got past Robertson, it would have been a chance there in on goal. But I thought that was great defending from Manu Bachir. He didn't bite, he didn't take or decide which way to go, either left or right, with Jallo in the box there when the pass was played to R9. He just sort of jockeyed backwards, took a step back, and then decided to make the choice, or make his opponent make his choice for him. And it led to him getting the ball back. Very fortunately, but it worked.
We drop into the final 20 minutes. I can see a pause queued there in the top right corner from Nixneb. He's looking to make changes coming into this final period of play. First leg of action here in the eChampions League. It's the group stages of this illustrious tournament. De Jong. Now Cristiano Ronaldo occupying that left wing position. Pele linking back into Ronaldo. Back to Pele. He's looking to twist or turn. Frenkie de Jong plays into Vinicius Jr. Lovely bit of skill from Vinicius. Just offloads it to R9. And Manu Bachir leads 2-0.
Oh, it's a fantastic goal. That's a typical FIFA 22 goal there. You just build it up on one side of the pitch, just right to the other one, and just wait for the space to open up. He's done well there with Vinny. Just about got the pass there. And R9 Ronaldo on his left foot into the bottom corner gives him a safety blanket. Now 2-goal lead in the first leg for Manu Bachir.
As we just go into this pause here, you can see the stats and the players looking to make some changes. I want to just get your quick opinion on something, Ryan. When you look at the two records coming into this round 4 matchup, Manu Bachir lost his first 2 games. He lost against Maestro and he lost against Tuga. 7-4, 5-2. He's then just beaten Mark Marley in extra time, a really tightly contested game. On the other side of that, Nixneb's been a little bit more up and down. He lost his first game 2-1 against Diogo from Fnatic. He then beat Diogo Silva 4-1 before losing 5-1 against Pain FIFA. Just on the course of the results, do you feel as though Manu Bachir's on an upwards trajectory, having lost 2, and now he's looking to build into potentially a grandstand round 5 for qualification to the knockouts?
I would actually say so, yeah. Just because, again, it's one thing if your record's 1-2, you potentially could have been 1-1 and then lost that game, or you could have been 0-2 and got the win. So one person's coming off of a win, the other one's coming off of a loss. Especially if it's a win where, sorry, we see it's a bit of deception from De Jong. It's a win where he was up against backs against the wall, up against Marley, where he was losing, and he also got a late goal in extra time. A CR7 could potentially be in.
Finesse from range. Ooh. Maybe a little bit hasty there. I thought there could have been an opportunity to play across the box. CR7, lateral heel to heel into that green time finesse shot. Nixneb giving the ball away inside his own half. It's Cristiano Ronaldo. Seemingly all of Manu Bachir's attacks in this second half have come down this left-hand side of the pitch through Ronaldo, and then linking into R9, offloading to Pele and Ruud Hully in the centre of midfield.
I think for Manu now, he's just going to be sensible. I say that he almost gives the ball away, but just keeping the ball for the last attack. There's no need to rush. For Jacob, this is a tough one as well. I wouldn't even press or anything. I would sort of just wait. Worst case, you leave the game, you're 2-0 down. You just don't want to concede a third. Yeah, a third would be, it'd be tough. It's of course an uphill battle being 2-0 down, but 3-0 would be an even bigger task, obviously. And now he's got the ball back here. Can he lead? Oh, he's lost possession here.
Manu Bachir looking to link into Pele. Good tackle from Thiago Jallo. I definitely think his positive outcome on the games has outweighed his negative here as R9 Ronaldo brings the ball forward. Ball roll into space. Pele now, reverse elastico. Managing to get past Marquinhos. Huge chance. Big goal for Footwiz Nixneb. Something to build upon going into leg number 2.
That is a huge goal. It's needed there. Last minute, you can see the highlight there. Pele with the reverse elastico turns back, a slice of fortune there. The fake shot past Marquinhos, and it's a finish in at the near post there for Pele. You can say maybe Manu Bachir there, Richard. I always talk about discipline. Maybe you could have kept the ball there and just sort of sat on that 2-0 lead rather than risking it, pushing forward, especially that early on. Well, I say early into possession. It was still 89th minute, but he lost it. Jacob Footwiz Nixneb took advantage of it, and 2-1 going into the second leg.
Yeah, very, very interesting game. It's definitely on a knife edge, this. You have to remind you as well, the consequences of losing this game. You're eliminated. You will not be progressing in the eChampions League onto the knockouts. Ryan, big goal for Nixneb at the end of that first leg. Let's have a look at the best moments from leg number 1 here in the round 4 Swiss matchup. It was an early start from Manu Bashar, who built on his lead in the second half.
Yes, it was, and you saw it was what you spoke about, the high press there from Manu Bashar, passed in there. Pele, the goalkeeper, moves to the side for Jacob, reading the wrong way, and it was R9 Ronaldo to give him the 1-goal lead. And we see here him taking charge in this game. It was a great bit of build-up play here. Vinny Jr. a cross goal to R9 again to make it 2-0 for Manu Bashar, giving him that safety net of having a 2-goal advantage. But it was at the final stage, literally the last moment of the game, a pass in from Jacob into Pele, a fake shot into the left foot and into the goal at the near post, 2-1, giving him that fighting chance now. And I'd say, Richard, of course he's still losing, but I still think he has a slight bit of momentum scoring that late on goal.
No, absolutely. I mean, look, that game has been blown wide open right now. Nixneb 2-1 losing after leg number 1, but he's got plenty to do going into leg number 2. Can Manu hold out and see his fate into round 5? Well, you'll just have to come back after this break to see how the eChampions League rolls on in round 4. Welcome back to the eChampions League 2022 group stages. You're joining us at a pivotal round 4 matchup. Joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and my commentary partner, Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, great game that we're enthralled in right now between Manu Bashir from Team Hully and Footwiz Nixneb. 2-1 at the moment, but where do you see potentially this second leg going? Is it going to be more of a cagey affair, or are we going to see the reins come off and goals start flying in?
Ooh, I think the goal from Footwiz Nixneb late on sort of tees it up perfectly, but it's hard to say. I think I'm sort of going to sit on the fence here. I'm actually going to think whoever scores next is going to dictate the tempo of the game, and it's hard to say. It's really difficult when you have two top players, because again, if Manu's the next person to score, I think he sort of learned from his mistakes and he'll keep possession. But if it's Jacob, I think he's got the momentum even more so to push on and win the game.
We are underway here. Second leg of action. Nixneb from left to right in that Team Footwiz jersey. From right to left, Manu Bashir in the white. Nixneb dancing inside the box. What a way to start your second leg of action.
Oh, it's unbelievable. It is unbelievable dribbling there. Makes the right choice. The celebration to match, and it's beautiful work from Pele. But it's going to be R9 with the headlines with the open goal finish. But what a start. He needed that. And as I said, I think now I'm going to make my decision. It's 2-2. It's fair for me to make my decision now. I think Footwiz Nixneb is going to take it from here.
Well, let's wait and see. It was an outstanding piece of dribbling and individual play from Nixneb to get into the opportunity. Pele literally almost blitzing Manu Bashir. And sometimes you see that in the first 5-10 minutes of games before you're mentally fully switched on. Things like that can happen as Manu Bashir comes up the other end with Mo Salah. He's looking for options inside the box. He doesn't see any, but Salah's just dipping and diving inside the box. Plays it into R9, who finishes into the far post. What a start to this second leg of action. And that's the first time we've seen Manu Bashir get hyped.
Yeah, I think I'm a bad luck charm there. I might have jinxed it, but that was great work there. And I don't know what happened there with the chance with Salah, but he worked it, kept possession of the ball, played it across to R9, he manages to get it in. And yeah, we're back now, all square in this game, and Manu takes the lead on aggregate.
Absolutely outstanding first 10 minutes here. Nixneb out the gates early. Manu Bashir answering back and reclaiming his lead. 3-2. Actually, when we saw the player of the day as well, just in the advert there, Ryan, David Sanchez, we have not spoke about all day.
Yeah.
And he's having the tournament of his life. He's 3-0. He's guaranteed his spot into the ECL knockouts. Chance at Ruud Hully, just intercepted by Edwin van der Sar. And currently, after the first leg of action against Maestro, he's 3-2 up.
Yeah, he's been outstanding, and of course you have to give him props for performing so well, so consistent throughout the day so far. And again, as you said, he's a young performer, and he's been, well, as you said, playing fantastically well. And to be beating Maestro, who was, as it stood anyway, was voted as player of the day so far, I think if David Sanchez wins that, you'd have to say he is player of the day, no doubt, because he's performed fantastically well, scoring some fantastic goals. And for his sake, anyway, we'll be hoping he can continue that into the knockout stages in a few months' time.
Lovely one-touch passing there in the middle of the pitch from Manu Bashir. Now Mo Salah on the finesse. What a finish from Mo Salah. Outstanding from the Egyptian.
Wow. You can see Jacob's reaction. That came from nowhere. The build-up play there, R9 into Mo Salah. I'll be looking to see, is it a timed finish here? Yep. It is. It's a fantastic goal. He does the skill move inside onto Mo Salah's favoured left foot. The finesse shot. You don't even have time to move the keeper there. It's quick, it's instinctive, and it's a fantastic goal to give him the lead in this game. But more importantly, the lead on aggregate. He's got a 2-goal lead, and it's a 2-goal deficit for Footwiz Nixneb to try and get back into the game.
And in particular, I want to talk about the lateral heel-to-heel that he just popped off before he took it. Is the lateral heel-to-heel the reason that finesse shot's flown in? Because it sort of bounces the ball up, and is that the reason you do the skill move before the shot?
I think
Chance here for R9. Come back to you in a second, Ryan. Marquinhos does well. Also, Ruud Hully has just pulled up and he's literally playing everybody onside. I've just seen that.
Oh my gosh, I just saw what you were talking about there. What a way to concede that would have been.
Nixon, back close, Ronaldo. He's not up for it. Rude Hullet. He's going to pick it up in the middle of the pitch. Lateral heel to heel into the first-time shot. The reason that Salah found the back of the net?
I believe so. It's a common thing. I think if Salah tried to cut in and shoot first time, I don't think it goes in. But a lateral heel to heel, we saw it as well in the first leg. I believe it might have even been Manu Bashir who tried the same thing, and it went over the bar. It could have been... It could have been... Yeah, was it? It was one of the two anyway, but always in on goal. Maybe it was a clean tackle there. But yeah, 2-goal lead now. It's gonna be a tough one for Fulham's next step to get back into the game. But he'll be backing himself. He started off fantastically well. It's just now, is he gonna get those chances without having to give up possession as it's lofted into Salah?
Knocks it down. Pele will make it 5-2 for Manu Bashir. Great switch of play. Carving him open. You just get to see the replay here, Ryan. Talk to me about the composure that he showed just there.
Oh, it's outstanding. The ball across, the pass across goal. It's one where you wouldn't necessarily expect Salah to take a shot there. So I guess maybe for Jacob, he sort of maybe could have... Hindsight's a wonderful thing, but maybe he could have looked towards the pass. But again, it happened so quickly. It happened so fast, so snappy from Team Hullet's Manu Bashir, and he does enough to get the goal there. And it's 5-2 in aggregate, and it's a massive, massive uphill battle now to get back into the game for Jacob.
And what a start to this game as well. He went one. He got his goal back. He was right back in the game, and then it seems like Manu Bashir has just taken every single centimetre that he's been given and found a goal from it.
I thought he would have been sort of downhearted after conceding so early on and so late on in the first leg. When you add those things together, it's not as if he was 2-1 in the first leg after conceding maybe around the 70th minute. Especially the ball rolls, the skill moves. But yeah, as I was saying, it's a thing where you conceded late on and early on in the next leg. That could be really, really detrimental to your performance. But again, he done enough there to bounce back from it, and he's even got another chance here. Pele, green tie, and Van der Sar with a save that could keep or could give Fulham's that slither of hope to getting back into the game.
We were just speaking there about Manu Bashir maybe feeling down or feeling sort of out of the game. We have to remember that he's part of Team Hullet, and arguably over the last sort of 2-3 years, right, and they've been one of the most successful FIFA esports teams. When you look at the caliber of players that have come through Team Hullet, almost everybody who's been there has won something, whether it's a FGS Cup, whether it's a online cup during the pandemic era, whether it's national tournaments. They win tournaments, do these players who play for Team Hullet.
Yeah,
it's in the ethos.
Yeah, they seem to pick up the best players who are performing well. As Salah's in on goal here to seal the deal. It's going to be a ball around the goalkeeper. And this is game over for me here, Richard. 6-2 in aggregate. Mo Salah performing as he does in real life and in the Champions League this year as well, scoring important goals. But it was R9 with the assist over the top there. Marquinhos doesn't have the pace to get back to try and stop Salah. And as I said, for me, it's the nail in the coffin. But just more of it to what you're talking about with Team Hullet. Of course, they've got an icon, not just in real football terms, but an icon in the game. One of the best players, the staples in most teams. Ruud Hullet leading a fantastic esports team with fantastic players in. And it looks as if one of those players will be advancing into the next round. And hopefully, for their sake anyway, sealing their spot in the knockout stages of the eChampions League.
Vinicius Jr. here to make it 7 for Manu Bashir. Slide tackles the ball. There's a phrase that goes around FIFA, and it's sort of, sometimes it's said in jest, but a lot of people believe it.
Yeah.
Manu Bashir's team on the pitch right now are fighting for the badge.
No, genuinely. They are. You can see it.
This is Vinicius Jr. then. I've not seen Vinicius Jr. slide tackle ever. He got down, he got amongst it. Salah's banging finesse shots from 30 yards. Everything's just clicking for him. And sometimes, in FIFA, we talk about small margins. Sometimes everything just clicks for you.
Yeah, and you need those games. That's what I say at the top level is, of course, the skill element separates many players, but you do have to have that slice of fortune, and it just has to be your day sometimes when everything falls for you, and it's another... Oh my goodness, what to say? It's another finesse shot, potentially hitting the back of the net there from R9. I don't think he's mistimed the finesse shot this whole game.
Everything's been green.
Every single thing has been green.
As Nick Sneb just trying to force that ball forward. That's what he needs to do at this point. Just get the ball quick into the opposition half. Mo Salah, green time finesse shot just wide of that left-hand post.
Shoot on sight. It really is. And anytime he has a sight of the goal is at any angle to take a finesse shot, he is pinging them. Green timed. For Jacob is scared. I'd be moving my goalkeeper from before the balls even hit the floor. I'd be moving him miles before the players touch the ball, but it's going to be a...
Still on? He's offside.
Is that off? That has to be offside, right? Yeah, it is offside, as you're correct.
Just looking forward, obviously, I don't want to count out Nick Sneb as of yet, but Manu Bashar will be a real handful for anybody who he faces in that 2-2 matchup to qualify for the eChampions League knockouts.
You don't want to play him. He's someone, as I said, he's come off of a 0-2 record. His back's been against the wall from... Oh, not again. Save there from Van der Sar. But his back's been against the wall from the get-go, and he's done well to bounce back. And now, to go 2-2 from 0-2, it's not easy. Especially at this level, we've seen many players beating each other. As we see, potentially, is there going to be another goal? Many blocks in the box there, but I think this will be game over.
De Jong here, stepping forward with the ball, out wide to Ronaldo.
There seems to be so much space here for Maestro to take advantage of, but it just gets in on the end of that. It's Mo Salah, the man of the moment, builds up here. 23 minutes to go here, sort of just biding the time now, just to see can he get more goals, more confidence. But if we were to see a comeback, 4 goals in this short space of time, it would be remarkable, but it's very, very, very unlikely.
As Manu Bashar comes forward here, 6-2 up, he's absolutely cruising, and he will be, as it stands, going into round 5 of Swish here. But we've got a lot of other games that are right on the precipice of potentially finishing. So we're going to head over to Deshier up against #Stokes, I believe it is. We'll get into that very, very shortly indeed. However, Ryan, Manu Bashar, I said it in the game, he's going to be an absolute handful for anybody who he matches at 2-2. That's a game that you want to stay away from.
Yep, exactly. And he sort of withheld the barrage at the start of the first leg from Footwiz Nick Sneb, and he done well to just ease into it. Didn't let those 2 goals that he conceded sort of deter his performance. He bounced back straight away, scoring some fantastic finesse shots. And yeah, as I say, it's going to be it looks to be a comfortable victory in the end. So let's see what's going to be happening in some other games. Of course, what is it? 1-2 records, 2-1 records. Who's going to advance? Who's going to be eliminated? There's still a lot to play for.
Yeah, Desch from France up against Stokes is the game that we're going to be jumping over to. Both of these 2 players, 1 and 2, currently as it stands in the Swiss format. We talked about Stokes quite a lot. For Desch, there's a real sort of resurgence in French talent at the moment, and we've seen Peixoto and Leandro Peixoto as well, sort of really dominating French/Portuguese, those 2, and Maestro really leading the scene in France. But there's a lot of really good players from France, and this could be a tournament where you break out.
Yeah, definitely. And he's someone that I've noticed a lot this year in practice tournaments and of course the Champions qualifiers and things like that. He's been playing very, very well. And of course the eChampions League, this tournament, he's performing well. And he's up against Stokes, who we briefly saw earlier, up against Nicholas, who did in fact run out victorious against Stokes, which put Stokes in a position where he couldn't rely on having many losses. And he's in fact 1-2 for both of these players. So again, it's backs against the wall for both of them. Who's going to come out on top? We will await the game so we can see who comes out victorious.
And we're just going sort of just final thoughts on that game, Ryan, before we jump into it, between Nick Sneb from Footwiz and Hulit's Manu Bashar. Is it... I don't want to say Nick Sneb sort of took the foot off the gas or didn't perform in that second leg. I think it was probably more the case of Manu Bashar. I'd love to see the stats, but I think he timed everything green. And any sort of real clear-cut chance, I don't think he missed. I'll be honest. He's finished everything. And when you're playing against someone like that, I really don't think there's much you can do. We are going to jump into that game, so I'll get your thoughts from that, Ryan, as we're going into it. But it was a real tough matchup for Nixneb.
Yep, it was. And it's one of those games where on another day, he could have been 2 or 3-0 up from the beginning with the amount of chances he created. But as we said, Manu Bashir sort of withheld the storm, the onslaught of attacks, and took his chances when they came. Did end up conceding and giving away the 2-goal lead, but again, he bounced back well and scored some goals to give him a safety blanket and enough of one to sort of lean back on and give him the freedom, as we saw. Fantastic save. That could have been a horrible goal for Stokes to concede there. As we just tune into it, that would have been a rough one to concede.
The ball like a pinball machine inside the box there. It was Pele sort of trying to just find a way out. Bounced off Van der Sar in the end for a corner. I just saw straight away as well, Desh using Fred as a midfielder. The road to the knockouts, Fred, the Manchester United CDM. First time I've really seen him used on broadcast, at least. Does that allow you to potentially get maybe a different player in there alongside sort of moving forward, or maybe it's the chemistry on CR7? Chance, great save from Van der Sar again.
Sorry, I'm just looking.
Jesus Navas as well.
Wait a second. Sorry, I've just been sat here thinking, where's Hullet? There's no Hullet for Desh. He's using Cruyff, Arna, Ronaldo, and Pele.
The 3 attackers. So that's why Fred's in the team. He's the Hullet-esque role of the squad. Very interesting. Maybe could be reasons 1 and 2. We'll wait and see if Fred does perform for Desh here. Chance here for Stokes. He's the player kicking from left to right in that orange strip. Desh in the blue of France from right to left. Ronald Lodi potentially playing for last attack here. Is Stokes. Couple of switches of play. Sees the clock ticking down as extra time is looming.
I think it'd be wise to play for last attack. We're going to see a disciplined Stokes here, just trying to wait, bide the time down. You do not need to attack here. Just keep the ball. You don't want to give it away and then concede. We even saw it in the featured match earlier on. Oh my goodness, I thought I would have jinxed it again there, but just keeping the ball, waiting until the clock hits 90, see how many minutes are added on, and then try and push forward. If you can't, then of course then so be it, but at least you don't end up giving away a goal later on, which is the most painful thing to do. Oh my goodness, especially when it's 1 and 2, but nothing could come from that attack, and we'll be going into extra time, Richard.
Yeah, 1 and 2, the Swiss record of both of these two. Unfortunately, they'll be crashing out of the tournament after this round 4 matchup. Only one can go through. You just see the scoreline as it currently stands, 2 apiece. We have that eChampions League trophy glimmering in the middle. You spoke a lot about Desh, really sort of one of his real first seasons, breakout seasons, with Atlantide Wave. On the other side of that, Stokes, who's been around the block, but maybe hitting a peak of his own, you've got to say.
I think it's always been wonderful, but I couldn't get it into his stride quick enough. But with Stokes, he's always been consistent throughout the years, and he's always been a person that suits a faster tempo game, and it's good to see him adapting year in, year out to compete at the highest level. And as you say, he's a veteran. He's been around the scene for a long time, a very long time. I think I was in primary school when Stokes picked up the pad competing. I was a baby, but Stokes has been here for quite some time, and his experience shows. Oh, this is big.
R9 in over the top for Stokes, left-footed from Ronaldo Nazario as he wheels away in celebration, and Stokes finds himself 3-2 up with 20 minutes left to play.
Oh, that's a massive goal for Stokes there. As we see the replay, is CR7 over the top into R9. Marquinhos can't get enough pace on it, and it's a left foot pass Donnarumma to give him the lead in extra time. 1-1 in this game, in this leg, but 3-2 on aggregate. And here's to hoping for Stokes' sake anyway, he can keep possession well. But I wouldn't be shocked if there's going to be another clear-cut chance for Deshe, who's also a fantastic attacker on FIFA 22.
Mo Salah looking to fire that ball into the attacking players. It looks strange with no Ruud Gullit in the middle of the pitch. He was a lock-in, really, but deciding to sort of throw all the icons in the attacking third was Deshe. Ronaldo, chance for Stokes here. Ball roll, scoop turn, on the right foot, near post. Donnarumma with a great save.
I thought he'd done it all perfectly there. The shot there, I thought it was going to go across goal. And I think if he did that, it would have been a 2-goal lead and almost, you would say, game over. But I'm shocked there that Stokes doesn't keep possession as well. I thought, well, going into the last stages of the first half of extra time, 3 minutes to go here. You don't need to rush. Just keep it calm, keep it composed. He's also got kickoff in the second half of extra time. It's not the prettiest way to win a game, but again, when the stakes are this high at this fantastic competition, you have to do everything you can, and it's going to be Deshe now trying to try and get that equaliser.
Stokes looks to win it back again. We've seen a lot of this. I would say most of the goals that we've seen today have been the possession turning over in the defensive third of the play, like winning the ball high up the pitch and then hitting those over-the-top through balls, hitting those crosses to the back post. The majority of goals have come from that. R9 into Pele, just out of his stride. Huge chance as Deshe lumps it out of play. He is not happy and will get himself into half-time. Stokes with a narrow lead with 15 minutes left to play.
It was outstanding build-up play, quick, snappy, intricate passes in and around the area, breaks through, and I just thought it was almost enough there to get on the end of it, to get the second goal. But again, just not enough just to create a complete clear-cut opportunity. But this is going to be a tough last 15 minutes here in extra time, trying to withhold the amount of pressure. But again, when someone has to pressure you and to get a goal and throw many bodies forward, there's obviously going to be gaps opening up. So it's down to Stokes if he can take advantage of it.
And this is one of those gaps that have been opened. Stokes potentially to seal the game. Ball roll, scoop turn. Jesus Navas comes across, a player that, again, with the selection pool of players being as small as it is, we thought there were going to be lock-ins across that back four, especially Dejalo, Marquinhos, Renard Lodi, Cancelo, maybe Andy Robertson, but Jesus Navas finding his way into the squad and looks to be doing a good job so far. Pele into R9, Marquinhos with a great interception. Looks like a foul potentially inside the box. Referee will play advantage, and chance for Stokes to kill the game off.
It's got to be played in the air there, Richard. If that's in the air, it's a goal. It's a 100% goal. Well, I say it's a 100% chance anyway. Whether he takes it, that would have been, remains to be seen.
Frenkie de Jong finds it into Nkunku. R9 Ronaldo. So it's turning. Great timed off the post. But the rebound will fall to Pele with 5 minutes left to play.
That would have been horrible if he didn't score that there, I'll be honest. Deserved goal. Green timed it. That just goes back to the chance at the halfway, and I'm going to see the replay. Nkunku, R9 Ronaldo, fantastic turn. The green time off the post, but Pele finishes it. And oh god, this is it's nervy here, Richard. It's nervy because 5 minutes or 4 minutes left to go. I think Stokes will keep the ball like we saw at the end of normal time. Just wait to try and find the last attack.
Penalties could be looming to keep your place in the hat for the eChampions League. Wow.
Another penalty shootout. That's especially in one of these games, Richard. It's fair enough seeing a penalty shootout in round one from what we saw between Levy and Nicholas, but in a situation like this, completely do or die, you have to win the penalty shootout. It is going to be, it's hard. It is really hard.
Yeah, it's so harsh for one of these two to crash out of the tournament on penalties. However, we could also get a late goal. There could be a little bit of
exactly.
drama.
Of course.
Hashtag Stokes. A man who has been there, he's done it. He's lifted the trophy. That was the playoffs back in 2019. Deshe looking to make his mark on the FIFA esports landscape. And what a scalp this would be going into round 5. Talk about confidence. If he could knock Stokes out, he'll be going in on top of the world. One final pause here that the players are currently queued into with around 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
Hear me out, Richard. If you've got a sub, you've got maybe a couple subs, maybe 1 or 2 subs left. Do you sort of sacrifice a defensive player and try and bring on someone that could take a penalty shootout, or
potentially, or even, I mean, I think we saw Mark Marley bring CR7 on in the last few minutes of the game.
Go for the last, launch it into the box. Use him as an outlet.
For Stokes, Rude Hullet. Firing it into R9. He can't get past it, Kunku, and penalties will be on the cards here. Round 4 of Swiss. It's going to be Deshe stepping up to the spot first with Pele. Slots it to the left-hand side by Van der Sar, and a very good penalty, and it's Stokes' Pele to reply. Saved.
Oh, it's a great save there from Deshe. It's going to be Mohamed Salah. We saw him. And it is going to be a fantastic penalty, sending the keeper the wrong way. Stokes is Salah now. Oh, it's into the bottom corner.
Advantage Deshe still with R9 Ronaldo from 12 yards. Save from Stokes. And a chance to level it up for the hashtag man. R9 from 12 yards. Smashes it into the bottom corner.
Oh, it's a great penalty. It's going to be Anthony here for Deshe. Is he going to find the back of the net? He does again, sending the keeper the wrong way. And Stokes, CR7. Is he going to score? And it's a great penalty. Green time.
And we're basically in sudden death at this point. 3 penalties scored each. And Kunku scores for Deshe. And it's a must-score penalty for hashtag Stokes. Rude Hullet. Dinks it down the middle. That's composure for you. And the roles are reversed. Dejalo stepping up to the spot. Screws it wide. And a chance for Stokes to send himself into round 5. And Kunku scores! Stokes will progress through to round 5 of the eChampions League on a penalty shootout.
Oh,
incredible.
That's tough. That is incredible. It's tough. That's what I was talking about. Maybe bringing on someone to take penalties to prevent one of your centre-backs being one of those decisive penalties. And it's a tough way to go out to lose on penalties for Deshe. But for Stokes, it will give him a huge boost of confidence.
The immaculate composure and cojones from Stokes. Game-winning penalty, dinks it down the middle. Like, you talked about experience. That's 10 years of FIFA experience right there.
Say 10, maybe even 20. It's a great penalty to take there. As you say, it shows the composure and the trust he has in himself when taking penalties. Good penalties from both of them. And as I say, penalties is hard. Honestly, it's a luck of the draw, luck of the dice. You don't know who's going to come out on top. But as we're going to see the highlights here from the second leg, Deshe plays it in. It's a fantastic goal as well, and that makes it 2-2. As we saw, it does go into extra time. And it was Tom Stokes who did break the deadlock in extra time, as we saw earlier. R9 Ronaldo across goal, but then it was a reply in the second half of extra time. R9 Ronaldo off the post, and then Pele to find the back of the net.
Yeah, and look, unfortunately, just the way the cookie crumbles, one of these two players had to be eliminated. They probably both deserved to be in round 5. Penalties is such a harsh way to separate a win and a loss, but that's what we're here for. You don't get any prizes for runners-up. You get prizes for being in the top 16 and for progressing through to the knockouts. Incredible scenes here in round 4, and we've still got one more round of Swiss left to go. We've got 16 players left to find out who will be going to the eChampions League knockouts. But for myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa, back down to Liv on the desk.
Thank you, guys. Amazing stuff there. And I'll be honest, I never like penalties. They make me so nervous, and I'm sure it's the same for our players. No one wants to go out on penalties, do they? No one wants to go out in general, but I do think it is one of the harshest ways to go out. Kyle, what do you make of that?
Wow, composure, experience, everything rolled into one. I'm sure for Stokes there, for him leading and then to concede to go into penalties, he must have been slightly worried. The hands definitely would have been a little bit clammy, but he dusted himself off. He made sure he had his towel. He wiped them down. He went into the penalties. He managed to come out on top. It was very, very close. And as Richard and Ryan were saying, got to echo the sentiments from them. It's a shame that we had to lose one of those competitors, but I'm sure for hashtag Stokes right now, he will be elated. That's the word I'm going with going into that 5th round. He's still got things to improve on. He's still got things that he needs to look at, but going into that 5th and final round of day number 1 of the eChampions League, he survives another round. His hopes and dreams of lifting the eChampions League in a few months, that trophy, they're still alive. He has to get through this next round, get through to the next stages, and I'm sure he'll be confident in himself that he can do that.
One last round, like you say, but still on this round, Mike LaBelle, I will come to you for the MasterCard moment of the match. What was it?
Thank you so much. And we're going to actually revisit the Manu Bashor versus Nick Sneb elimination game that we saw prior to those penalty kicks with Stokes that were very nervy. I got started getting sweaty, then I popped the window and it was snowing outside, so it was all good. It brought me back to reality. But I'm going to call Manu Bashor the visionary. And we're seeing a bit of a new meta here with a lot of the crossing and the switching of the pitch and just utilizing space. As you can see, he's got a couple different options. Go for the big switch, but what I really like is that he knows his personnel. You know your players. He's going to sit with Salah. He's going to make an extra pass. He laid it off. Yes, it increases the percentages, but Salah also not known to have a spectacular weak foot. So it would have been a chance of him missing that opportunity, and instead he converts, he moves forward. There's a few goals I could have broken down where I was really impressed with his decision making and how he's able to carry himself and build in momentum going into that final matchup. Speaking of, that's what's coming up next. Back to both of you at the desk, or over to the desk, whichever way I'm turning. I'm turning one of the ways.
I like the effort, Mike. So, Kyle, we have had a day full of action. We've had celebrations, we've had losses, we've had heartbreaks. We've had knockouts, though. Talk to me, who's been the biggest surprise knockout for you so far?
I mean, looking at the first four, and we're talking about some of those players that had gone out. One of them, though, that I've got to pick now from the 6 in total, it's got to be Tuga. I'm going to be honest, we've seen him at the big stage before, time and time again. He's been able to do it, but unfortunately, it's just not been his day. Footwiz Nick Sneb, another player that we've seen on multiple occasions. I think those two are household names, but it's really interesting because people got to this stage. There are hundreds and hundreds of players that didn't even make it to this stage. So to make it here, they can say they were in that top 64, 32 today, obviously 32 tomorrow, to make it here to the stages of the eChampions League. But I've got to say, in answer to your question, Tuga for me. I expected him to be pushing more, to possibly go through, but it's just not been his weekend.
It's not, but Kyle, I do believe you've got hashtag Stokes waiting to chat to you, so I'll let you get to that.
Thank you, Liv. Yes, let's chat to Stokes right now. Stokes, we've mentioned experience. Ryan talked about your age quite a lot. I'm not sure if you heard him during the actual game, but he said that you were playing when he was in nappies. Did you use that experience right there to get through that one?
I think he's got his maths a bit wrong there, but yeah, I mean, the problem was, right, I was very much in my own head because I just lost on pens to Diogo, so I was just so negative during that penalty shootout. But luckily, obviously it's just a bit of a lottery. We found our way through, and to be honest, I was surprised myself because obviously on that fifth sudden death pen, I opted to chip down the middle, and now I'm thinking to myself, why did I do that? But obviously it worked.
It did work, yeah, so we won't go over that one too much. How were you feeling in extra time, though? Because obviously that equaliser then took it into penalties. What was going through your mind at that moment? You've just lost the penalty shootout before that. How did you actually manage to compose yourself?
During extra time, especially when I got the lead, I was just thinking to myself, right, I'm a really bad time waster, so what we need to do here is just score, get another one, get that cushion. But obviously, he got a really nice press on me, scored that goal, and when he scored that goal, I kind of knew. I said to myself, right, I'm gonna have one more attack, or it's gonna be pens. I'm not gonna lose normal time. So I just tried to compose for that last attack. Obviously, it didn't come to anything, but I just tried to guarantee myself that chance at pens.
Now, obviously, going into this 5th and final round of day number 1, it's all on this next game. In a perfect world, you'd like to have been 3-0, knowing that you're going through to the next stages. But do you think you're a player that can thrive off this pressure now? You've got to turn up. You've got to do it.
I mean, if you offered me this position at the start of the day, I'd have taken it, if I'm being honest. So that one game shootout, I'm not going to be nervous for it. I'm just going to try and get up for it, and just obviously it's going to be a massive game. We win, we're through, kind of thing. So yeah, just going to have to just be confident and play my normal game, and hopefully we can be fine.
And overall, your season then, so far, here you are obviously at the eChampions League. It's a success just to get here, but how are you feeling about your season overall and where you can take it this year?
Yeah, I mean, I've done reasonably well in the Foot Cups. I've obviously got through onto the knockouts on both stages. I've always felt a bit like I've left a bit on the table, kind of thing, especially this last one. I went out really early in the knockout, so I think I've got more to show, but sometimes obviously you don't not everyone can prove how they play, you know. So this is a really big opportunity. Obviously, one game. Just if I can show that I deserve to be in the next stage, I'm sure I will get there, you know.
Well, let's see what you can do, Stokes. Good luck for that next matchup. Hopefully, we'll get to see you at that next stage of those knockouts here in the eChampions League. Good luck. We'll speak to you later.
Cheers. Thank you.
Good to hear from #Stokes there. Great stuff, guys. Well, what an incredible tournament so far, and it is still all to play for because the next round is the final round of day one. We'll be right back after this short break.
Well, hello and welcome back to the eChampions League 2022. We're in Swiss round 5, basically the business end of the competition for day one, of course. We're going to do it all again tomorrow. Mike Labelle is still here with me. Mike, I want to quickly say there are some names that I didn't expect to be on this tightrope that I'm calling it, and they could go either way and not go through to the knockouts. Nicholas, Pinner, Andoni, Danny Vesta, what are we seeing here?
And quite a few of these players were on our list of, or our short list of players to watch. That's the reality. The competition is that good, and something that I love about the Swiss format is we see the tide shift positive and negative all the time. Whereas a couple of these guys started off 2-0. And now they're sitting in a 2-2 position. They dropped a couple games. They're one from going home. It's a done, dusted. Their Champions League or their eChampions League dream is over.
Well, thankfully, it's not over for us, and it's not over for some of you guys at home as well, because here's actually a chance for you to possibly get your hands on some very cool prizes, including a trip, an all-expenses trip to the Champions League final. Check this out. This is the FIFA Fan Cup.
Are you ready?
The eChampions League Fan Cup is here. Build your best FUT squad, battle in tournaments against other players, and become an eChampions League Fan Cup winner. You could win an all-expenses paid trip to the eChampions League finals, as well as many more amazing prizes. Sign up now on PS4.
Mike, do you think we can build one of those ourselves and see if we can sneakily get a ticket to the Champions League? No, I'm joking.
You're throwing it out to me. Give me an opportunity, sure.
I'm like, no, we're not going to do that.
I'm not better than that. I'm not better than that.
Anyway, right, let's get into exactly what is going down in round 5. It is all to play for. This is tasty. Okay, 4-0. Look at these guys, Peixoto and David Sanchez. I mean, they have to now go head-to-head to see who is going to come out with that clean sheet. Mike, that's going to be such an exciting match. Did you expect it to be between those two players?
No, for the undefeated players, but I'm not going to lie. I just got to keep it how it is. I'm interested in these games.
Yeah, look at these. Danny Vista. Look, read
ahead,
a few
please.
there. Yeah, Diogo, Nicholas, Pinner, and Butex there at the bottom. I mean, they're all 2-2. It could go either way. This is going to be on a knife edge, like we said, a tightrope, whatever we're calling this situation. It's precarious, to say the least. Who do you think, from what you've seen there, from what we just said, maybe a Tex, a Danny Visser, a Pinner, a Nicholas, who's been playing well enough to progress?
It's tough because they've all had moments today. We can talk about Tex with the slow start, but he's looked good in the last couple. And if you're Danny Vista too, you have to sit here and say, well, I'm so lucky that I got Tex in this 2v2 matchup, or the 2-2 record matchup. I've been such a nice reward. We've also seen great moments from Nicholas, but here we are again. It seems like it would be a waste if you don't make it to that next step. This is kind of the worst area to get eliminated. I'm not trying to put that energy out there, but it's going to happen for someone. So we're just manifest a little bit. Maybe we are putting that energy out there, but
we can't.
I don't know.
All the
you all had good and bad moments. I think the biggest bonus structure here would be for someone who went 0-2 and now pulled it all the way back. So for Tex, if he's able to pull this back to 3-2, he's got to feel amazing about himself. But he also has maybe the most amount of pressure because we didn't expect him to be here. Nobody did at home.
Well, we're about to find out who is going through. That is for sure Mike Lebel, because for one final time today on day 1 of the eChampions League, we're going to throw over to Brandon and Gravison to call these very decisive games. Boys, this is going to be fun. Some are going home, some are staying in it, going to the knockouts. Exciting, boys.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Yeah, this is a brilliant round of action, we must add, coming from the group stage of only day 1 of the eChampions League. After we've done it today, we're doing it all again tomorrow on the other side of Europe. And Gravison, you look at some of the names that have qualified. Congratulations to some of those names that have got 3 wins on the board and have guaranteed themselves, should say, into April's knockout round. If you look at some of the other names that are in this game right now, Nicholas, 2-0, now he's 2-2. Danny Visser was 2-0, now he's 2-2. You got the flip side stories of Tex, 0-2, now 2-2. There's so many big names still yet to sort of get their foot over the line.
Yeah, even Stokes playing FIFA, who's played against some amazing opponents. So yeah, the thing is, we have 4 matches in front of us and all 4 of them are amazing. We have also Andoni, who is playing Jabato Abelito. It's a Spanish rivalry over there. We're gonna be having 4 Spaniards going forward, so vamos España. That's making me proud, obviously. And we have Apoyi Thiago as well. So let's just say it's gonna be an amazing round of Swiss, because we have, we're gonna have some big names out of the competition for sure.
Well, Andoni was also one of those players, Gravison, that was 2-0 and then did fall to 2-2. Why is the reason behind that, other than obviously you're playing against some very good players in the Champions League? But you think at 2-0, you know, you've got technically a round 3 and a round 4 you'd like to think just to get that one more win. But now some people are now here in round 5 and playing Elimination FIFA.
Yeah, I think both things happened to Nicolas and Andoni. They were 2-0. They lost kind of a tough match to be 3-0, so they were 2-1, and they both lost on well, not they didn't lose in PKs, but Nicolas lost in PKs against Diogo with obviously a tough match, and Andoni was winning I think it was 4-2 in the minute 85 for the second leg, and he lost back-to-back goals to concede in the last minute of the game. So I think when you are 2-0, then you go 2-1, nerves start kicking in, you start to lose that composure, and I think that's what both happened to Nicolas and Andoni. And here they are, 2-2, and if they lose, they're going home.
Yeah, and also what's quite interesting, you mentioned penalty kicks. I think Danny Visser's round 3 game was also a penalty shootout loss to Matthias Bonanno. But as we said, there are so many talented players here in the eChampions League. And before the tournament kicked off today, we caught up with them to find out what are the best skill moves to learn, and maybe a little tip or trick, I should say, for you guys at home to pick up.
One of the best skill moves this FIFA is the scoop turn, and I think all of the players needs to learn this.
Bah, c'est pas un geste, mais c'est quelque chose d'ultra utile et c'est quelque chose de très efficient sur FIFA. C'est le speed boost. C'est un geste simple à faire. C'est pas forcément un geste, mais c'est une manip simple à faire qui peut faire de grandes différences.
The skill move is a very easy one that everyone should learn. It's the ball roll. Yeah, it's one of the best skill moves in the game.
That you can get after doing a ball roll, whether it's ball roll into a pass or into a skill move, or just to create a slightly better angle for yourself.
First skill move an inspiring FIFA player should learn is, for me, the elástico or the reverse elástico.
Yo creo que cualquiera de los dos elásticos, tipo el elástico invertido o el elástico normal, eso te ayudaría mucho dentro del área.
Learn both, the outside one, the inside one. I think if you can do a lot of combinations with that skill move.
100% elástico. Elástico, the best skill move in the game.
100% the reverse elástico.
Reverse elástico.
Because after that skill move you can always shoot, and the shoot is like a little bit boosted, so for me it's the best skill move.
The Elastico is the most effective skill move in every title of FIFA. That I think is going to be that way for a long time.
Great to hear from a number of our eChampions League finalists here in the group stages. Certainly we've seen quite a few of those skill moves throughout all the games today, but we are happy to say that we have got round 5 coming for you right now here from the Swiss rounds. This is the round, Gravison, that will pretty much conclude the western side of Europe. We'll find the final 6 names to go through to the knockouts in April, and we'll say goodbye to 6 more players that will leave the tournament. This is where the pressure really starts to kick in for these guys.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell I think Tex is gonna win this match. I think Tex is a favorite. I think Danny Visser is in a tough spot, really tough spot. He was 2-0, he lost back-to-back games, and now he's against the ropes and playing against Tex, so not an easy situation. But I gotta say, I watched Danny Visser play against Daniel Aguilar, my teammate, last weekend. It was Danny Visser won 3-2, I think it was, and he scored 3 goals with Nazario. Everything, reverse elasticos, heel to heel, green time, finesse shooting from outside the box. So I think Tex is gonna have to be careful with R9, because Danny Visser is a really good R9 user.
As we said in the tournament format for the eChampions League, you are allowed 3 icons. That doesn't include your goalkeeper, so technically you could have 4 on the pitch. But one of those every single time is going to be R9. He's a certain icon that you're going to see in the team. Some players have gone for Hullet, Cruyff, Pele. Haven't really seen anyone. Pat Maldini at the back. They deemed that the likes of Mokinos and Djalo are good enough to do the job there. Obviously, UCL items could be pickpocketed here. Chance for Tex now. So maybe get a clean run with R9 if you can find the shot. Scoop turn inside. That's a mistake you don't make. In a game like this, Tex will have you every single day.
That's some composure over there. Oh, that was amazing. Oh, the thing is, that pressure, you don't gotta be in the situation. Both fullbacks went up. He was kind of having the ball with De Jong. Really amazing pressure from Tex, and Tex doesn't miss from there. So yeah, that's a mistake you don't want to make against Tex, and that's it. 0-1, and difficult match ahead of Danny Visser for sure.
Obviously goes without saying, Gravison, it's clear from your prediction which situation you'd rather be in. You'd rather be 0-2 and then gone 2-2, because you're on this sort of momentum, aren't you? Trajectory of winning games, feeling really good about your FIFA. On the flip side, you've gone 2-0 and then you've just lost 2 games back-to-back. You're not going to be feeling too happy about how the tournament play's going. So certainly that's something to look at in terms of the mental side of the game.
Yeah, obviously anything can happen, and it's FIFA, and you can pick up your momentum anytime, but it's a tough spot to be in. I've been in this spot a couple of times, and it's not easy at all for Danny Visser. So obviously you're playing against Tex. Tex is gonna put you against the ropes. He's gonna pressure you. He's gonna make you make mistakes. So Danny Visser is gonna have to find his momentum and his composure if he wants to stay alive in this ECL competition.
Well, a chance now for Danny Visser. Can maybe come now. Pele looks to drop the shoulder. Pele still for the Dutchman, looking for a cut back. That all got a bit ugly all of a sudden. It went up for a goal kick. It came off the boot, maybe the ankle of one of Danny Visser's midfielders. And the chance in the end doesn't come to anything. As we said, loser of this crashes out the Champions League. We've seen coming into this tournament how big of an event this is for Tex. Says he'd love to win the Champions League, get back to winning ways. He did tweet out earlier today when he went 0-2. Could be a gift, could be a gift. Vinicius can't get the clean shot away. But the words he said were 0-2 in E-Champions League, can't get anything going. That was 3 hours ago. Since then, he's come back fighting, Gravison. Not against one Portuguese player, but 2 Portuguese players with some heavy results and some big scorelines.
Yeah, he's obviously found his style in these last 2 matches. I don't think Portuguese fans are gonna be happy with those 4 elásticos he did against Tuga in FIFA 19, and now eliminating 2 Portuguese players back-to-back. But yeah, I think Danny Visser is playing a good match. I'm trying to figure out which formation he's using. I think he's going for the 4-3-1 because all Team Hulit players are using him. We're using that formation the whole match, so the whole tournament, sorry. So I think it's that formation, but obviously Tex is gonna pressure you. So I think the main focus on Danny Visser is gonna be when he has the ball with his fullbacks, because if he makes mistakes, Tex is obviously gonna punish him every single time.
Especially when you look at the options he's got on those areas, Gravison. He's got Cristiano Ronaldo on one side, he's got Vinicius Jr. on the other. We saw in the little promo videos that our players have been filming here at the ECL. Vinicius Jr. is the unsung hero, was the words that Tex used. One thing that both these 2 have in common is that they both had to play against Nacho Abia today. A good friend of yours, Gravison. They've both been on, unfortunately, the wrong side of that player. Having some very, very competitive games. Into the box it shall go. Can't get cleared away in the end there. Chance is still going to be there for Tex. He tries his best to recycle that one round.
Yeah, I think we're kind of used to make crosses to the second post, because we have in our normal accounts, we have CR7 Team of the Year edition, we have Zlatan Ibrahimovic, but in those accounts you can cross to the second post, but in these accounts you usually have, I don't know, Vinicius or maybe Mohamed Salah, so I don't think any of the crosses are working for any of the players in this competition.
And that's a cheeky chip, finds Renan Lodi. And that's been one common theme today. How important is it to use those fullbacks? We've seen it quite a lot today players utilising a left back and a right back, getting to bomb, and it just causes a lot more problems to the defensive side of it. Obviously, going forward gives you more options, but what, in a more wider context, Gravison, just to explain it to the viewer at home, how important is it to get those fullbacks involved?
It is actually pretty important with the meta right now, because many players are using the 4-3-2-1 as the main formation. So when they're using both their wings, they're putting the instruction stay centered. So you have all the wing for the fullbacks to attack. So obviously, if you're using Cancelo, you know he has a really good speed boost, and every time you utilize that speed boost, it's gonna give you a good edge to pass the ball to the striker. So that's the main issue. That's the main explanation for me to understand why they're using the fullbacks as much as they're using in pretty much every single formation.
Yeah, and it's been a massive factor. So what a ball that could be. Vinicius Junior, cheeky chip from the Brazilian. 2020 vision from Danny Vizza. He's another one of the stars that Team Hullet have been producing over the last few years. And a vision like that is no surprise. He found Vinicius Junior. The timing of the run was everything, but the little cheeky dink over the goalkeeper's heads will bring him all square at 1-1. And we'll see it again on the replay. What a ball that is from Cristiano Ronaldo being the playmaker.
And we're level up. Yeah, that was an awesome pass. I think there's got to be something with the Team Hullet coaches, because they create runs every single time, all of the Team Hullet players. So I think that was an awesome example of how to attack the space. Vinicius Junior, as you were saying, one of the best non-icon players we are seeing on the pitch right now. And that's a deserved goal, in my opinion. 1-1.
Pele on 9, can't find a bounce back. That was risky from Danny. Look at Danny Vizza in his esports career. He was, I think, one of the first real names that I heard about at Team Hullet. They signed him up about 4 years ago now. And since he signed, he won the Eredivisie back in 2019.
Yeah.
One of the first real winners of the Eredivisie over there. It's the Dutch league that runs alongside the FIFA Global Series. Since then, he's just sort of projected on. He's been involved with the Dutch national team, and he's just been one of the rising stars in the Netherlands. And then since then, as we know with Team Hullet, they've just added to that roster with more talent. Some of those names obviously being Levy David, who has qualified, by the way, into the knockout rounds. Chance for Tex, Elastico, did he need it? He's won a penalty, it doesn't matter. Dives into the tackle, but to be honest, I don't think Marquinhos could do much about that. He literally elasticoed himself onto the player. He had nothing else he could do about it. This is a golden chance for Tex to make it 2-1. Has he got composure from the spots? Pele steps up down the middle, as cool as you like. Tex leads by 2-1.
Yeah, basically 2 mistakes. I think the 2 mistakes were with Marquinhos. And yeah, basically, Tex is punishing. He's pressing well to the centre backs every time the full backs are starting to attack. And yeah, pretty much. Danny Vizza can't afford to make the same mistake. He's going to make it 3 times, because for sure Tex is going to punish it. That's the main issue right now. I think Danny Vizza is playing better with the build-up, but if he keeps repeating these mistakes, he's just going to lose the match.
It could be another mistake. Dispossessed again. Tex loving this at the moment, because Vinicius Junior will, for a split second, thought maybe try and go down to ground there and claim a penalty from the referee. Would have been having none of it. But it's come from these areas now on the pitch, Gravison, where I don't know if it's the press that we're seeing from Tex, or there's a bit of nervousness. There just seems to be a great ability that Tex is also providing of just cutting these passing lanes. He's been able to win the ball back in the midfield quite a lot.
Yeah, I think it's I don't think it's a composure thing. I think it's a tactical standpoint, because every single time Tex sees Danny Vizza trying to make a build-up play with the centre backs, he just presses them like really aggressively. So every single time Danny Vizza finds himself with no situation for an easy pass, and he's keep losing ball every single time. So I think it's not composure thing. I think it's a tactical mistake every single time.
When Tex gets cooking, like he is now, there is no stopping this man. Days for a split second, he was just offside. I don't know if you saw that of Pele there, Gravison. It was a rainbow flick or some sort of flick, and a number of combination of skill moves. When Tex starts getting into those areas of the pitch and is doing that, it speaks volumes of just how confident maybe he is feeling, even though the scoreline is just 2-1. He picks up the ball again now. Lucky enough for Danny to win the ball back with Jalo there.
Yeah, we're going to be having, obviously, a lot of attack from both sides because they're both using kind of narrow formations. And yeah, I think the player who is playing better in a mechanical standpoint, it's going to win. And in this moment, Danny Visser is messing it up.
Get footing on the ball at the moment. 10 minutes away from half-time, technically across the two legs we are. Fnatic Tex leads by 2-1 against Danny Visser of Team Hullet. This is our final round of action. One of these two will be crashing out the tournament. Danny looking for an equaliser. Can he get the ball across with Pele? No, he can't. Just a few words though on players that have been superb today. There's only 2 players that have not lost a game now in the eChampions League. Someone you know very well, Gravison. David Sanchez, 4 games played, 4 wins to his name. He has come out the blue, and I believe he's currently a free agent.
Yeah, he is. We know him from La Liga, and he's not made a good start, but he's obviously performing well at this moment. So I think a lot of Spanish teams are going to be looking to sign him for their teams. And obviously, Diogo Peixoto, I think the last time we saw him in a live event, well, on an online event, it was on playoffs, and I think he was the best PS4 player out there. I think he won pretty much every single match he played until he matched Foma, who was just unleashed that day. So yeah, Peixoto stepping it up every single time he plays on an online event, and we're gonna see Tex playing his last play.
Yeah, he seems to love online FIFA, does Diogo Peixoto. And that will do us for half-time, technically across the 2 legs. There's still another 90 minutes to come in this one on the virtual pitch. Fnatic Tex, though, leads by 2-1 against Danny Visser. There was a couple of times, and I mean, the biggest story point of that, Gravison, has been Tex's ability just to pinpoint Danny Visser's passing lanes down, cut them, jump on the mistakes. I mean, the first goal came from a mistake from Danny.
Yeah, I think from a tactical standpoint, I think every time Danny Visser has the ball with his centre back, he should be looking to pass the ball to either the right back or the full back, because every time he's trying to, as you can see, he's trying to keep the ball with the midfielder. The Tex is going to be present, and he's going to be obviously aggressively capturing that mistake. So yeah, I think every single time Danny Visser is with the ball, he's going to have to be passing it to the right back or the left back, because if he doesn't, he's gonna be repeating the same mistake every time, and Tex is gonna be every time punishing it. But yeah, nevertheless, he's still in the match. So obviously the elastico here from Tex was really good, and I think it was a good decision to put it in the middle of the net. So I think the result is deserved for Tex at the moment, but I think if Danny Visser corrects this tactical mistake, he's gonna be creating a lot more chances and creating more danger to Tex, because Tex he's not having the ball as it is right now.
Yeah, I mean, there was 3 goals in the game, Gravison, but there's still a long way to go before we conclude that round 5. We are going to go for a quick break now. When we return, we'll have the last action from day 1 here in the eChampions League group stages. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few. Well, welcome back to the Champions League. We bring you day one group stage action. We're in round 5 of the Swiss rounds, and we're into our final matchup of the day. Brandon Smith here alongside Javi Alvarez, of course known as Gravison. Gravison, this is sort of D-Day in the best way possible. You win, you're into another event in April, which a number of people I've seen on social media say are absolutely over the moon of getting that far. I mean, 3 wins didn't sound like much at the start of today. But for these guys, it'll be the best 3 wins they've ever tasted if they can get themselves over the line.
Yeah, it sounds easy when you start the day. Like 3 wins might be an easy task, but when you start matching up against Levy, against Nicolas, against Matias Bonanno, against Diogo, it's not as easy as it looks. So, yeah, looking... Ooh.
Could be a chance for R9 now. If you have just joined this matchup in particular, this is one of those elimination games I've been speaking to. Fnatic Tex finds himself in it alongside Danny Visser. These two have had very different stories in the Champions League. Tex was 0-2. He lost his first 2 opening games here in the tournament. However, he came back fighting with 2 wins back-to-back against 2 Portuguese players. On the flip side for Danny Visser, it all started so well. He went 2 games back-to-back with victories. And via a penalty shootout and another defeat, found himself 2-2, fighting for the chance to get into the next round of the Champions League. Here's Tex, trying to be tricky with that reverse elastico, which, no matter who's using it, it's so hard to read. Looking to recycle it again for another chance. Frankie de Jong, who's been outstanding, one of the players that so many of our pros have enjoyed using. Such a balanced in-game item, a box-to-box midfielder. Wins it back again for Pele. Tex showboating with the Brazilian. Steal with Pele. Which way will he go? Doesn't need anyone else on the pitch, so it seems so far. Offloads to CR7 and eventually Frankie de Jong on the flip side. Win it back. What are you thinking as a pro player when you're up against someone that has just got the confidence and the belief just to flick the stick as many times as they want? It's not as easy as that. And just can create unbelievable combinations that he does.
Yeah, the thing is, when you're playing Tex, it's kind of hard because obviously you don't know what he's going to do inside the box. But if Tex wants, he can shoot from 30 yards or whatever, he's going to score. So the thing is, Tex does both things. Mamma mia, like, you can't allow Tex to go inside the box because if he does, then you're going to be in a 50-50 situation. So your main focus has to be keeping Tex outside the box.
This is nice from Danny Visser. This is really nice! And he might not have had a sniff in the first 18 minutes, but he did it last game. The way he's been able to build up, the quickness in his build-up play is second to none. That was too quick to commentate on, let alone watch. R9, ball roll into the path for Vinicius Jr., timed it green, made sure that pass was finding its way into the back of the net. And look how quick the build-up was.
Yeah, he's probably using fast build-up as a tactic. So every time Tex attacks with, I don't know, 7-8 players, Danny Visser is trying to get the ball to as quick as he can to the strikers so he can create a counter-attack. It didn't work out for him the first 2 chances of this half, but in the third one, he created enough space for Nazario to pass the ball to Vinicius and great timed finish it to the back of the net. So, yeah, deserved goal, and Danny Visser, for at least for him, Vinicius gotta be the hero, right? Because 2 goals for him with Vinicius.
He showcased how good he is, hasn't he, Gravison, Vinicius Jr.? It's one of those non-icon player picks that are in there as part of the requirements of the Champions League. The UCL item that's been good. Also, Salah's impressed me today. That goal I saw going in that round 5 game that I know Rich and Ryan were casting was unbelievable finesse. Timed it green into the top bins. It seems that anyone in that right wing position or right midfield has been causing all sorts of problems.
Yeah, Bachore, I think green timed a couple of shots. No chance. It's funny how I was just seeing this chance from Tex. Obviously, the Book Bene kind of cross. So it's kind of amazing how a single tactic, a single cross from a player can obviously completely change the meta. And that's a thing Pele has done in the last year.
Text now. Pele bundled. Now possession, Dani Visser. Making this 2-2 this game. That's the aggregate scoreline. As we're in this second leg, little dink pass into Pele. He's going to lose the battle. That's the Jalo. That one's forward. Is he going to be onside? Vinicius in a running race against Renan Lodi. Goes out for a corner. Pressure will continue to build now. Fanatic takes a man that had success with his tour back in 2020. Whipped into the box. There's an option there. And it's not the best header. One to forget about. As Van der Sar just watches that one goes over his net. Does that add something on to a tournament, Gravison? You know, you've been someone that obviously has won the La Liga in past times. I know you're not playing in the tournament this year, but last year you competed. Knowing that you are a previous champion in that tournament, does it add, one, pressure onto yourself to maintain the high level, but two, the people that play you have got that extra 10-15% behind them that they want to go and beat you?
Yeah, obviously it's harder, and you see all the players trying to take your crown, so it's obviously harder. But that's the main thing. Like, I think in a Kendrick Lamar theme, Dr. Dre kind of features and says it's easy to get to the top. The hard part is keeping that spot. So that's basically what happens every time you're a champ. It's kind of easy to be a champ, but to stay a champ, that's the hard part. And Tex did it back in the day in FIFA 19, and I'm pretty sure he can do it back again in 2021.
If he wants to do that, he has to win this game. Because this is the game to stay in the tournament. We have already said goodbye to a handful of players here at the eChampions League. Some of the names that have crashed out the tournament so far include Tuga, by the way, one of the Portuguese players. But 1 and 3 here in the eChampions League. Ronaldo does well. La Croqueta, Vinicius Jr. turns inside. This is really nice from Dani Visser. He just couldn't find the finish.
That was a great build-up. The build-up was amazing. And maybe instead of a double pass, if it just was a single X, it could have been better. But Dani Visser is stepping it up at the moment. So maybe Tex is going to have the last chance of the first half, but Dani Visser is definitely playing well at the moment.
What a chance. I mean, he left everybody guessing there to Dani Visser. Brilliantly done with Vinicius Jr. The skill moves he was able to put in, the skill cancels that we saw was super impressive. However, the ball just fell, and I don't know if there was too much time we could even question on that. It was just golden chance that could not go in the end. 2-2 the scoreline here in this round 5 fixture. With it all to play for still. But I don't know what you'd say of this game so far. I feel like Dani Visser's got better. I feel like he's had to get better.
Yeah, definitely. He had to step it up to be in this leg against Tex, and maybe in this last chance, if he had controlled the ball with Pele, maybe not first time shot it to Van der Sar safe, because he did have a really great chance.
Nice, really nice. What's the save, Van der Sar? Nearly fell under the right hand of the goalkeeper, and that would have been easy pickings for Arnott. Still the chances alive. Maybe thought about a finesse from that far out. Did Tex? No, instead he goes for plan B, trying to bring the ball into the box. This could be a counter-attack on the flip side. Frankie de Jong hits the back of his head. Chance doesn't go through.
That was close. If de Jong didn't header that ball, that would be a goal for Dani Visser for sure. I don't think Tex pressing is being as effective as it was in the first leg. I think that's the main reason why Dani Visser is playing better than Tex pressing isn't affecting him as he did in the previous match.
Is he onside, R9 there? No, completely offside. Just to confirm as well to those that are listening, Nicholas is in this round still. Someone else that went 2-0 and is now 2-2, fighting for qualification. Andoni PM, E-World Cup champion, not once but twice. Finalist, champion will be another story. World Cup finalist once but twice. This is nice from Danny. Pele, did he need the one more pass? He didn't. There was maybe a chance there with Pele to take a shot. He's got a 5-star weak foot. He could have fell back on that.
I mean, we could talk about the Team Hullet syndrome, right? Because Bachori did it a couple of times as well. Just shoot the ball, as Mike always says. Like, just shoot the ball. Sometimes it's easier to not think as much and shoot the ball.
That's why I think we even see the odd 30-yard finesse fly into the back of the net, Gravison, where the player just saying, you know what, let's have a go from that far out. And often your opponent doesn't expect it. They give you so much time on the edge of the box. It flies in through. 28 minutes left. We're going to jump into a pause menu now. We can't see, obviously, the changes that are being made just to keep the level of fairness between both players. What will be changed now? And I mean, as a pro player, do you always have a plan when you bring on subs in the 65th minute when you're in a position like this? Is it a forward, winger, fullback, or is it just depending every single game on what changes you'll decide to make?
I think, in my opinion, it depends on what you're doing. Some players don't like to change as much players on the pitch. Other players just like to change it up, like in the minute 50 or 60 or whatever. So I think Danny Visser has subbed on Nkunku and Salah as both midfielders, because in the 4-3-2-1 formation, those midfielders kind of get fatigued pretty easily.
The changes have been made. That's a gift, maybe Pele. Can he offload it to R9? Finds R9! And the timing of that pass from Pele was everything. The ball rolled through the legs of the defender. Was a gift of a goal for R9. But that's what Tex will do on the big stage. Calm, composed, and clinical when he needs to be. Check that one on the replay. Super unfortunate with that touch of Tijalo. But that there sent Marquinhos packing through his legs. R9 makes it 3-2.
It was all about that ball roll. Like, Danny Visser came to tackle him as soon as he saw Ronaldo had a pretty good chance to cross the shot, but the timing of that ball roll, man, that was something else from Tex, and obviously that's why he's one of the goats of this game for sure. The timing of that ball was amazing. So he takes the lead, and Danny Visser, I think, is gonna have to change something up in his tactics for sure, because if not, I don't think he's gonna be progressing to the knockout stages as well as Tex is playing right now.
I mean, there's no second chance now, is there, for any of these players in the Champions League? You lose, you're out the tournament, and it's back to the drawing board for whatever else is to come in your FGS 22 season. For Tex now, let's keep the ball or go and grab another goal. 3-2. Just over 25 minutes left to play on that one. But yeah, the ball roll made all the difference. Found the perfect pass through Marquinhos' legs. Gave it to R9, who was never missing from that sort of area. But then if you're Danny right now, you're starting to think, aren't you, Gravison, about those big chances he had. You can't, though. Put it to the back of your mind. There is still time. You know you can create chances. You've already scored 2 goals against Tex. You can find a way past him.
Yeah, and obviously it's not the right thing to do, but if you're Danny Visser right now, you might be thinking about those PKs. Those PKs you lost and could have made you progress to the next stage. But you just gotta put all of that aside and just focus on the thing you can do, because there's 20 minutes left, and right now you're just out of the competition.
Here we go. 20 minutes left. Right now, Tex is about to pull off a 0-2 to 3-2 clutch, unless Danny Visser has got other ideas. The press is going to be there. It's going to be a deadly last 20 minutes. He comes knocking again. And Nkunku, who just keeps on popping up and scoring goals today.
I mean, I'm thinking about actually purchasing him and subbing it in on every single time in FUT Champions, because I don't know how many times I've seen Nkunku score a goal. Really good play. The first time control to pass it to his right foot, it was really good. And we asked Danny Visser to to step it up, to do some changes in his formation, and he obviously did. So 3-3, 15 minutes left. Let's see how Tex counterattacks.
Didn't take long, did it, for Danny Vissa? Minutes since making those changes. And he hasn't paused it to change back or anything on those lines, unless it's just a game plan change. It's an easy touch on the D-pad. Under 15 minutes left, 3-3. Tex now on the hunt for a fourth goal. Because if not, we're on our way to extra time. Well, Danny Vissa might have other ideas. Mohamed Salah, is he onside? It's a brilliant ball! Oh, and Nkunku off the line! Just about, Marquinhos! I had no idea about that one. I think he came off the back of his body.
Yes! Man!
Christopher Nkunku nearly just wrote himself in to be a club hero.
Oh, man, I think we've got to talk about Schmeichel. What was the save? That was amazing. That was like Iker Casillas against Perotti back in the days. Amazing save from Schmeichel, and Tex lives to fight another day.
I mean, the first save was great. The second one, Gravison, he went walking. He left it to the defender who just about dealt with it. Did the PSG Brazilian centre-back. Well. 5 minutes left of this one. Wins, you go to another tournament in April. You guarantee yourself prize money, and you'll be part of the best 32 players in this tournament. You lose, you're out. Tex looking to clutch up, looking to perform the ultimate comeback from 0-2 to 3-2. This will be one hell of a story. There's only a handful of players who can say they've done that in their career. Literally having your back against the wall. And then coming back, potentially clutching up. He's playing for the last chance of the game, probably an added time of just 1 minute. Yes, it is. Here we go. Final chance, final kick. We've played the minute, and then we're going to extra time, Gravison. Every time we commentate a game, we go to extra time. We're like, we've got a curse here in the eChampions League. Probably happen all again tomorrow. But, I mean, what a last 15 minutes that was. The changes were made by Danny Vissa. He looks so much more deadly in the final third. And then again, Nkunku. I don't know where he's being played in this team, but he seems just to pop up in the right areas. Forget making himself a playmaker or, you know, a provider. He's the goal scorer.
Yeah, it's actually kind of awkward, because Salah should be the one who should be finishing all these chances, and Nkunku should be the one, I don't know, passing the ball to him, and it's just going backwards. And yeah, obviously this chance, I don't know what happened. Look at this Michael, man. Look at this.
I think that came off his hip. And then Nkunku goes for a diving header, he just can't get the touch he was looking for on that one. I can't imagine the player's camera on that. That would have been unbelievable, especially, I mean, pretty much the rest of the room in the Team Hull office will be watching that by and thinking, how on earth has that not gone in? But he's had a few of those, hasn't he, in terms of big chances in that game, Gravison, that he's going to look back on later and think, another day, maybe another story.
Yeah, I would have headbutted the screen for sure. If that chance is happening to me, I would have screamed so hard. But I think we gotta talk about Team Hullit, like the thing they're doing with these youngsters. Amazing job. Second year of Levy the Bird, competing in this big stage, progressing to the knockout stage. Danny Visser as well. I don't know, smashing the Netherlands scenes for 3 years now. And I think we gotta talk about Team Hullit because they're doing an amazing job with them youngsters.
I was saying about this in the commentary just before we went into extra time. There's only so many players, Gravson, that can go 0-2 or 0-3 in Swiss rounds, depending on how many players are there, and literally turn it around. I remember the days of, if you're a keen FIFA fan, playoffs back in Amsterdam. I think it was MVR at the time, French player, went 0-3, went 4-3, and I believe he qualified himself for an E-World Cup final off the back of that. You have to be built differently to turn around scenarios like that when the tournament is going completely against you, you're not playing good FIFA, and then somehow you find an answer to turn it all back and send yourself into the knockouts.
Yeah, definitely. You just gotta be precise, you gotta be cold-hearted, and this is a good chance for Salah.
Mohamed Salah. Great feed from Dani Vissa. Brilliant comeback. Again, it's the man of the moment. Marquinhos. It's there to save the day. Another change for Tex. Rodrigo comes on, by the way. The Brazilian winger of Real Madrid. Looking to inject his flair and pace into the final third. 10 minutes played of this period. There's 20 more minutes to come. Again, after this, we'll give you a full roundup of who's left the tournament, who's stayed in. Hullet, good feet from Tex. Was patient, waiting for Dani to fall into the move. Tex again. It's Jarlo just about getting his feet in line and finding the block on the ball there. But again, Tex will pick up the ball. Comes straight back at Dani Vissa. R9. Salah! The Liverpool man for the Liverpool fan. Maybe, just maybe, will find the goal to complete the ultimate turnaround. Brilliant run from the Egyptian winger. And that could be the goal to send him into the knockouts.
Yeah, that was a really, really good play by Fnatic Tex. Always the pleasure with every time he presses with Ruud Gullit. It just creates a lot of danger for Dani Vissa. Every time Dani Vissa is trying to get the ball to the strikers, Tex is pressing with Gullit, and I think he's, I don't know, made like 3 tackles in this first half of the extra time. So obviously, Dani Vissa has been here before. Like, if you talk about second half of the second leg, it was the same. Minute 75. He was losing by 1 goal. He paused the game, he got composed, he made a few tactical changes and he equalized the game. So maybe he will be able to do it now, but he's got to be careful because Tex is smelling blood right now, and I think if he just creates enough space, he's gonna kill the game. But yeah, for sure we have a really beautiful second half incoming, and maybe we'll be commentating our second penalty kick of the day.
Looking across the board at both of these two, in terms of the goal difference, Gravison, look at the moment, Tex has got an incredible 20 goals scored in the tournament compared to Dani Vissa, who hasn't scored as many goals throughout. He's only bagged 4 of them. His biggest result came in a 4-0 win against Andoni, which is one hell of a result. Other than that, he's had to fall back on penalty shootouts, both in a good and a bad way throughout this tournament. The one thing that he has done well against Tex is when he has been down, he's happy to make a change, and normally he's been able to find a reply 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know what to expect from this second half, to be honest. I think Dani Vissa might be getting his last shot with 1 or 2 chances, and if he's not taking advantage of them, he's gonna be getting kicked out of the tournament, and I don't know how it must feel to be 2-0 in the Swiss format and losing 2-3 in the last game of the day. So yeah, this is gonna be bonkers, to be honest. Let's go for it.
And this is literally one of our final games to conclude here from day one. At the end of play, we will find out 16 that have gone through to April's knockouts and 16 players that have left the tournament here in Western Europe. It's been a day to remember as the eChampions League has once again returned and brought all the action and drama. 15 minutes for Dani Vissa, who'll kick from left to right in this second half in the light blue. To find an answer, will Tex find another and give him the breathing space that will ensure he will be going through. Hullet from distance, bit of desperation there from Ruud Gullit from shooting from that far out. We didn't need to. Ultra attacking implied from Dani Vissa. Watch the numbers in the box. Ravenberch happy to just take minutes out of the game for Tex at the moment.
Yeah,
he's going to be
desperation mode for Dani Vissa right now.
Overjoyed will Tex if he can turn this round. Mohamed Salah looking for the cutback. Well read by Nkunku, who literally has been unbelievable since he's come on. He's here, there and everywhere. One last roll of the dice for the Dutchman. One last bite of the cherry. Rodrigo. For Danny Visser, defended well by João Cancelo. Just got in front of the body. There's so many blue shirts around Tex. Can he deal with the press? He should win it back again. He will. Danny Visser, 2 minutes plus additional time. Finds Vinicius Jr. Ball roll scoop turns. R9 back to goal. Plays the one more pass. It's heroics at the back from Marquinhos. He's still not dealt with. R9 trying to dance and move around the box, and Tex will just about survive. This will be one that he'll remember for a very, very long time. From 0-2 to 3-2. There's a reason why people talk about this man and will be regarded as one of the best to ever do it. Because even when he's got his back against the wall, he still finds a way to win. Unbelievable scenes here in the Champions League.
Oh man, I just gotta clap for this performance of Tex. It was amazing, and he was composed, to be honest, inside the box defending, because there was a wee rebound to R9 and he just kept composed and hoped for Marquinhos to kick the ball out. So wow, I don't know what to say, Brandon. Like, I'm out of breath right now because Tex did it. I remember we commentated the game where Tex was 0-2, and we talked about how if one player could get out of this situation alive, it would be Tex, and he just did it. He just did it. I don't know what to say, man.
Sometimes you need to go to those sort of bad areas in a tournament of going 0-2 to have the wake up and to think, right, I need to really get things moving. And that's what Tech's been able to do today. As I said, there's only so many players that can say they've done that, Gravison, and really showcase how good of a player they are. Commiserations to Danny Visser. He played one hell of a game here, Gravison, so we can see the highlights. But these are the mistakes and the chances that he'll look back on tonight and think, mistake, should have taken that chance. And it's going to be easy for him to do that, as much as it is going to suck for him.
Yeah, the thing with Danny Visser right now, you're going to bed and you're feeling miserably because you know you did mistakes in this match. Like, obviously Tex is really good at punishing those mistakes, but you did make a lot of mistakes when you had the ball with both center backs and full backs, and obviously Tex capitalized on them. So yeah, obviously Danny Visser did a fantastic job. I think he deserved to go through, but you know, Tex obviously deserved it as well. And man, I'm heartbroken for Danny Visser at the moment because I know how bad you feel when you just get kicked out of the tournament at the last moment. But yeah, this goal from Salah was the one that sealed the deal, basically.
As you know, Tex, massive Liverpool fan, will be over the moon that Mohamed Salah is literally the Egyptian king, the Egyptian hero of this man, sending him into the tour. What a storyline, 0-2 to 3-2, and that's a perfect way to wrap up day one from the commentary booth, from myself, Brandon Swift, and from Gravison. For now, we're going to pass it back down to Rachel, who's going to talk a lot more about what a day we've had here.
Thanks, boys. And I absolutely love that Gravison was lost for words there. Grav, we don't usually see that happen. You usually have so much to talk about. But story of the day there, Tex obviously losing his first 2 matches in Swiss and then winning 3 in a row, going to extra time there. And obviously it was Mohamed Salah getting the goal for him. And knowing Tex, he probably knows Salah personally. I'll give him a little text or WhatsApp after this and tell him exactly how he got through to the knockouts. But what a day we've had. We had so many more matches going on all afternoon as well. And Ryan Pessoa was our man on the ground watching everything unfold. And Ryan, I believe you had your eyes firmly fixed on the match between #Stokes and Pain FIFA. Only one of them could go through. Come on, spoil it. Who went through for us?
Oh, I'm going to leave it to the highlights, but of course, a fantastic matchup. 2 of these players have played fantastic opponents, and of course, we're at a 2 wins and 2 losses record in round 5. And #Stokes versus Pain FIFA. You can see the highlights from the first leg. And to break the deadlock, it was #Stokes building up with Cancelo down the byline into Anthony, works it towards the byline, and it's a simple pass across. Great dribbling as well, actually. And it's a penalty, in fact, there. Yashin diving in, and Jallo, of course, making that tackle behind. And Stokes does bury the penalty. But going into half-time here, last minutes before the whistle. It is Pain FIFA building up. Fred here, a pass into Ronaldo, pass across, Pele onto his right foot, in at the near post, and it's the equaliser. Of course, 1-1 is the scoreline, but we go into the second leg. There's going to be 2 goals, and both of the goals do in fact come from Stokes, winning it high up the pitch here. Pele across into the top corner, giving Stokes the 2-1 lead. And as I said, there was one more goal in this game, and it came just before half-time. A ball over the top from Ruud into Pele, a slice of fortune, but the finish was perfect there, just in the net past Marquinhos to give Stokes the 3-1 lead and to put him into the knockout stages. As you can see how much it means to both of them in the player cams, conceding and of course scoring the winning goal for Stokes. But yeah, that's all we have for today. Rachel, back to you at the desk.
Thanks, Ryan. I love that little breakdown there. So hashtag Stokes, he is one of the 16 players who will go through to the knockout stages of the eChampions League in April. We have to wait a couple of months before that, but such an exciting first day of competition. We started the day with 32 players. We are now down to our 16 who'll go through to the knockout. That's it from me, but come back and join us after the break when the whole gang will be here to chat through all of the day's action from day 1 of the eChampions League in the Pepsi Max post show. See you in a bit.
post-show, and what an incredible first day we've had. We've had wins, we've had losses, we've had heartbreaks, we've had celebrations, we've had players advancing after losing their first 2 matches. Rachel, I'll come to you first. What has stood out for you today?
Oh, I mean, there's been so much drama, hasn't there? So much action. It's been an absolutely awesome first day of eChampions League. I guess I'm going to go with some of the players that have gone under the radar. Peixoto going absolutely through without a hitch there. 5 wins to his name. We didn't even watch him in full force there. I mean, it was absolutely awesome, and I can't wait to see him in the next round as well. I'll actually go for someone else. Let's go for the Scottish player. We didn't see much of him either. Michael Fisher. It was his first ever time playing at a major, which is this event, and he goes through to knockouts. And again, we didn't really get a chance to speak about him. This is just the strength of all these players here, Liv. So it's unearthing possibly some new characters like Michael Fisher, but then just establishing some of the older characters like Peixoto doing an absolute job today. So yeah, it's been awesome, and I've loved it.
We are seeing some surprises, that's for sure. Tex especially losing his first 2 games, then coming back. Grav, has there been anybody progressing that you didn't expect to make it through?
Oof, there's a lot of players whom I did not expect to go through, to be honest. Like Stefano Pina making a comeback and progressing to the knockout stage is kind of surprising for me. But obviously we got so many big names. Fnatic Tex, Stokes, Matias Bonanno, Andoni, Nicolas, Maestro Squad. Oh, so many good names. And obviously, sorry for bringing it home, but I gotta talk about my Spaniards, my Spanish Armada. A lot of players, Gonchu, Andoni, Nacho Abella, David Sanchez, smashing it in the international scene. And obviously Jabato Abelito, who lost on the last round of Swiss format, but he obviously did a good job as well. So Spanish on top, and I'm just happy for them.
Yeah, like you say, there's been a lot of surprises, but there's been a lot of good goals, might I add. So I'll let Mike take it away right now with the Expedia goal of the day.
And who else? We have to revisit the clutch factor. Maybe we should call him Tex the Marketeer with what we witnessed in terms of the goal of the day, the final goal of the day. And it had to be a Liverpool player. He supports Liverpool. You see Salah kind of cutting in behind, just great passing, finding the triangles, key to unlocking space at all times, and it was a really tight matchup. We saw a lot of extra time. I think Brandon joked about it. He didn't go to a game that wasn't extra time. And there's the build-up. Vinicius looking for space, can't find it. The resurface, and you have that quick little drop-off again, and the finish on Salah's weak foot. It's just beautiful. It's well-timed, and it's one of those intangible moments, or those moments where you have to find that extra pass, but also keeping things simple to a certain degree, and it's just well done from Tex. I can't believe it. 0-2 to 3-2, and I mean, before I send it back to you, Gravison said it. He called it early. They were down. He was 0-2, and Grav said he's going to go 3-2, and we're going to see him move on, and that's exactly what happened. But back to everyone at the desk.
0-2 to 3-2, and one thing we can't not mention about Tex is his composure. He just seems so clinical in front of goals. So Kyle, talk to me about that.
Yeah, he's been there. He's done it on the biggest of stages. So the eChampions League for him, we know that he's won it before. It's a competition where he comes into this, and as he told me before, he's not that nervous going into those games to close out the day. Now, I love Tex because actually what he does is he puts this front on, this confidence, and I feel like he does believe that himself. We saw that video of that they'd done before the competition where he'd seen a UFC fighter, I think it was, where he was talking about going into battle confident. You've got to go in there, and I think that's what he's done. He's told himself that he's confident. He's got all of the experience to back it up. So he went into that final game scoring goals like that by capitalising on others' mistakes. That's what he's been doing. He sees an inch, he takes a mile, and now it means he's going through to the next stage of the competition.
Tex channeling his inner Conor McGregor, it seems, with that level of confidence and the quotes. It's true, isn't it? I'm here for it. I love it. Another thing I love is stats. Rachel, I believe you've got the FedEx top scorer stats for us. Talk me through it.
Oh, I'm excited for this. Don't we all just love goals? We absolutely love them. Yes, this is the FedEx top scorer stats. Let's have a look who scored all the goals There we go. Levy at number 1. 27, guys. Where did that come from? I mean, that must have been the last couple of rounds there, because I did not see that coming after round 1 against Nicholas. That was for sure, because that was a draw, wasn't it? But there we go. Maestro then, 26 goals scored. I mean, he had some massive games. Remember, an 8-1 there and a 7 as well to his name early on. David Sanchez, who Gravison was just mentioning there, with 26 as well. Tex in the end, 24, just scraping through, like we've said. Yeah, a lot of the guys in the 20s and then a couple of 19s and 17s there for Cosmin and Abolito. So yeah, Levy is our FedEx top scorer for day 1 of the eChampions League. Another little accolade, isn't it, to take away with you from day 1, along with obviously getting through to those knockouts. So congratulations to Levy David for getting that, which is yeah, great. So well done. FedEx top scorer of the day, Levy.
Lovely. I do love some goals. Do you know one thing I always find is goalkeepers go unrecognised? But we are not about to do that right here. Mike, take it away with the Gazprom save of the day.
Well, technically, you would have thought it would be a goalkeeper, and we have to revisit that last game with Tex. I didn't write the script. I don't make the rules, but I was getting gray hair. I was feeling uncomfortable watching this situation unfold. This is the save of the day, and it's remarkable. There was multiple times I thought that Visser had converted in this position where the ball's just trickling, and I'm saying, no, look at it, the diving header, it doesn't go. And Marquinhos is there just to clear it, get it out of there. And it's a huge moment. He scores that goal, it's game over. We're not talking about Tex moving on. So give both those guys a pat on the back. Congrats to Tex moving through, but same for Visser, man. He really battled in that game and battled in that matchup, and he should definitely stand tall. Maybe a little bit unlucky in a couple key moments, but that's the save of the day. No goalkeepers. No goalkeepers. Back to all of you.
There I am thinking it might actually be a goalkeeper for once getting the credit, but there we go. Mike managed to, twist that one around. Carl, what do you make of that save? It was incredible, wasn't it?
It was, and it just goes to show that sometimes you need that luck on your side, and that's what Tex had in that moment. Yes, it might be down to some before it great goalkeeper movement, but at the end of the day, when it goes to the defenders, the diving header, you would have thought 9 times out of 10, 99% of the time that goes in, but it didn't on that occasion, so you could say it's down to luck. It's down to Tex counting his lucky stars right there. But I think that sometimes when it's going your way, it's going your way. It's meant to be. So fortunately, I think for Tex today, it definitely was going his way.
It was after a rocky start as well. Grav, I'm hearing word around the grapevine that you're rarely lost for words. So talk to me. What was that? I was on the edge of my seat, so I don't blame you. But how were you feeling?
Well, the thing is, I commentated 3 matches with Brandon, and all of 3 of them went to extra time. And the thing is, Danny Visser was so close to send it to PKs as well, because he had that last chance with Mohamed Salah. But it could have been a Marquinhos save of the day as well, because he carried it nearly under the post. But I just don't know what else to say. I saw Tex going from 0-2 to 3-2. I saw Bachore as well growing from 0-2 to 3-2. And I don't think we're speaking as much as we should about Manuel Bachore, because the thing is, he was just against the ropes. He was nearly getting eliminated by a Scottish player when he was 0-2, and there he is qualifying for the knockout stage. So I think we should talk about Manuel Bachore, guys.
Being so young as well, Grav. You were mentioning how young he was. I was so impressed with that. I didn't even know that. What, he's just possibly 16?
Definitely, yeah.
Wow. Well, guys, we have done the save of the day, the goal of the day. Rachel's hit us with her stats. Now it is time for the big final one. Kyle, I believe you're about to reveal our PlayStation Player of the Day.
Yes, it's someone that I actually got to speak to before on stream. He was joint second in the top goal scorers. He's definitely provided some entertainment today. Here he is, the PlayStation Player of the Day, Maestro squad. Congratulations to him. He was my pick. I said that he was going to go through. I guaranteed that he was going to go through, and he put on a performance for us today. Look at some of his performances from this first day. Unbelievable. He set his mark down. He decided he was coming here. He wasn't going to play. He wanted to score plenty of goals. He wanted to entertain us all, and that is what he did. And that is why Maestro Squad is our PlayStation Player of the Day. And we can speak to him now. Look at this. I get to speak to him twice here on day one. Incredible scenes. You can see his reaction. Now we get his in-game and in real life reaction. Maestro Squad, you're our PlayStation Player of the Day. You must be so excited and so proud of yourself as well today.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be PlayStation Player of the Day. Thank you for all. Merci à tous d'avoir voté pour moi. I'm very happy. Now I'm qualified for the next for eChampions League in the next month. So let's do it now.
Let's do it now. You must be feeling great because going forward into the next rounds, you must be full of confidence. Do you actually believe you could go on to win this? You could lift possibly the eChampions League trophy?
Yeah, I've been in Manchester before for this event. I lose in the last round to qualify for the big event in Madrid, and now I can be back. So I can't wait to play it. For me, it's the best tournament in the year with other tournaments like La Liga or World Cup. So I'm so happy.
We can tell just how happy you are. You talked about some of the upsets you had in Manchester. I was there. You didn't make it to Madrid. Has that fueled you? Has that made you want to do better and want to perform better?
Yeah, I think this tournament hurt me a bit, hurt me a lot, because when you was unbeaten in the tournament and you lose the last game for go to Madrid, yeah, you are very sad. And now I'm back in this tournament for make better than last day. So yeah, I'm ready.
Let's go. We shall see you in that next stage of the competition. Congratulations, our PlayStation Player of the Day, Maestro Squad.
Thank you, Kai. Thank you. See you soon.
Great to hear from the man there himself. And as today comes to an end, it has been incredible, but we can look to tomorrow. Rachel, tell me, who do you think are going to be the players to watch out for tomorrow?
Well, again, we've got a stacked roster, haven't we? 32 more players coming in strong tomorrow. There are so many, again, it's really hard to pick out a few, but you can see there a German triplet. Let's go. Hasu, Cian and Moao. I mean, they're all absolutely awesome. I remember Hasu back in FIFA 19, I think it was. I think he excelled at a FUT Champions Cup there, just losing, I believe, to Dullum Mike. Obviously, you have Moao, but I mean, he is the big gun. If we're talking about Maestro being in the prime, let's go back to yesteryear when Moao was in prime, winning that World Cup. He's still the reigning champion, of course, because we had no World Cup last year. I mean, if people don't know about him, after he won the World Cup, he was absolutely cemented on the FIFA scene, on the football scene. I remember speaking to him, he was like, oh yeah, Jurgen Klopp knows who I am. It's like, huh? How on earth is that a thing? He's like, yeah, Van Dijk came up to me at the Best Awards and tapped me on the shoulder and was like, oh, I know who you are. I think Jurgen Klopp said, my kids play or try and play you in FIFA or something along those lines. He is an absolute legend of the game, and I'm excited to see if he is back to his best as well. And we mentioned, didn't we, Cihan as well? He's been around the scene for a while. I think he's 3-time German champ. So again, these are 3 big names in the German scene, but it's not just about them. I'm excited for Arrow. He's a young guy who's bursting onto the scene. You know, I'm really looking forward to seeing how he's going to get on. And Feldman as well, we mentioned him. He's won the Israeli Cup a couple of times, and he is one to watch. So, Liv, you put me on the spot there. There's so many players to talk about. I think I listed probably 5 or 6 there.
Well, no, they were all very, very good points, Rachel. And what a roller coaster it's been today. We've had the highs, we've had the lows, we've had the surprises, the goals. the saves, not by goalkeepers. It has been incredible. 16 players are advancing, and we go again tomorrow with Group 2 of the eChampions League. We'll see you all again. Thank you for watching, and look forward to tomorrow.